third stop on the APP World Tour welcomes you to the beautiful island of Barbados. It's the Barbados Pro 2019, the world's best stand-up surfers out in the water, and it is finals day here in the Caribbean. Paul Evans in the studio for the call, and joining me once again, Anthony Vela. Good morning, mate. How are you doing?
I can't even talk right now, Paul. It's just there's so much excitement out in the water. We have glassy conditions for the first time all week long, and it's finals day.
Talk about saving the best for last. We've been looking at this forecast all week. Forecast pretty reliable, but there's still a little bit of guesswork involved. Looks like our organisers have nailed this call. Conditions looking delectable.
The conditions are looking, you can see right there, very delectable. And, I mean, to have these glassy conditions to go along with a pretty decent-sized swell as well. We saw a number of waves coming this morning that had maybe a couple of lefts on offer as well. So as we set up our first heat, Izzy Gomez, the former world champion, trying to regain the title versus the Spanish competitor Alafne Alonso. And one-on-one heats for the remainder of the event.
So major world title implications for 2019 in the water right now. That's your ratings leader in the red singlet, a four-time world champ. Looking for a fifth this year. She comes into this one ranked number one. We've crunched the numbers. She can get a win here. And her adversary in second spot, which is the American Fiona Wild. If she can only make the semis or worse, it will be Izzy Gomez's world title. So each heat she surfs in has major significance. However, she will have to get past the up-and-coming Alafne Alonso, who finds herself with her work cut out in this heat, certainly on paper.
You look at the heats on paper, and you would obviously pretty much any heat Izzy's in, you would pick her to win based off of her previous win experience. That's the beauty of the ocean. There could be some nerves because of the world title implications. Maybe Izzy puts herself on a couple of better waves and falls. There's always a giant squid that can just swallow her board.
Could happen.
And, you know, you also can have equipment malfunction as well. The other side of that, you can just also have Alafne perform above and beyond what she's capable of and surf the best heat of her life. Anything can happen in the ocean. That's why it's such a great sport.
Absolutely. And particularly when we think about reef breaks, you know, we are looking for those kind of perfect waves. You got to get two of them, though, to get a good score. And so, you know, maybe things like pulling into the barrel, you can get shut down, not able to come out, unable to get a score. Anything can happen when dealing with the ocean, but we are looking at real nice conditions out there today. In the free surfs, just saw a couple of little waves starting to barrel. There was a puff of offshore maybe about an hour ago. It's gone pretty much dead wind at the moment. Here goes what looks like our first bit of wave energy ridden in the final. And not quite. Izzy Gomez just not managing to get on that one. No priority awarded, of course, at the start of these woman-on-woman heats. And that prior will be assigned when someone rides a wave. So, can be a bit of jockeying. It all seems to be pretty amicable, though. There's certainly no one's paddling themselves up the reef or down to South Point, anything like that.
This first heat, you are exactly right. It is a little friendly out there. You see sometimes competitors push themselves too far up the peak and possibly out of position. We had an incident like that happen at Sunset Beach where they pushed themselves so far up. Nobody had caught a wave in the first 10 minutes, and at times would be a restart, except for the fact that there were waves that could have been ridden.
You know what? I'm pleased to see Alafne do this, because Izzy did have a good paddle for that wave. And if you're just doing it on kind of, you know, that kind of, well, use the expression gentleman, obviously there are women out in the water, but just gentleman's rules, it is her turn for the next wave. So I'm glad she's kind of asserted herself a little bit. Just gone that little bit deeper.
And that's what she needs to do. She's got to put some pressure on Izzy by paddling, you know, kind of back paddling her, by surfing well, and by letting her know that she is here not just to compete but also to win this heat. So we have not seen a wave ridden in the first 5 minutes, 25-minute heats. We've got 4 quarterfinals. The women had 2 days off. They competed on day 1, and due to the small women's draw, just 9 women here at this event. So they competed day number 1. Day number 2, we saw the winners from day 1 have the day off. So Alafne competed day 2. Izzy's had 2 days off. They both had yesterday off. And here they are just frothing right now in the lineup. Alafne trying to get the heat started.
A little smaller inside wave from her. That nose board will go a little bit submerged and it will kind of bite in. Unable to get that kind of planing speed going. for a takeoff. So a couple of kind of misfires early on from each of our athletes. And now if we're just going by those kind of unwritten rules that we sort of touched on earlier, you would think Gomez will just sit that a little bit further up the reef, a bit deeper. Of course, no official prio yet. That's on the right of your shot there. Ian Kangakans in a coaching role, and sort of legends of surfing going back to the 70s and still putting the hours in coaching all different disciplines.
Yep, he's got his athlete coming up next, Fiona Wild, who has been under the guidance of Coach Ian Cairns. Of course, Sean Pointer and Ian have teamed up for the last several years. And we've got a little bit of a slow start. With this lack of wind, we don't have the mixed up wind swell. So we've got the ground swell showing and the wind swell kind of disappearing, which makes it a little bit more lully. So the waves are better today as quality-wise, but maybe not better quantity-wise. And I think we'd rather have quality over quantity, especially with 25-minute heats and just 2 people in the water.
How do you think about the dream scenario for contest organisation? Getting the best conditions, the best ways for finals day is always the dream. Doesn't always happen like that. Dealing with the vagaries of the ocean. Let's all come together here in Barbados. It is the Barbados Pro. And here we go, a little lump shaping up on the reef at Soup Bowl. So deeper is Alonso. This will be interesting. Okay, so here goes Gomez, flying down the line. Nice little driving hack off the top for her first turn. And she'll swing on through over smooth water to a kind of slopey section before this wave hits shallow water again, and it will stand up. And she'll just push that up into the lip. Nicely done. She finishes off all the way on the inside. Alonso paddling for that as well from a bit deeper.
Yeah, great. Yeah, great patience by Izzy to just hold her ground. You can see her there trying to navigate the shallow urchin-infested bottom. But Alafne paddled up the peak a little bit more, and Izzy just held her ground, knowing where the peak was. I think on that one, Alafne just couldn't quite get into it because she was a little further away from the bowl. Izzy just right in the pocket there and just on rail surfing. And you can see her hair flying with that turn. Another beautiful paddle work. I love how she goes all the way into the whitewater. And little setup turn right in front of the drone there. And just clips this one at the end to make it a successful ride. After 2 days off of competition, that's the way you want to start your heat. Even though it took 8 minutes to get that first wave, it was well worth the wait. And Izzy Gomez put a score on the board. Now puts a little bit of pressure on Alafne. There you see it locks in at a 6 even. And quite a hefty score to begin finals day of competition. Alafne perhaps could have been looking at the left on that last wave, but I think she's not quite as powerful paddling as some of the other girls. Relative newcomer to stand-up paddling, rides quite a small board, so paddle speed is something that's very important. And speaking of paddle speed, Fiona Wild, former race world champion on the APP World Tour back in 2016. So she is always a threat in the water as far as having the ability to catch waves, to maneuver around, to out paddle you. And we see the likes of the paddling prowess in shortboarding as well. You know, I think one of Kelly Slater's most underrated abilities is his ability to paddle very fast and efficient. And we've seen John actually participating in pro and paddleboard races. He did the Molokai to Oahu, and him and his partner, they got second place, beating a couple of really good Australian teams. So showing that he's not just doing it, he's actually really fast. And just like Fiona's really fast and is ripping. She's been sitting further up on the kind of southern bowl and looking for those bigger set waves, and I think that's going to play into her strategy. We'll see. I've seen a couple of those this morning. We'll see if she tries to do that in her heat versus Ibaya Moreno, the current world champion.
So that's 6 just looming on the scoreboard there. There's a little serving of notice. And Aracne Alonso, the Spaniard, just process that. Think about her next opportunity. What she wants to do is get as close to it as possible, or even better. Otherwise, she's going to then leave Gomez in the lineup with a chance for another score. But as you mentioned, much slower in terms of frequency of waves coming through. Slightly better terms of conditions, of course, smoother and cleaner. But there are fewer sets. That wind swell that we've had, that shorter period, kind of local swell, that's dropped out of the water essentially. So it really is just waiting for these little pulses of ground swell. And being patient. It's easy to say. It's not always so easy to do in a competition. But certainly in woman-on-woman action, it's all about finding the very best opportunities. Got a feeling as well, Alonso, in order to get past Gomez, she's going to need to find the best waves.
Man, I get so antsy in situations like this when all you want to do is ride a wave, and I have the attention span of a gnat. So if you see 11 minutes gone, Alafne is still looking for her opening ride and showing good patience, not chasing some of those smaller inside waves like she possibly could be doing, because in order to beat Izzy Gomez, you're not going to be able to manufacture scores on a smaller wave. You actually need a set wave. And if I were Alafne, I would definitely try and take off on the bombs. And we've seen a couple of the waves kind of really jack up on the inside section, hearing from some of the locals. Alafne with priority, and the regular foot surfer is going to go on her forehand as she sets up this first turn and just cuts it a little bit short, and she's out of there. I think maybe a missed opportunity. If you were to second guess that one, I would have avoided that first turn and just really hit it off the whitewater to have one good closeout maneuver. And we've seen scores drop in the 5 and 6 range for one good turn. And see this wave right here. So you can see she's looking down the line and just tried to check that one to possibly stay in front of the wave, and it closes out. But that closeout section looked very inviting. And Izzy Gomez, look at this wave approaching for the 4-time world champ, just slipping off her board a little bit. So Izzy, maybe a little bit of a paddling mistake, or perhaps she did that on purpose. But Izzy Gomez, she's riding a board that her brother designed. As Alafne up and riding on a steep one, and mid-faced turn right there. She patiently waits in the whitewater, and it's a nice slow cut back there, setting up for the inside. And she's got a second scoring wave. Izzy's on a 6'11" by 23 and 68 liters. So those of you wondering at home, Izzy Gomez, she's on the Infinity, designed by Dave Bainey, and her brother Giorgio actually helped design, called the Beeline, the Beeline Brotherhood. And you see this replay for Alafne. Those mid-phase turns aren't going to do it. Very good turn nonetheless, but just needs to be a little higher in the lip if you're trying to take down the 4-time world champion and crush her title hopes. I think Fiona and Ibaya are just rooting on Alafne, saying, "Come on, Alafne." And everyone in Spain would be cheering for Alafne as well. Izzy waiting patiently. And there you see Ibaya Moreno getting in her zone. We've been talking about the preparation for a lot of the athletes and, different forms of preparation. You've got the Daniel Hughes way of dancing and laughing. You have some people like to go in their zone. We saw Luis Dingis doing a run warm-up. Many of them, getting into their meditation or prayer mode. And Ibaya Moreno getting in the zone. 2 starboard team riders coming up against each other in the next quarter.
Well, think about her experience in elite level competition in various disciplines. I mean, there's no one bringing more experience at the highest level than your reigning world champ, Ibaya Moreno. Talked about all those titles she's won in windsurfing with her sister. But she knows all about her prep. Just get everything prepared physically and mentally. Big heat on her hands. Fiona Wilde. It's going to be a really interesting one. Our second quarter final. At the moment, it's the advantage with Gomez. Still with that 6, still with the lead.
So good morning to everyone watching on Facebook Live. Be sure and let all your friends know that we are on for the day, and it's finals day, and we've got smooth, glassy conditions. Buenos dias, Gianisa. So sad to hear you're not going to be able to make it to El Salvador. The Peruvian Federation kind of last minute just dissolved. So a number of the athletes, basically in the blink of an eye, have lost some of their funding from the Peruvian team. Good luck to all of those athletes trying to figure that out. Diego, good morning. Barbara, got Ryan Rodriguez stoked. Paola Sousa from the Azores.
One of my favorite parts of the world.
Oh, yeah?
Absolutely love it there.
Paolo, can we come and visit you?
Man, so beautiful. Out there in the mid-Atlantic.
So you see the 2 scores for Lothne. The mid-face turn earns a 2 to go with her previous wave of a 157. Izzy currently with the single wave of a 6. And we're still waiting. So you see the glassy conditions, the beautiful clouds, and all we need now are a couple more sets to come through. And, like we talked about other days, this is what happens so many times in surf contests. Pumping during the free surf in the morning, as soon as you call it on, it goes flat.
Yeah, totally. And it's just a further challenge for our competitors. What you got to do is you got to make sure if you are in one of those heats, there are going to be limited opportunities. Make sure you're on them. Don't make any mistakes. Make sure your positioning's good. Obviously, when there's no waves breaking on the reef, we lose that kind of triangle of white water. That kind of real signals where the takeoff spot is. And there is a little bit of current out there. Sort of deceptively calm and placid from there. But you can get tugged a little bit out of position. Particularly if you get a little bit behind the peak. A wave won't let you paddle in. It does come in kind of like a triangle rather than a long line. It's quite hard to get it from deep. Do need to be pretty much on the button to nail this takeoff in soup bowls this sort of size. But yeah, certainly thinking about the warm-ups we watched this morning. We had our eyes on it for an hour and a half or so. This is certainly the longest lull we've seen so far today. Let's hope it fires up in the final 8 minutes of this encounter. Gomez at the moment still very much in the driving seat. It is a low requirement for Alonso, but Gomez has only got 1 wave. She's also got priority, so next set that comes through, she'll be putting further points up on the board. And that total is going to go towards a big number. Here is a nice looking wave for the 4-time world champ out of Colombia. And there's a mistake from her. Now, can Alonso make her pay? A great looking wave right behind. She's got a ton of speed. Good turn from her. She's using the speed generated from that takeoff. And a little bit of paddle work as she will go into this little slopey in between section. There goes a little jam back, puts herself behind, trying to let this one stand up. If she gets an inside in here, she can finish off with a little bit of a bang. Doesn't manage to. But nevertheless, good work done out the back. And it's a much better wave from her. She certainly got the best of that encounter in terms of the waves.
And that was a great first turn for her. But as I'm mind surfing it, and I think the guys are possibly looking, and when we watch the replay, that one looked like they had a little bit of tube on offer. So we'll see Izzy Gomez. This was the wave prior to Lothne. Izzy had priority, used it right there, and went down. Look at that tube. That was a makeable tube. That was a nice turn from Lothne. Probably the best turn I've ever seen her do on the APP World Tour, and what a time to bring it against Izzy Gomez. And that turn right there, a little flat. She needs to stay on rail. That's what the judges like to see, rail-to-rail surfing. That's how you're going to earn those points. And Izzy backing up her 6 with the 137. Lothne might get the 4. So, kind of a bounce pass back to Izzy and put the ball in her court, and maybe with 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go, put a little pressure on the world champ.
Yep, could do. Imagine if she did do that, the ocean just went completely flat. We've seen it happen before. So let's see how Alonso can apply a bit of pressure, possibly. Gomez falling on that wave, which is uncharacteristic from her. Basically, she had a steep takeoff bowl that was always kind of softening up. And it was crucial just how hard she applied pressure to that turn. And she just kind of bogged the rail a little bit and went down. Poinaki with Mami and Papi, his grandparents over from Tahiti, sizing things up. He was surfing down at Parlors last night after the event. So next break down to the right as we look out to sea. Taking some bombs out the back. There's your world champ for the women. Ebaya Moreno from the Islas Canarias. Laura Claydon getting her hair did. Which is important as well.
Yeah, and having the PB&J, that is a traveling surfer's breakfast of champions.
All right, Gomez on a wave hit. Pumps off the takeoff. Nice rail jam. Switches up with a nice snap in the lip, driving bottom turn. There's a nice turn from her. So 3 good hits already. Opens up the rail line a little bit with a figure 8 carve. She just kind of forces herself through that turn. A little sticky. And then a strong finish on the end. Well,
she liked it. She liked
low
it.
Score is toast, and that is going to be a decent number for her. Here's your world champion, reigning world champ for the men, Sean Pointer. Sussing it all out. It's got the webcast on there for sure.
For sure. And you talked about yesterday the second wave of a set being perhaps the better sometimes, and this particular wave was the first of the set. And Izzy, that first turn when you put the paddle on your heel side, it's so complicated to do that and do it well. And Izzy just showing some great paddle work right there, just right in the pocket. So goes back to that crossbow again, drives down the line. I in the section right there was able to ride out of that turn. That one she had to get super low.
Good recovery from her mid-turn there.
Yeah. And going back to the first exchange, when Alothne got her high score, we saw Izzy go on the first wave of the set and fell, but that one really didn't quite have the bowl. But that second wave that Alothne was on, definitely the better wave of the set. So some of our athletes will be watching, tuning in, trying to figure out which ones are the best. And similar to other days, we've seen in one of the first kind of flurry of sets that that second wave, to me, looked like had a little bit of a barrel section, and Alothne locking in a score.
Well, she might be in trouble here, Alonso, when this number comes in from Gomez. You think about the 6 early on, she did a lot more work than what she did on that 6 on that last wave. Here's live action from the drone, flying over the reef at Soup Bowl, Bathsheba, Barbados. Alonso goes incomplete with a little assault on the lip. Pezinho.
Oh, clips from this morning. He's like, man, this is how good it was this morning. Or, show us your tube ride. Show us your tube.
Nice. So there it is. Score comes in for Gomez. It's a good one. It's a 7.93, so close to the excellent range. We thought it'd be knocking on the door there or thereabouts. And that's a combo for Alonso. She's in a bit of trouble here. 2.5 on the clock.
Izzy Gomez throwing up the highest score of the event for the women so far. And, you know, that one I think, I was talking the other day about sometimes the judges scoring on what you potentially could do versus what you did. And, I mean, as far as if we scale that to any other wave ridden on the female side, that, you know, I believe was far superior than anything. Even thinking about Aline's 717 the other day, that wave was just, you know, the transition from turn to turn, the variety and the speed. But I think the judges know that Izzy is capable of a lot more and maybe leaving the scale a little bit open. Also, it's the first heat of the day. And we've seen some waves that have a lot on offer. And I think the one part of the scoring criteria that was missing was critical. None of those turns were like super critical, but they were definitely on rail.
Yeah, totally. Good breakdown, Matt, on how our judges arrive at that number. Well, it puts her very much in the driving seat in this one. Maybe took her a bit longer than we might have expected to get that stranglehold on the scoreboard. But it has been really slow out there wave-wise. Let's see here if Alonso can break this combination. She's got priority, and she's a bit disinterested in that wave. It's just a slightly smaller one, which will go underneath our riders. She's going to need to catch something. Under a minute to go. She will need a wave. She still has priority, but almost inexplicably will let Gomez go on this. Oh, sorry, priority did change over.
Oh, yes! Izzy Gomez pulling in. That's what I'm talking about, Izzy. Yes.
So beautiful, pulling into the tube.
Oh,
That's what we want to see at the Soup Bowl. That's why it's famous around the world.
And Brian's right there for the shot. She's going to get the first ever tube ride shot here at Barbados. She's like, Brian, did you get that?
All right, let's have a look.
Oh, he was a little bit behind her. There was an exit there. That thing just clamped at the end, but I applaud you, Izzy Gomez. That's how you win a world title, charging.
Yeah, that's super cool to see. And she's in she's got some strong scoreboard pressure on the board.
Yep.
And so she's just kind of going into like natural surfing mode,
Yes,
right?
yeah. 1 minute to go.
Pulling
Why
into a
wouldn't you
tube.
pull in?
So she's had the best view from anyone so
Take
far
my-
this morning. Our hats go off to her. She's happy. Doesn't make that one. It won't matter in the context of the heat. But great to see this wave barreling on our first heat of the day. Let's check out the recap how our first women's quarterfinals gone down.
Izzy opened up with a bang. Just nice, smooth surfing like we're used to. That first turn was just absolutely beautiful. You can see the paddle work, our drone shot. She makes it all the way to the inside. And that was Alafne's best turn. I mean, she didn't give up without a fight. And she got a great wave here. And again, if I were to coach her, I'd try to get her a little bit more on rail instead of just pushing out and leaning on the paddle so much. And here's Izzy's 793. That arcing turn, boom. And just right into a 3-turn combination there. And cut back. And even her cutbacks, she's going rail to rail on her cutback. And then gets a little bit of speed to finish off that wave. But then what was missing from the recap was the tube attempt from Izzy Gomez. So I can watch that 100 times. And I think if that's a little bit of insight on what's going to come throughout the day, I think we're going to see some made tubes.
Bring it on. So a good performance and a barrel to finish off with. It isn't a make. Good bit of travel time. She just gets pinched towards the end of that one. She came into it with a ton of speed. She will just beach that paddle and just negotiate this kind of tricky inside section. We're talking about sharp in there. No major damage done to anybody, but you just do want to take care. Basically just take it slow. Have another that section of the reef. There's a few spiky things down there.
Oh, Izzy, when we were in Sunset, she fell on the reef and had a huge scar on her bum and wasn't even supposed to go surf. She had stitches, went to the doctor, like through one of those through the wetsuit sort of cuts. And so she's obviously playing it very safe here. And we've got a fantastic heat on our hand in quarterfinal number 2. We see the current world champion, Ibaya Moreno, going up against current world number 2, Fiona Wild from the USA, Hood River, Oregon. But she also spends a lot of time in Los Barrios in Mexico. Her family, avid windsurfing family. And so Fiona's actually gone to school a little bit down in Mexico, speaks very fluent Spanish, and does a lot for the kids down there, teaching clinics and taking kids surfing. Her family, no matter what time it is, will be tuned in. I would think McCrae Wild and her mom, Ellen, always tuning in, watching. And here is, right on cue, Fiona on a good-looking wave. And nice rail work there. She's able to work her way past that kind of flatter section. And she's going to look for something big on the end and just pulls out right there. So good opener for Fiona. And we see she got a wave in a minute and a half versus the long stretch from heat number 1.
Immediate reply from the world champ Moreno behind her. Committed off the bottom, committed off the top as well. Just kind of dragging those fins through a little snap out of the lip. Nice little hug down there for the debrief between Alonso and Gomez. They'll be talking about tubes and how fun it is out there. And Alonso doesn't seem to be particularly disappointed. She's come up against something of a phenomenon in the 4-time world champ, on the hunt for a 5th. And the heat out in the water currently might have something to say about whether that title goes down here, certainly. And of course, there are other possibilities. It's not all about her. She's the only one that can clinch it here. But there are plenty of other storylines. It all depends on how we finish up here. And of course, our last event of the year in Gran Canaria. This is the 3rd stop of 4. So we see our world number 2, Fiona Wild, with that 3.67. Like you said, just getting a start on the board. Moreno will throw a number up as well. Just one turn. Looks like she would have secured first prio as well. Can't see it signed on our screens, but certainly from the way it looked from the live pictures, it seemed as if Moreno would have snagged that priority. And you've been talking about it all week. People have been wondering about sitting down in the lineup, lying down and paddling. And just once again, no problem sitting out the back when you're in the lineup. You do need to be up on your feet and paddling through the channel.
Yep, you do. And it's finals day, and it's a lot glassier today. So I think, the judges give a little bit of leeway when the conditions are tricky. We've seen that rip current in the channel. We're talking about it being Class 5 rapids. So I think the judges are going to be looking at it and a bit more harsh because the conditions are very permitting standing up the entire time. So maybe 1 or 2 strokes on your belly to get out of the impact zone. That current takes you right into the channel, and you'll see these athletes all pop up right to their feet. But that's something that we did talk about last night in preparing for finals day. So they'll be having a look at it and giving first one is a warning. Second time will be your second highest score cut in half.
All right, well, a little lull in the action. Let's go down and hear from the winner of our first heat of the day, quarterfinal number 1. It's Izzy Gomez standing by with Evelyn.
And we're standing here on the beach with 4-time world champion Izzy Gomez, who's just knocked out her opponent in the quarterfinals heats for the women. Izzy, you were looking pretty fiery out there, like the swell is working for you, and you had that one barrel attempt that was so epic, fantastic. It just closed out at the last second. Tell us a little bit about the conditions today and how you feel about finals day here at Soup Bowl.
Yeah, I was kind of a little skeptical about holding off the contest so many days until like the very last day that we're able to run pretty much. And it ended up working out. The conditions are like absolutely pumping. So I'm really stoked. And I'm just trying to surf like just as progressively as possible and just hunt the tube.
Hunt the tube. It's that kind of day down here in Bathsheba. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Evelyn. Izzy skeptical, Anthony.
Is that what she really did say that? I thought I was just imagining it. Oh, man. Come on, Izzy. You know us better than that. Oh, Ibaya looking for the tube. Oh. I think she got the little cover up and wanted more and, tried to crouch down, but she just needed to be a little bit higher on that one. But 2 heats, 2 tube ride attempts so far. And, oh, my goodness, finals day. You heard Izzy talk about days that we had waves and didn't run, but it was a little bit windy. We saw this forecast all week long, held off. We did have one more day, so Sunday was part of the possibility as well. But we are going to be finishing here on Saturday. And Ibaya Moreno just pulling into the tube right there. Whoa, what'd you think of that one?
Yeah, so Ibaya just couldn't quite get in it, could she? As you mentioned, she's in a bit of a low line. It's pretty hard to do much about that when you're in that position. You just kind of got to duck that head in. Not quite getting covered up. I love the way the conditions are all coming together. Izzy mentioned it, just how good it is out there. And our best conditions for the most important heats of this contest.
Now you see Ibaya just having trouble even staying on her board. Maybe she went down to a smaller board. So there you see her 2 or 3 strokes, and she's going to stand up right there as per the rules. So Ibaya Moreno with an awesome barrel attempt. And basically, the way that the draw is, Izzy needs to win one more heat, and she wins the world title. That's what's happening in the world title race. If she wins the next heat,
even if she gets second in the final?
Even if she gets second in the final. Okay. Because the only other second place is from Yuka Horikoshi, and Yuka's not here, so she is no longer part of it. So if Izzy gets second, she'll have a total of 26,000 points. That 26,000, even if, let's say, Fiona were to win, there's no way that Fiona can get to 26,000 because Izzy would be taking her out in the semifinal, right? So because Fiona and Izzy are coming up in the semi, then that maximum points if Fiona were to lose in the semi would be 6,500. So even if she won Gran Canaria, oh no, that would be 26,500. Okay, I take that back. Izzy needs to win. Needs
to take out a win here if she's going to clinch a world title. And one person who wants to have something to say about that is the American, Fiona Wild. On your screen there. She's been kind of patient now since her opening ride, sitting on that priority.
(16 minutes, 51 seconds). And scores are coming in 3.57 and a 3.33 for Ibaya. And it's just a trio of threes for the ladies so far. Nobody really sending a knockout punch yet. Ibaya trying with that fantastic tube right attempt. And oh, she was so close to getting in there. Maybe we'll get a chance to look at it while we're in this lull.
So long lulls are part of it. When we get with clean long-range ground swells, all about keeping that mental space happy, kind of relaxed but focused. Just can seem like sort of opposing positions, but just have to bide your time, be patient, be ready to spring to action when it comes together. So sort of similar to the last one in terms of no one getting a major stranglehold. Of course, Izzy did get that 6 early on. So far, this is much more even. A game of threes. Moreno with a couple of them so far. That's why she's in the lead at the moment. Certainly not the kind of scores either of these will be hoping to hold on to by the end of the heat. 15.5 on the clock in it. And it's a question of being patient and also just thinking exactly how you're going to approach your next wave. Cool to see barrel attempts from our world champ, Ibaya Moreno. Of course, such a standout, a multidisciplinarian. Multiple windsurfing world champion, along with her sister. You mentioned 22 years consecutively. One of the Moreno sisters was crowned that world champ.
Yep.
Up until last year.
Up until this year. Just a few weeks ago in Maui was the final event. And her sister Daida and her have won 22 consets, 2 decades of dominance. And you can see Ibaya just struggling on her board. She's been riding the 6.9 by 23, and I'm not sure if that's the 6.9 or if that's a different board, but Ibaya Moreno just pulling in, and we love to see that. Fiona's on a 7.0 by 24, 66 liters. It's the 2019 Starboard Pro 7.0, and she's having no problem standing on her board there. And, I'll tell you, it saves a lot of energy, actually, when you're standing. Sitting, obviously sitting down is one thing, but if you stand up and fall, that's how I believe you expend a lot of energy getting back onto your board and then going from your belly to your feet. And Fiona conserving energy, just standing there nice and calm and tranquil.
So if her and her sister Ibaya have got 22 world titles between them, that means either they've got 11 or one of them's got more, so more world titles than Slater, essentially.
Yes.
Unless they've gone, one apiece each time.
Yes, I believe Daida has, I want to say of the 22, I believe Daida has 14 and okay. Ibaya 8, but I could be wrong there. But nonetheless, it's been a sister-on-sister battle for many of the years. And you can see it in Ibaya surfing. She obviously has no problems trying to pull in to the tube. We saw her also get a beautiful tube ride in her home break in the Canary Islands. So the windsurfing background. This is actually a windsurfing heat. If you think about, that's Fiona Wilde's background as well. And there you see Laura Clayton after her fresh new hairdo doing her warm-ups. She's got her beats on, listening to a little bit of Dr. Dre. What do you think she's listening to?
Well, could be. Yeah, could be a bit of Dre. Maybe she's listening to the Old Crater Boys or something like that. Some island music.
Little maybe Israel Izzy from Hawaii. Perhaps she is listening to some classical music.
Look at those colors, man. Just beautiful. We're on the eastern shores of the island of Barbados for this third stop on the APP World Tour. And it's real unspoiled out here on the east coast where the waves are. Well, the waves all around the island, but this is by far the most consistent of the coastlines. There are waves pretty much from every angle on this island. Beautiful tropical weather, 30-degree water, that's 86 Fahrenheit. So I think Indo, it's basically that kind of stuff, more warmer. It is absolutely beautiful out there, and even better when the waves come together as they have today for finals day. World champ Moreno, nice turn from her off the top, real strong maneuver. She'll need to make this Oh, and that's frustrating because that was going to be a really big score there. Great attack from her, though. I love the way she took on those sections. It's a shame she couldn't get that landing on the second turn.
Oh, I thought for sure she was going to land that just with, we've been talking about the windsurfing background. And you can see her body language to even get the board up and through the lip. That first turn, she's still going to be rewarded accordingly for that first turn. Oh, there it is. 28 world titles. Excuse us. That's almost 3 decades. Daida with 10, and Daida with 18, more than Kelly Slater, and Ibaya with 10. So 28 consecutive world titles. That's between insane. Daida and Ibaya. That is, that is dominance. So glad to see you tuned in, Daida. It was awesome getting a chance to meet her. I've heard so much about her, and finally in the Canary Islands, she came to watch her sister, and it was really cool to get a chance to meet you. Pretty much a legend, right? So anytime you can meet a legend. And thanks for tuning in, Daida, and thanks for the info, because we don't like to be wrong, but we oftentimes are.
10:30 on the clock in this one. And there is your reigning APP World Tour champ, Ibaya Moreno, with a great first turn. Super strong. Taking on this powerful reef break section. It is deceptively powerful, this wave. It's ledging up out of deep water onto a real shallow coral shelf. And then she went straight up.
Did we miss the replay? Was I talking through the replay?
We haven't.
We haven't seen the replay yet. We're just waiting, anticipating these replays. So we're getting the info from our fans tuning in. What do you guys think, Fiona? In 10 minutes to go, Fiona or Ibaya? Oh man, I'd love to see what her score would have been if she made that second turn. That was so committed. Izzy's stoked. She's, it's really cool when you see how much fun these guys and girls have. They're here to compete at the highest level, but really we're all just kids out there trying to create that excitement that makes you, that sends that adrenaline through your body.
Trying to avoid getting a real job.
Yes, that too. So Rob Moran tuning in from North Carolina. Good morning, Rob. How are you? And thanks to everyone who has joined us. And what else would you rather be doing today than putting the APP Stand-Up World Tour on your computer screen while you're watching in bed? Got an Apple TV. You can put it on your TV and just kick back with a cup of coffee and listen to the subtle voice sounds of myself and my co-commentator, the head commentator, the lead commentator, Paul Evans. We're excited to have him here on his first event with us, and he has already shown his speaking prowess. Here's Ibaya.
Moreno off the bottom on a beautiful looking wave, clips off the top, keeps the speed going. There's a nice rail jam. It's a smoother, slightly smaller wave, but good work done out the back. Little mistake there on the inside. Looked like a pretty routine redirect. Okay, here comes a reply from Fiona Wild very late in her attack on the lip, and she will go down on the first maneuver. So a throwaway from her. So no one really opening up a significant lead, but Moreno with a couple of turns out the back. She does look, from what we've seen so far, just slightly more at the races in this one. Unable to get a completion, but did get a couple of hits done. Fiona Wild with a little bit to do now, and time is just getting towards that stage where a couple of minutes to go to that 5-minute warning. And for the moment, her scoreline very, very modest indeed. 4.97. That's combined for 2 waves out of 20, essentially. So not the kind of fireworks she would have been hoping for, but still time to turn it around. She's going to have to find herself a different kind of wave.
Yes, she is. And Fiona, I think, looking for the bigger ones. We've seen some sets come through the day, and that's sort of Fiona's game. She's a standout at Sunset Beach in the big surf. Some of the most critical turns we've ever seen on tour. And she's looking for that critical turn on the whitewater rebound there. And if you land a couple of those, they're going to be high scores. And even though we've seen, if you look at the score line, you see some low scores. But there have been opportunities out there. Ibaya's first wave opened up nicely and fell on her second turn. That score easily could have gone at least into the good, possibly excellent range. And same with Fiona. There's a little bit of opportunity out there. So today, unlike some of the other days where we've had more consistent swell, you don't have very many chances. You really have to capitalize on each and every turn and each and every wave.
Yeah, totally. Really important to nail it. And at the moment, Moreno, with that advantage from strong turns out the back, didn't get a finish on either of her two last waves. If she had, she'd be quite significantly in front. So by the fact that she's not been able just to get completions on the end, Fiona Wild's very much still in this. First priority is with the American. She's sitting in a real deeper position on the reef here. So just kind of reassessing the lineup positioning. It's not a super tricky spot to line up. There's a few markers kind of you can't see from there. There's a little bit of a kind of elbow in the coast where the rocks are. It's pretty good place to kind of get your bearings and your markers, make sure you're in the right spot. But we do get different parts of the swell just pop up at slightly different spots on this reef. By now, of course, everyone's had a whole week to figure it out. Everyone's seemed to be getting it dialed. Let's hope we get some more tubes.
Oh, pray for tubes. That's all we want to see. Well, that's not all we want to see, but something new that we want to see today, because we've seen plenty of other action. We've seen some airs, some huge turns during our Red Bull expression session. And I think today, way easier to line up than other days because the water is so clean. We've got basically one, swell in the water instead of the 2 or 3 different swells. And this one just a little bit. Oh, here's Fiona Wild having a look at this one. And just a little chattery there off the bottom. Nothing too critical off the top. And just carving back again, not very critical, but she's trying to make sure that she stays on her board. And that one just kind of dies out in the channel there.
Ended up a little bit high-lined on that. I thought she could have completed that section. And it felt a little bit like she was being more conservative in her approach on that one. Just wanted to make sure she got a score.
Yep.
So probably smart to do that. Maybe went a little bit possibly too conservative. I totally understand why she did that. She had a couple of no makes out on the takeoff bolt. So much better stuff from Fiona. But again, not possibly pushing as hard as we've been accustomed to seeing her do. It will be a number for her. Our judges will process on. It'll be a pretty significant one in the context of this heat. 4 minutes on the clock. Priority will be with the reigning world champ, Ibaya Moreno, the Spaniard, in the red singlet there. And this next exchange is really going to decide who is the other surfer in our first semi-final. Who's going to face Izzy Gomez?
And we've got some waves approaching. Ibaya steps up. She's looking at this one. Good morning, Jennifer Dale. How you doing? If anyone loves surfing as much as these girls do, it's Jennifer Dale. Sean Facey's watching us in the airport on a flight to Fuerteventura, I think, where Ibaya Moreno is from. And here's Fiona on her way back out, turning and burning.
Wild up out of the lip. Found herself away from under the priority of Moreno. And goes incomplete on the second turn. Here's a bomb for the Spaniard out the back. She's stolen for the tube. Doesn't quite get behind the curtain. There's a nice turn, though. Love that. Straight off the bottom, attacking the lip with a little bit of airdrop out of it. You see her adjust the back foot there. She'll go around the house with a nice little jam and kind of styles it out on the inside, throwing up a little hand claim.
I'm trying to get tubed.
She did everything right. Just didn't quite flare out that section, did it? And then from that position, she went straight into a nice attack on the lip.
That was absolutely beautiful. I mean, Ibaya Moreno just unleashing. And I think with, the sets maybe a little bit smaller than days before, the conditions, possibly favor Ibaya. She's a little bit more polished in her rail game. Fiona, I would say, is charges and has zero fear. So she needs some bigger waves to really showcase her talents as far as commitment and power on big surf. So these conditions really playing in favor to Ibaya, and she is absolutely taking advantage of every opportunity. And she's trying to get tubed. I love to see that.
Yes.
I love to see that.
Just going to turn the screw a little bit here with under 2 to go on the clock now. That last number's going to come in and make life a bit more difficult for Wild. as we see paddle battle for first priority, and Wild falling on her last maneuver on that last wave. It's Gianna Costa. So who's winning this paddle battle?
Oh, Ibaya's got a little lead, but Fiona on the inside, I mean, she's paddling, I would say, 2 board lengths for every one of Ibaya's. And it's probably going to be Ibaya just because she is a little further out there. But the judges, yeah, that's got to be Ibaya, I would say.
Yeah, just a starting position a bit further out. But we saw Wild get a wave from slightly on the inside of her last one. It was a good wave as well. Didn't finish it off. So it's not all about having that priority. You can kind of tend to overthink that a little bit. Obviously, it's an advantage if you do have it, but it's not the be-all and end-all. You do have to find ways and ride them as well. And we do see little opportunities popping up slightly inside and wide. For our surfers in second, prio can just kind of hang in there if they want to. Try and pick up the scrap, so to speak. 45 seconds on the clock at the moment. Moreno in the lead. She drops that last score, 5.27, along with a 5.17. And now the requirement 6.78. Here goes Wild. So she did get this one from underneath priority. Little mid-face readjuster. There's a nice turn off the top using that rail and the power. And a little jam back. And she gets a bit straight-legged and goes down. Meanwhile, behind Moreno with good flow on this one. She's connected with the best energy so far in this heat. And this will be her last wave. And probably something of a little bit of a victory lap. As we'll count down under 10 seconds. She'll keep swinging through the inside. And she's looked pretty good out there. She's shown us a little bit of everything. Trying to pull into the tube. She's taken on the lip. Big combinations of turns that she didn't quite make. But she was good enough to kind of brush off that incomplete turn and get stronger and stronger. Posted a couple of 5s. And good value for the second berth in the first semi-final.
Oh, man, that was a great last exchange. What amazing camera work. We saw Fiona finishing her wave and then pan right to Ibaya sliding the fins out on the top of a pretty throaty section. There she is doing the anti-urchin walk as she's making sure to not step on any sea urchins. Ibaya making her way into the semis, so she's going to be stoked after, you know, maybe a lackluster start with a couple of quarterfinal exits. Round 3 exits, so not even making the quarters. Ibaya now has her best finish of the year, making it to the semifinals.
So there it is. It's official. Spaniard and the reigning world champ, Ibaya Moreno, gets through to the semifinals. It is finals day here at the Barbados Pro 2019. Fiona Wild, well, that'll be it for her competition so far this year. And it brings us through to our next quarterfinal heat. We're going to check out Vanessa Torres from Peru taking on Lara Clayton out of Maui, Hawaii. Setting up another scintillating matchup. Two kind of distinct talents and approaches. By Moreno, after some careful work, just negotiating that dry section of coral on the inside. She will wait. And these two will just... Always cool to see that. Nice sportsmanship down there. And by Moreno will just keep the ball rolling here. And Fiona Wild doesn't seem to be taking it too hard at this stage of that loss. We're in the Caribbean. Waves are pumping. It's glassy and sunny. So we're all winning, really. It's been such an epic event for waves. It's just got better for our finals day. Those conditions, just beautiful glass at the moment. So once again, no prio at the start of the heats. And Torres is a bit deeper up the reef. Basically, for the start of things, it goes down to kind of classic surf etiquette, basically. Whoever's deeper on the wave, it's their wave. Well, let's see here. Okay, so Clayton looked kind of interested. Torres didn't fancy it. Clayton will have a little bit of a paddle, a softer wave, just won't quite stand up on that outside finger of reef. There's a real apex, a discernible apex at the top of the wave here. And that one not just quite capping up in time to hit it. And while we wait for this one to fire up, let's go down and hear from our reigning world champ, Ibaya Moreno. She's standing by with Evelyn.
Advantage of these conditions. Here we go.
We're down on the beach with Ibaya Moreno, who just knocked out Fiona Wild from the competition in the quarterfinals heat. Ibaya, tell us a little bit about the conditions out there and how your strategy worked.
Yeah, it's a little smaller, but for sure it's the most clean day, and it's really fun. And yeah, I'm super stoked to make it through to the semis against Izzy Gomez now. A lot of girls are ripping out there, so I'm really happy to make it through, and looking forward to another hit with only 2 girls out in Super Bowl.
Sounds amazing. And that's right. In the semifinals, it's going to be Ibaya and Izzy Gomez. Stay tuned. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Evan. Great job, Ibaya. All smiles for making it through to a semi. Now let's think about this matchup. Clayton there, just a quick wave. Doesn't get a finish, just a throwaway score, 0.73. Cost 25-minute heats. And so the winner of this one will be on the other side of the draw. This will be our second semi-final. Of course, we're going to round out the quarters with Shakira Westorp, the Aussie, taking on Gabriela Stam-Fata from Brazil. So they're just stacked and stacked, these quarterfinals.
Stacked and stacked. And we can start plugging in some points towards the overall world title. If you're exiting in the quarterfinals, you're going to earn equal 5th place points. So equal 5th place, 5,000 points. So the goal is to have as many points as possible at the end of the year. You'll be crowned the APP World Tour Champion and earn a contract for 2020 to come back and compete on the tour. And our top 3 athletes from last year were contracted for this year and given basically a bonus for winning and being runner-up and 3rd place from the 2018 tour. Of course, we've talked about the 4 stops: Sunset Beach, New York, Barbados, stop number 3, and we'll be going to the Canary Islands. Very similar temperature as far as the air and the water. And we have a wonderful point break in the Canary Islands. Another right-hand point break, so possibly sometimes favoring the goofy, sometimes favoring the regular footed surfers. And here's Laura Clayton, the goofy footer. Laura's just taking that high line, trying to make it around the section. And she opens up with a turn there. And she's been working on her non-baton twirling, but a little bit of it there. Sometimes it's hard to decide what side to put the paddle on. And that wave not really having much on offer, but Laura just trying to get a couple of waves underneath Vanya to just put a little bit of pressure. On paper, we see our surfer in red is the higher ranked surfer. So Vanya Torres perhaps expected to win if you were just to go off of rankings. But they are sitting in 5th and 6th place overall for the world rankings. Lara in 5th, Vanya in 6th. But the rankings for each event, they go off the previous 3 events. So it's not just your ranking, a little hummingbird action. Or no, that's not a hummingbird. What is that? You know all the birds.
Not over here. I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone with the birds of the Caribbean.
It's a lorikeet.
It's definitely not that. But you can see some
tried to fool you.
You can see some good ecology in action there with the bees feeding, getting some of that nectar.
That bird is just loving it up there.
In the meantime, they're pollinating as well, all part of the cycle of life that we are all part of, and we're loving being part of this beautiful ecosystem here at Bathsheba in Barbados.
Ma simenenya simenomo. Little Lion King action. So it's talking about the circle of life. Here we are, bringing you life from inside our announcing booth. And I got to tell you, we're looking good today. I love your shirt, mate. I love your shirt. What do you got there? Some beautiful hibiscus flowers.
I think it's a little bit of everything was the approach from a design point of view.
And we've clearly coordinated to match as much as possible.
We were up texting till late last night trying to work out wardrobe.
A little bit of miscommunication. I think the final text didn't go through, but here we are.
It's finals day. We've got our final shirts on, and the ocean has definitely got its party piece as well because it's bringing us our best conditions of the entire week. Here goes the Peruvian Vanaya Torres with a difficult entry, lost the front foot, almost headbutted the nose of the board as well as she went down, but awkwardly. She seems okay. So she's waited a little while for that wave, 7.5 minutes. It's not exactly what she was looking for. So Prio will be with Laura Claydon now. Can she take advantage of that? So the bird has been identified as a grass canary.
Well, that's what I said, clearly.
I think you said Laura Keaton hummingbird.
Oh, well, maybe I didn't. What I meant was grass canary. So grass canary, we've been told from our flora and fauna experts. We've got our statisticians, our biology experts there ready to feed us all of the information.
So this one's been a real slow burner so far. 16:40 on the clock. Not a lot to get carried away with points-wise at the moat. There's another look at one of our local arachnids.
Do you have arachnophobia?
Nope. Oh, I'm okay with those guys.
Yeah.
Broadly speaking.
We need to put 3 of them in our house so they can eat all the mosquitoes.
Got the geckos, haven't we, running up and down?
Yeah.
So they're good. They're, quite rapacious mosquito eaters, but obviously not quite enough geckos for our legs liking. Here goes Vinaya Torres on a wide one, as she will wind off the bottom and then crack a nice turn off the top. It's smooth from Vinaya as ever. There's a nice turn. She'll get a little hung up, but recovers it well. And again, just jamming down. And this is the best wave we've seen so far in this third heat of the day.
What was that? I mean, that wasn't a claim. It was like she's smiling. That was awesome. And I sound like a broken record.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Don't be too hard on yourself.
But I think I'm hard on these surfers because, yeah, there it is. Got the shot. There's Tamil Martino. Yeah, Tamil. But I would love to see some of the surfers and some of the girls have variety. The goofy footers going right with that backside turn. We talked about it in Mateus Salazar, especially in his 9. Aww. That's a post wave. Oh, look at this gem.
Claydon off the bottom, swinging on a glassy steep face. Uses the paddle for speed, maintains a low line. A little snap just in front of the pocket. And again, still jamming down on the inside bowl here, having a little look deep. Putting herself behind the section. Will she get one last crack of the whip? Through the inside, not really. So she'll just finish off eventually in there. So of those 2 waves, you'd be thinking Torres got a lot more done. And just in terms of using the full face of the wave and even the lip. Let's see how it goes score-wise. But Torres now has opened up her account finally.
And that's Laura Claydon's personal hair assistant, food preparations, and psych up expert. I believe that's Shay is her name. Oh, Vanya Torres.
Ooh.
Found a gem paddling back out. And just, again, doing that same turn. I'd love to see the variety. And, again, it's that crossbow. Oh, different claim. She likes that one, too. Tamil, let's see the still image of that again.
So nothing really in the opening 10 minutes. And then 2 scores for her in the last 60-odd seconds. 6-5 in for a previous wave. It's a great number for Vinaya. She was patient. It paid off. And she's backed herself up, finding something. Didn't even get all the way to the top of the point. And smashed out a score for a backup. Judges going to lock that in as she's going to be controlling this one. There we go. It's in already. 5-1-7. So judges wasting little time assigning that number. Claydon's job has got a lot more difficult now. 8-5-1 the requirement in a single wave. 13 to go.
Awesome to see 5 waves ridden so far between the 2 girls in the first half of this heat. Heat number 1, possibly a little bit slow. Heat number 2, a little bit faster. And we're in quarterfinal number 3, trying to set up the bottom end of the semifinals. Of course, we saw Izzy Gomez win quarterfinal number 1. Here's live action with Lara. Mid-face turn there. keeping the paddle. That's a replay, excuse me. And here's Lara again, keeping the paddle on her toe side. Then doing that turn that I think is overused. Keeping it on her toe side again. So I like that. Here's Banya's last wave. This was her 517. And that's the turn there. I think she'll get more power and spray just leaving it on the toe side. And this is a technical aspect of paddling that, some of these girls are being coached by in strategy, heat strategy, wave knowledge, and things like that. But there are technical aspects to paddling as well that can help you improve your surfing. And some of these small technical things, I think, are very, very important. And you kind of look towards, the guys that have been doing it for a lot longer. Again, bringing up the Salazar brothers, Wellington Race, these guys that are tearing it up on their backhand. And if you're trying to surf to that level, you look and see how they're able to execute those turns. And it's by leaving the paddle on your toe side. Not all the time, but just try it and see what happens. Who knows? You might do the best turn of your life. And that's what it's going to take for Lara Clayton to get that 851. She's basically is going to have to do the best turn she's done in competition. But yesterday we saw her perhaps upsetting the heat with Gabriela Steinfatha and Aline Arisaka. Oh, point Nike. Little polishing of his board so it looks good for the Brian Bielman photo.
Oh, he's not messing around at all. Making sure we're nice and hydrodynamic on the bottom there. Yeah, somebody else's shirt that he got from the surface area.
That's the way to do it for sure. This kid is just so awesome. He's just, exudes aloha, if that's possible. I can imagine what, someone like the Duke, he even kind of looks like the Duke a little bit, but he just exudes happiness. And Banya has been happy on her last two waves. We've seen some epic, I wouldn't call them claims. Well, maybe they are. Facial claims. It could be a whole new brand of claiming that she's come up with. Not the typical use of arms claim, but a facial claim.
Yeah, she seems pretty happy with the way things are going. A real patient start, quiet start. Well, not quite silent start, really. Didn't get anything done. And then just coming to life in the space of a minute, nailing down a 6 and a 5. And putting Clayton in a little bit of a situation so far. Does have time for two ways, of course. Let's think about that total. It is out of 20, so you're looking for 11, 6. A couple of 6s will do it. A couple of high 5s even. Here we go. So from under prio and sticking to this inside, here's a tactic from the Peruvian. She can afford just to kind of speculate, take some of these opportunities. Some of them do hit the reef nicely. Meanwhile, out the back, here goes Clayton with a nice first turn. It's much better from her in terms of the early work. And she'll just kind of clip this one. Just really kind of sticking on that back foot. Just kind of dragging those fins through the turn a little bit. And then she will finish down on the inside. Let's see how that goes score-wise. Waves now starting to fire up. That was a really nice bomb for Lara. And then that wave behind it just sort of detonating on the reef. No takers because Torres was still making her way back out. So now she will take a legitimate spot in the lineup. She was kind of hanging a little bit on the inside, which seemed to be a decent tactic. So she can get herself one of those bombs. 8.5 remaining, just under in this one. It is the Peruvian surfer on your screen at the moment. The red singlet. She's got the lead. See the split in scores. We're owed a number for the Hawaiian Lara Clayton. Judges will process on that and lock it in. Pretty sure it's not going to be the excellent number for first, but she can improve and bring that total down. She does marginally. She still needs an excellent number. It comes down slightly. So her last wave of 3.5. And now that requirement 8.18. Just absolutely beautiful scenes. Thanks for joining us online. It's the APP World Tour coming at you from the Barbados Pro. In the very famous, well-known wave of Soup Bowl. It's in a town called Bathsheba. and on the east side of the island of Barbados. And it is one of the most consistent surf spots you'll find anywhere. So we're getting a massive swell window here. You got trade swells coming out of the Atlantic from the northeast trades, blowing all the way across the ocean from the west coast of Africa. And of course we do have North Atlantic winter ground swells, which will spin down at us. Obviously the western edge of those depressions, where you get your northerly winds, so that's what will blow swell down at us. And those storms generally kind of start off in the middle of the ocean and track kind of north and east, generally speaking. So just offering us up a big window of opportunity for swell. And this is the most consistent side of the island, but there are waves all over. The western side, which is more of the Caribbean side of the island rather than the Atlantic. That will need a swell with a lot more north in it, but it wraps around. There's some beautiful waves up there. Even on the south side, there's some good waves. So plenty of different surf spots for kind of all abilities as well. You know, if you're relatively new to wave riding, don't be put off by the sharp coral out here. This is one of the heavier waves around, but there are a bunch of more user-friendly spots as well. Let's check out Lara Clayton here with a nice entry into this wave. Good bottom turn. Nice slash off the top as well. And she comes all the way out the top of that turn, which gives her a load of speed for her next one. And then she will swing around with a little jam back off the whitewater oncoming section. Nice little clip off the top. She kind of recovers that out with that kind of slightly wider, straighter legged style that she's got. Good wave from her. Much better. First turn really set her up for a nice second turn as well.
That was a great wave by Lara Clayton. And we talked about her possibly needing one of the best waves she's ever caught in an APP World Tour event. That was pretty close. She was very high up in the lip. She threw some spray, got her board on the rail as well. And I really like that cutback too when she came back and hit the whitewater. It's something we keep talking about with guys like Poi Nike and Benoit that are coming all the way back up into the lip on a cutback. So a great wave from Lara Clayton. There we see Gabriela, the Brazilian, coming up against Shakira, the 3-time consecutive ISA world champion. So Shaq has been dominant in the ISA surfing ranks, winning in great conditions in China, lackluster conditions in Denmark, and amazing conditions in Fiji. So really showing she's a complete surfer, and just hasn't been able to put it all together in the APP World Tour. She's looking for her first ever APP World Tour event win, and wouldn't this one be a great one to win?
Yeah, absolutely. First year, the APP Tour is coming to Barbados. We're locked in for next year as well, which is great news. Big shout out to Tourism Barbados for help making this event happen. And we'll be stoked to come back to the Caribbean as well next year. What an absolutely beautiful part of the world. As we see stack lines coming in. This is the northeast swell. Around about 10-second period. Around about 4 feet in size. And it's providing good conditions, if slightly longer lulls than we might have hoped for. Nevertheless, we've got good waves for our athletes to contest finals day. You see Torres with that foot right forward and on the rail for the takeoff. There's a good first turn from her. Really dynamic. She uses those legs. That's another great turn. This is really good stuff from the Peruvian. And again, a big clip off the top on a third maneuver. She'll come on the inside. I love the way she opened this one up, though. And just extending all the way through on the inside. She enjoyed that. How good was the opening on this wave?
That was, she hit the bottom, I think. Or no, maybe she was doing a Peruvian scream because she was stoked. It's hard to tell there, but oh my gosh, she opened up and continued with her flurry of turns there, just back to back to back. Bang, pow, shazam. That's exactly what happened in that order. And that's very committed surfing from Vanya. That wave was very steep as well, and so those turns up into the lip and through the lip on those steep sections was incredible. and her score is being rewarded accordingly.
717 for her. Big number and a huge requirement for Clayton. Here she is, 948. She's looking for good looking wave. And gets a little snap in before going down. That was a great looking wave. These last sets just been kind of getting better and better progressively. Manoa Torres was so impressive on that first maneuver. You saw she real kind of committed to her bottom turn. She dug in and then kind of came out of that coil and really loaded up the rail as she attacked the lip. And it gives it such a more kind of dynamic look to the maneuver when you can do that. And then one of those things, you get a good first turn, you put yourself high up on the section, you get that real little launch pad down into your next turn, so you get to go again speed-wise. Look at the way these waves are just sucking across the reef here. This one, it's a beautiful looking wave from the takeoff. Torres decides she'll take this one from about halfway out, 90 on the clock. She's streets ahead on the scoreboard in this one. And she just couldn't resist surfing that wave. Basically, I don't think that was much of a kind of a contest strategy. She was just like, I want this.
And why not? She's like, wait, I only have possibly 2 more heats left, semis and finals. And Vanya could shake things up in the World Tour, the world title race with a win here. That would kind of spread out the points as we think about the world title scenarios. Basically, it's Izzy's to win if she were able to win the event. But Shaq coming up in the next heat, if she can come up with 2 wins, she has the possibility of winning the world title as well. So Shaq is still in the world title hunt. And she's going to need a win here and also a win in the Canary Islands, depending on what Izzy does. This is just Vanya coming in from her heat a little bit early, but she knows Laura needs a 9.48, and she wanted to be the first one to the shower.
Yep, so bringing it in as we will count down. A job well done for Vania Torres, the Peruvian, and that's a very healthy heat total for a quarterfinal. And so she has secured her spot in the second semi. Who's going to join her? Well, we're going to battle it out between an Aussie and a Brazilian. And the water drone view will just show you how delicious that ocean surface is looking this morning.
Highest score of the event for Vanya on the women's side, so she's definitely trying to put her stamp on this semifinals to let everyone know that she's here to try and win her first event. Izzy's kind of been a little bit stingy with wins and not letting any of the other girls win. Out of 15 total events, Izzy has won 11. There you see the scoreline for Vanya, 7-1-7 and 6-5.
My takeaway from that, from what Torres did there, just showed how important it is to be patient when it's woman on woman. Don't take substandard waves. She was super patient. She didn't do anything for a significant portion of that heat. Waited for the opportunities. Back to self and her surfing when she found a bomb, and that's exactly how it played out. So no need to waste energy. Here goes Shakira. Early doors on this one. And she gets a couple of hits out the back and kind of a medium-sized wave. A good open up from her. She's still swinging down the reef here. She'll flop off through on an inside section. So a good open up. So important to finish your opening wave. She's done that with aplomb. And Gabriela Stamfata had a kind of semi-interested look at that wave, which just ran away a little bit soft. Didn't really stand up on the reef. So
she's got to stand. Speaking of standing, right here, I would call this a warning. And there she pushes it just a little too much. You know, there's definitely no waves around that we're going to break on her. So I think that she pushed it just a little bit, and we'll have a look at her first wave. You can see that one just a little bit safe, but a great turn nonetheless. That one, she threw it a little bit higher into the lip, and she banks one into the whitewater. And Shakira Westhorpe getting her quarterfinal campaign started.
All right, well, we'll wait for that score to lock in. In the meantime, we're going to go down and hear from Vania Torres, who's standing by with Evelyn.
So just bear that in mind, guys. 5-minute break.
And we're on the
between
beach
two.
with
We're gonna
Vania Torres,
set up
who's
some
just
judges and
advanced through her
whatnot.
quarterfinals heat, looking
Upper
fast
right
and fierce
white.
and just ferocious out there today, Vanya, as every day. So a lot of women are always asking about, like, what are the girls
Working
riding?
on
Can
the
you talk to us a
face.
little bit about your equipment?
Yeah, I ride a 611. I try to, like, my liters almost the same as my weight, so I don't sink on my board.
Yeah.
I'm actually a little bit, I would like a little bit more volume on my board, but I'm liking this board. I've been riding it since January, so yeah, I have to get new boards though.
Always.
Yeah.
Great. And is there anything about the swell today that you feel is significant? Has it changed at all?
Well, it's glassy conditions. I don't think they get that much here,
Right.
glassy conditions. I've seen some barrels. I think we're gonna have fun today. It's the best day, finals day.
Absolutely. It's barrel day down here at Soup Ball. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Evelyn. Great job from Vania Torres. Very happy with the work she got done there. Love the patient approach paying off. Good confidence as well. Backing herself to pick the best waves and surf them well. That's what she did. She ripped that heat for a big, big total. Coming in just under 14 points. So essentially average of a couple of sevens. That's good in pretty much any heat, anywhere, in any kind of competition. Looking real good value coming into the semis with some confidence. It is finals day on the APP World Tour. It's the Barbados Pro 2019 in association with C2C eyewear. That's eyewear made from not just recycled plastics, but plastics taken out of the marine environment and recycled, which is a super cool way of putting a sustainable product out on the market. And excellent quality lenses as well. So we're stoked to be associating on the APP World Tour with C2C. I thank them for their support, and of course Tourism Barbados, we've got to thank them for helping make this event happen. Look at this beautiful wave just setting up on the reef here at the Soup Bowl. Here goes the Aussie Shaq Westhorpe, just delaying her bottom turn, and hard to really see what went wrong there. Maybe she just delayed it a little too much, and then when she transitioned onto the rail, the wave did actually go a little bit flat, and just the kind of geometry of the wave face there wouldn't really let her get up to where she wanted to go with that turn. She'll go down. A little bit of a mistake from her. That was an opportunity to really apply further pressure, stamp some authority on this heat. Doesn't happen for her. 25 and 30 to go. Who's going to face Vania Torres?
We shall see, and it's Shakira hopes that it's going to be her, and there you can see her just slipping off there. Talking about the C2C eyewear and recycling products. It's kind of a recycled board for Shaq. She has had that board since 2015, that same exact board. It won the ISA titles in 2016 in Fiji and took a pounding. It won in 2017 in Denmark, and it's been had a couple of damages from from travel. So she actually retired it and then had a couple of boards and brought it out of retirement because that is her magic board. So Shaq is on her trusty 7.2 by 24, 68 liters. It's an old 2016 model. So a little bit of a Renaissance woman in sticking with what she likes and what's earned her world titles.
All right, here goes another set standing up. Priority with the Brazilian, and she will use it. Westhorpe does well to just avoid her there. She has to give way to Gabrielle, as she will climb high on a section, and what goes up must come down, but not necessarily on top of the board. That'll be an incomplete turn from her, so she'll let an opportunity go begging as well.
Man, we are just, we're talking about flora and fauna. We're talking about, the macro fauna, and we're also talking about the laws of physics.
The immutable laws of physics. So this is another look at just avoiding that interference from Shaq. What went wrong for Gabrielle here?
Well, she just, I think, mistimed that one just a little bit. She was trying to sneak in the 2-for-1 there and, had to cut her bottom turn short in order to try and go up into the lip. So it's a tough thing to do on waves like this, to abbreviate your turns in order to finish with that closeout section. So Gabriella trying to do just that. She needs something big in order to take down the likes of Shakira Westhorpe. Shaq also, we've talked about opening day. We haven't seen her surf in a couple of days, but she's a firefighter back home by trade. Many of these athletes, the stand-up paddling industry isn't quite there yet, where athletes can live off of prize money, sponsorship, and things like that. So, 95% of them have jobs, especially the ones that don't live at home. And Shaq fighting fires for a living.
For the moment, it's only commentary that's that lucrative that we could afford to just do nothing else. We do 4 events a year, and the rest of the time we're just training and vibing, doing yoga.
First class seats. We've got boards littered all over the world, custom boards wherever we want in the world. So that's the life of the announcer. And we get the best shirts around.
Yeah, and we don't even have to walk down the beach. We actually got a sedan chair as well, so we get carried whenever we want to go anywhere, because, it is sharp. And
Yep. We don't want to scuff up our feet.
So having a lot of fun out here in Barbados. So far, this one is close. Westhorpe only has a very minute throwaway number, though. So as soon as she gets a legit wave, she will apply pressure and take that lead back. She's basically only 0.1 of a point behind after one wave, essentially. She's got priority as well. Nice line stacking up. This swell has cleaned itself up a lot. Here it goes. Gabrielle Stanfata, the Brazilian, from underneath the priority of the Aussie. Jamming a first turn. Nice use of the rail. Just staying active on the board. Looking down the line at a section. A little set slash from her. And another of similar ilk. And she'll come down through an inside section. Looking for a little lip to hit. And a good finish on the end. So, under prio, not a bad wave.
Not a bad wave at all. Maybe a little bit slow, but she was able to execute some turns. The judges like to see you going fast. And with a fast reply, here is Shakira on an absolute bomb. And the drone angle actually makes it look smaller than it really is, but beautiful turn right in the pocket. You can see a little bit of spray right there. And Shakira continuing to drive down the line, carving cut back into the whitewater, and one more section to kind of float it up, and incomplete for Shaq. She did some work out the back, and she's going to need it because Gabriella just locked in a score of 4.27, which temporarily I would think moves her to the lead. We'll look at her last wave as she just carves right there, and this turn just kind of wiggles her way back into the power source of the wave, using that board speed to crank one more turn of similar fashion. And then that was probably the most committed on-rail turn. And then just staying busy for the remainder of the wave all the way into the channel. Currently in first place, but we just saw this ride from Shaq. And spit, did you see the spit right there? It hit her in the behind and just kind of bobbles a little bit there, but able to recover. And this cutback was nice right there. Shakira with a little more speed, and then just tries to float one up and over the whitewater. And we see basically nonstop action since that first heat. And look at Shaq paddling back out. She is fired up right now. That is a very, very high cadence for Shaq. And she is just mowing down Gabby right now on this paddle battle. Wow, that's why she is a racing world champion as well. And look at her. Gabby just turns and burns. But Shaq, she's coming here on fire.
Stanfata drives off the bottom. Again, nice use of the rail. It's just one section from her. So a quick opportunity.
That's a mistake for Gabby right there. You talked about the patience that you have to have. We saw Vanya showing the patience. And Gabby already had a couple of smaller waves. She needs to build on those scores now. And
score's going to come in, isn't it, for Shaq as well? It's going to be a good one. Probably put her up in the lead. This is just another look at this last one. We're still getting a number to come in, aren't we, for Shakira Westhorpe? When it does, probably put her up into first place. But there we go. Comes in as a 4.9. And it puts her up in the lead. So Stanfata, An error from her. She felt the hot, keen breath of
did.
Westorp on the nape of her neck. And she didn't like it. She decided to catch a wave.
I'm out of here.
Which is a good way to move yourself physically from any situation, but she can't make it pay in terms of points. And it will leave Westorp now with the lead and with Prio with just under 13.5 on the clock.
Shaq possibly looking at the left. I believe, last night I saw Mateus Salazar land 2 really good airs and then complete it with a couple of turns. So I can tell you the goofy footers, some of these rights aren't quite bending all the way into the channel. The lefts, if you can get speed for an air, maybe one more, and then a huge closeout section because you've got this right coming from down the beach. So I believe there's some points on offer on the lefts as well. And quiero decir hola a las personas que mirando de México, papas. ¿Qué pasó, papas? Y también Alex Maldonado, mi hermano de Puerto Rico. Unfortunately, no Puerto Ricans left in the tournament, but Alex, you'd be proud of your young protege, Maximilian Torres, who did quite well in the under-18 and the Opens. Scored one of the highest scores of the entire event and got into the excellent range. And Annette Vinskard. Annette, we miss you. She's all the way from the island of Denmark, I believe, and she participated in the event in New York. So, Annette, I'm saying hello to you in English, but I wish I knew how to say it in Danish. Hello. It is hello. And Lidio Silva, I did see as well, I think it's Gabriella's mother or sister, Via Steinfatha, is watching as well. Pretty much in every single heat, as we look at the Facebook Live comments and we can see sometimes who's joining in, lots of family members. And that's one of the cool things about this webcast and bringing the action. These athletes are away from home, but their family gets to tune in and see why they're not at home.
Absolutely. And they're tuning in to Liquid Sunshine out of Barbados Saturday morning here in the Caribbean. And loving life as we wrap up the Barbados Pro in dreamy conditions. It's a little smaller. Maybe we were hoping for a touch bigger and swell, but we'll take this. It's sort of head high in the 4 foot, 1.5 meter range. It's a nice thick ground swell, some good long period interval. Hitting the reef sweetly here at Soup Bowl. Absolute glass on the face, which is beautiful. And here goes Westorp using that priority, the heat leader. She'll look to apply pressure here with a slightly tentative opening turn. I thought she could have gone a bit harder maybe on that one. Nevertheless, she will maintain that momentum down to a second pretty similar turn. Now in here, she'll keep swinging. Really, points are available mainly out the back. These softer sections in here, see a lot of athletes spending a lot of time in there, committing time and energy for not a great deal of points on offer. The section is, a third of the size of out the back?
And a third of the speed because of the size and how deep it is there. There's a lot of shallow sections, but it gets deep there as well, which means the wave fattens up. So I think you said it perfectly. Definitely about a third of the size, which also dictates the speed.
Gabrielle on an absolute bomb here. She's found herself a great-looking wave. Can she use it? There's a nice hit off the top. Just a short turn, though, from her. A little bit more rail engaged on the second maneuver. She's dealing with the white water from the previous wave ridden by Shaq. And she has had to go kind of slightly deeper on the reef here to hope it stands up. And she'll just kind of tickle it a little bit on the inside. Real angry maneuvers in there for her. So a couple of redirects out the back. And short turn to finish.
And if I can, as we watch Shaq, a little bit tentative, like you said, but that wave was pretty steep, so maybe she saw the bottom of the reef there. And you can see her kind of shake her head. I think her paddle got stuck in her leash a little bit, but midway through that turn, you saw her kind of shake her head, knowing that maybe she could have gone a little bit more aggressive. But this one by Gabby, you talked about it being short, and I'd like to explain what you mean. That one was a little bit more rail engaged. So the judges like to see the rail engaged for a longer period of time, and that's showing more power and commitment in your turn. So Gabby just a little short with her turns. The judges want to see that rail engaged for as long as possible.
So a little exchange there. And again, be thinking probably the better of that going the way of Shaq Westorp.
Oh, love that. Now with the wind gone, you can really see the bottom. That is beautiful. That's where we're at right now. This is just amazing. You can't even tell where the bottom is, where the water starts. Sorry, I just am absolutely amazed.
Yeah, it's beautiful out here in Barbados. It really is just a paradise. Water sports enthusiast of any kind. Bunch of great ways. A bunch of other cool stuff to do as well. Go snorkeling or scuba diving. There's some cool cat sailing trips that I've seen operating out of the south of the island. Bunch of cool nature trails as well. Some historic monuments dating back as far as the 17th century over on the west side, where the capital is Bridgetown. Just an epic place to come on a surf trip, on a vacation. We're taking it all in here, and just very privileged to be out here in Barbados. It's finals day though, so attention's down very much to the serious business of APP Tour points, prize money, potentially, Anthony, world titles today.
Potentially world titles, and a lot of times we don't talk about the prize money, but that is a huge part of it. $30,000 up for grabs for the men and women. And we talk about our world title race. Shaq is still in the race. She needs a heat win here, and she needs an event win to get back into the game. Fiona possibly ending her world title hopes with an exit in the quarterfinals. She'll need a combination of things to happen in order for her to potentially win the title. She'll have to have Izzy lose in the next round and have Izzy lose again early in the Canary Islands, along with her winning the Canary Islands. So Fiona kind of still an outside shot, but I think this last, her exit in the quarters, maybe crushing her world title hopes. Shaq, currently with 2 third-place finishes, is right in the world title race. She's trying to see who has priority, I believe. And she does have priority. Shaq Kira Westhorpe from the Gold Coast of Australia. And she's been one of the girls that has been involved in stand-up since the beginning of the sport, winning the first big Battle of the Paddle race back in 2010, and was thrust on scene as one of the fastest. So yeah, she was checking for a priority. Just gave her signature thumbs up. And then Shaq she was so good at the races in the surf because she comes from a surfing background and surf lifesaving in Australia. She's been able to transition her racing prowess and combine her shortboard surfing skills into being one of the most decorated surfers in the ISA World Championships. Like we've mentioned, her 3 consecutive titles, and she's won over Izzy Gomez, one of the few girls to take down Izzy Gomez in any event, and did it in dramatic fashion back in Fiji on that same board that she's riding right there. And Shaq really pushing the limits of what the females can do. You know, in every sport you have those certain females that just kind of going beyond, pushing the limits, blurring the lines between men and women as far as commitment and degree of difficulty of maneuvers. And Shaq definitely is one of those girls doing that. If you follow her on social media, you know, not a lot of girls, they can post some cool surfing shots, but not a lot of barrels. And Shaq loves to get tubed as much as anyone. And she might be looking at this next wave. It's got a little double up.
Westhorpe keen for this one, and she gets on it and goes just under the lip with the first turn, and a nice second hit from her, cranking off the bottom again, pushing all the way through the lip. Sort of quiet paddle work from her, keeping it toe side, pleasing Anthony, and finishing off strong.
It does please me, yes. And I think it really, lets you use the paddle for what it's for. You're not just poking it in the water. You're planting it in the water. You really want to use it as a pivot point to accentuate the turn that you were already doing. And I think people more just kind of dangle it in the water. And especially that third turn where she really dug her paddle in and slid the fins out a little just to try and show some variety to hopefully drop her low score of a 5.
All right, Gabrielle here with a chance to get back at this. Just over 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Great first turn from her on a nice looking wave. See the speed? She's chattering off the bottom. It's a great opening section. What she got here through the inside, this is crucial. This pans out in the context of this heat and her continued participation. She will go down on an inside. She doesn't get much happening, but it was a nice first section. I really liked her line into that one. It just stood up pretty sweetly there, nice and steep. She got some good attack going into that. Can sometimes see our surfers do a deep bottom turn, kind of almost avoid the juice on that first section, kind of wait a little bit and go a little bit wise after the event with the first turn. That one, she got up pretty quick. Slightly smaller wave though, but nice and critical. 2.5 to go. Westop in the lead still. And with a number to drop as well for each of our surfers. So from that last exchange, let's see where it puts us for potentially a dramatic finish. Stan Fatter would have loved to get an inside bowl on that wave. They had a good opening. Kind of fizzled out a little bit for her. So at the moment, well, it is looking like it's Shakira with at least 1 foot in that second semi-final to meet Vania Torres, the Peruvian. Let's see how it plays out. Judges are going to process. Well, that number has gone up for Westorp. It's an improvement. And Stan Fatter now 8-8. So number dropped in. So the 717 in for Westorp. Have we got a last score in as well? So it comes in.
Still waiting for one more judge.
For one more judge. It's not going to be anything like the number she needs. She'll kind of maybe come close to what she's already got on the board, but nothing like the kind of significance. She needs an excellent score now, 90 on the clock, and Westop's look good value there.
We're
improving her wave scores as she goes through the heat, just nudging that score up. And 717, what a great time to nail that score.
And she's just, she started her heat early on a smaller one. Some like to be patient, like we saw Banya. Some like to get their heat started. And both strategies work at times, so I can't say that one is better than the other. Typically, being patient helps, and especially for Vanya. But I think when you have the history of Shaq, you can really put pressure on by getting an early score. Something that Sean Pointer likes to do. And if nothing changes in the next 30 seconds, we're going to have a goofy-footed semifinal in the bottom half of the draw and a regular foot semifinal in the top half of the draw. So it will be goofy versus regular in the final. And we're also having a consolation final to round out 3rd and 4th place. So it looks like Shaq will be meeting Vanya in the goofy semi. And Ibaya, Moreno, and Izzy Gomez in the regular foot semi. And next up, we are moving on to the men's action. Poi Nike Rioja versus Benoit Carpentier. S'il vous plaît.
All right, that's going to finish things up. And well done to both of our athletes there, Gabrielle and Shaq. It is the Aussie, Shakira Westorp, who will take her spot in the semis. It's the Barbados Pro 2019 live action, beamed to wherever you are around the world. We're stoked to have you tuned in to our 3rd stop of 4 on the APP World Tour. There is a chance of world titles. There's talk of it. There's a little whiff of world title silverware in the air here in Barbados today. There it is. Official result, the Aussie with a pretty significant margin of victory against the Brazilian. That'll wrap things up for the time being for the women's draw. And we are going to go QF heat number 1. Your world number 1, Poi Nike Raya out of French Polynesia, taking on Benoit Carpentier of France. And that's the way it's going to pan out for our first quarter-final. And we talked about the world title significance briefly on the women's side. We're going to revisit that topic. A very similar scenario. We've already lost our world number 2 before this round as well. So we saw Louise Denise bow out yesterday. Big opportunity for Poinaki. This is a great time for Gabrielle. This is after she's bringing this one in. If only she brought that during the heat.
You can see her head. She was thinking the same exact thing. So even if you're going to lose your heat, that's the way to do it. Get a good wave after the heat. And Gabriella on that borrowed board from Louise Denise. She's going to be relegated to the rum punch section of the competitors area.
So Benoit Carpentier, what's he going to need to do here? He's coming up against the world number 1. Coming up against Poinaki. What's Benoit got to get done?
He's got to have, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And he's very good, but he's going to need a little bit of luck as well. And what I mean by that, he's just going to have to put himself on the best waves. He's very capable. His turns maybe not as dynamic as Poinaki, but if he can get on those better waves, Benoit got a nice tube ride and Sunset Beach, so he's no stranger to looking for and finding tubes. So he's definitely going to have to play this very smart and have a little bit of luck go his way. Perhaps the giant squid, if the giant squid were to grab Poinaki's board because it's so deep, and Poinaki has a couple of uncharacteristic falls, that would help Benoit's campaign as well. But exciting quarterfinal action for the women, and looking forward to seeing what the men can bring in these next 4 heats. And right away, we've got sex on the horizon. It is on, Paul.
Poinaki, world number 1, opens up this first men's quarterfinal. Driving off the bottom, big hammer off the top to open things up. Deep bottom turn. Second turn's even bigger with a load of spray. There's a rail jam, figure 8, rebound roundhouse, and have another. And that is how you open up a heat in the quarterfinals. Start strong, finish strong.
And remain standing after the wave and paddling out. So this is great surfing from Poinaki to open up the men's quarterfinals and just going to town on that one. So first stop, Shred Town. Second stop, Boom Town. And Benoit Carpentier is going to have to answer back. I mean, what a great start. Just barely a minute gone on the clock, and Poinaki just straight into a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the way he attacked on that. Second turn, just pushing a little harder. Throws so much spray. He's got those real kind of thick, chunky legs as well, doesn't he? It gives him so much power. He's displacing a big surfboard there. Obviously, the volume of a board being equal to the amount of water that displaces, meaning you're going to need some power and some push to cut chunks out of the Atlantic Ocean on these boards. That's exactly what Poinaki is bringing us. So showing a strong opening, 4 turns, 2 in the lip, 2 on the face. Let's see how the arithmetic works out for our judging panel. They're going to give that a number. Kind of set the tone for this one. So we're thinking maybe slightly north of mid-range. Not going to get carried away overly, but somewhere in that region. A good upper mid-range score, something like that, to set things off. We'll leave, of course, Carpentier with Pryor in the lineup. He's going to need to find himself some good waves out here. 2 best waves counting, of course. If you can get yourself on the best waves in these 25-minute clashes, you're giving yourself half a chance. The other thing as well, if you get yourself on a wave, it means your opponent's not riding it. Let's check out Poinaki, who looks kind of keen here, so maybe having a think about a little speculation under Pryor of Benoit. Doesn't go on that particular occasion.
But he definitely had a look. And Poinaki, he races occasionally, and he's actually one of the faster paddlers that we have on tour. And he's listening for a score, 8.33.
Wow, okay, so much better than we were kind of speculating.
Wow. So that's actually Poinaki's first score in the excellent range. And I think what they're going to like is the combination of maneuvers. So that paddling right there is perhaps not allowed because he's out the back and should not be prone paddling. So Poinaki Rioja just repositioning in the lineup. You see Benoit actually standing. So why was this an 8.33? That turn right there, super critical, carrying lots of speed. I think it was the speed and the critical nature of that second turn. And these cutbacks, they weren't huge maneuvers, but I think the fluidity and how high in the lip they were added to that score. And here he is, live action.
Here goes Poinaki. Second wave for him. Little hammer to open up with. And again, similar turn but bigger. So very much similar to the first wave in terms of a turn repeated, but with more emphasis the second time around. On and inside, he'll drift those fins in the Saturday morning sunshine in Barbados. And he's up to a healthy lead already. We have the first two waves ridden, both by him.
Oh, Benoit. He had to have seen the fins just going, oh my goodness. So this turn opens up and you think, oh wow, that's really sick. And then you see this turn right there, just huge spray, total control, fins drifting. That is just phenomenal surfing from Poinaki on a smaller wave. And he gets so much power and speed. And then how's this ending right there? You see the nice footwork using the paddle to lay back on. And that was a 2+2+1. So 2 open face, 2 cutbacks, and 1 finishing turn.
All right, while we wait for that score to lock in, let's go down and hear from our fourth semi-finalist. Confirmed her spot in the last quarter. It's Shaq Westorp, and she's down with Evelyn.
Okay.
And we're on the beach with Shakira Westorp, who's just working her way through her rounds, approaching that finals round today here at Soup Bowl down at the Barbados Pro-Am. Shakira, you've been surfing like you're just on top this year. Is there something different that you're doing? I mean, you're always just such a shredder and just an incredible athlete, but is there something different that you're doing to get ready for these events?
Not really. I've been shortboarding a lot at home because the waves haven't been that good for SUP. And I've been actually mountain biking. I fell in love with mountain biking and I've come off a few times, but not too injured. But yeah, stoked to have made another semi. I haven't got out of this semis this year, so I'll be stoked to try and make it through the next one. But on the other side of the draw, Izzy and Ibaya are definitely pushing the limits out here. So, I mean, that's going to be a really sick semi to watch. Hopefully it pumps for them. But, yeah, hopefully I can make the final with one of those two. I'd be stoked.
So is this, everybody's been so enthusiastic about Barbados. Is this one of your favorite stops on the tour?
Yeah, because even when the waves haven't been, like, that good, like, onshore, it's still been really contestable, really bowly on the inside. And, I mean, you can see from behind with the boys right now, like, the performance of everyone's is just like really high. The waves are allowing us to do our best surfing, and yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
Thanks so much, Shaq. Back to you guys at the booth.
Great job, Shakira Westorp. Thanks, Evelyn. Good, thorough debrief there from the Aussie. Stoked to make it through. And look at that scoreboard already with just shy of 8 minutes gone. Your world number one, Poinaki Raihoa, has put up a massive heat total, 16.16 already. Unanswered points from the Tahitian. Putting a deep combo on Benoit Carpentier at the moment. So the Tahitian allowed to start deeper. Get in the first opportunity. After he rode that wave, he liked the look of a wide one. He went for one, didn't get it. Found himself a wave shortly after. And lit that one up too for 7.83. And he is streets ahead in this one. And already Carpentier's pretty much just paddled out. He's got his work cut out.
In 7 minutes time, Poinaki's put up scores that have been the top. And here he is again. He's just going to town out there and having fun on that turn. Just comes off. But he is just so tough to beat. Because even on those smaller inside ones, he's one of those guys that can, I wouldn't call it manufacture a score, like just throwing a big air or something is a way to manufacture. He earns each and every one of his scores, and here's Benoit trying to earn a score.
Oh, nice jam off the top for his first turn. And again. And it's nice and controlled and precise surfing from the Frenchman, as he will use that paddle to build up a bit of speed for an inside section as well. So it's a reasonable wave from him. It's pretty decent, really, the way he rode that, but he needs better than reasonable and pretty decent. He basically needs to go up into the excellent range, certainly in terms of a total. How's that first hammer? Oh, nice amplitude from that turn.
Boom. Very similar to Poi Nike because the second turn was better than the first turn. So opening up a little bit more on the second turn.
So that felt much, much better for Benoit, as he at least puts himself on the scoreboard. If it's better than a 6-1-6, he'll be at a combo. That'll mean his requirement for the lead will be just one wave. If it's less than that, he'll still will need a pair of waves. Starting off combo isn't really where you want to be. He's still got plenty of time in this. 1440, that prior will switch to this man. He's already gone real big in terms of points. Let's see what he's got left. He can afford to be pretty selective now as well. He doesn't really need to go on a wave unless it's offering at least an 8. I suppose when you're the world number 1, any wave you paddle into probably offers an 8 though.
It's so true. It's so true.
Hey guys, after this heat, we're going to take a commercial break and we'll record any waves in the background that happens.
So talk about his family being here and supporting him, and he's got his girlfriend back home watching, and she's always the first one that he thanks when doing his post-heat interviews. And along with his sponsors, it helps having someone like Air Tahiti Nui, an airline, as your sponsor to help you to get to events. And it helps to win prize money as well. So if you're getting in those top 3, like Poi Nike's done, he can go home with a little bit of cash for the family. Got to put food on the table, right, Sai?
All right, what do we got here? Poi Nike looks keen on this one. Benoit says, you know what, you don't want it? I do. Thanks very much. Smart move to take this wave. Wow, great first turn from the Frenchman in white. Second one is a little bit later, and that wave will kind of fizzle out a little bit right behind him. Here goes Poi Naki, and he will go down on that first turn. He'll drift the fins and can't quite get them to re-engage. So Benoit had a great first attack there, and then that wave not offering up anything else. It's probably why Poi Naki let it go, but I like the way Benoit stayed in contention for that one, kept a close eye. As soon as he realised Poi Naki wasn't going, he snaffled it up, which is the kind of stuff he needs to do. He's going to need to hustle a little bit. He's going to need to stay busy and active. He's going to really need to try and squeeze every opportunity. How's that for a turn?
That one was sick, and he opened up beautifully on that one. Second turn, very committed. Maybe just a little bit late. And right behind him was Poi Nike. You can see that rail bogged a little bit on the bottom turn and affected his flow off the top and his front foot rail. Little turtle right there getting in on the action. Today might be a day to swim out there with the goggles to go see the turtles. So he needs a perfect score, Benoit does, unless he can better that 617. I think that second wave that we just saw the replay might be better than a 617, but we shall see.
Just 2 turns. First one was super critical. Second one, as you mentioned, a little bit late. It's a nice turn, a relatively routine kind of a turn. Climbing up over already foaming white water rather than taking on a throwing lip, which is always more technical to do, getting the transition of the wave up there where it's tight on the coping.
Poi Nike looking for a update. And those two are friends and obviously speak the same language, French. I wonder if that last wave, Benoit may be asking, hey, are you going? Are you going? He's like, nah. And that enabled Benoit to go and possibly get a score. I think it's always great when you can communicate out there if you're friends, but if you are rivals and you are one of those cagey competitors that likes to kind of put your opponent under duress, then you may want to sell waves and things like that. But sometimes you see two friends when they're in the heat just kind of communicating like you do in a free surf. Hey, you going? Nah, go ahead and go. Or, yes, I'm going. Still waiting for a left, so we'll see if that rings true at all today. But I believe there are some scores available. That is from my backseat driving, though.
Second number in for Carpentier. Gets a 5-0-3 for that. So his situation remains the same. That's just a backup number for him. And his requirement, a perfect 10. To take the lead currently, if he does that. You need to show us the best stuff we've seen. We haven't had any 10s yet. We've come close. Maybe finals day will deliver. Benoit Carpentier has been on the back foot in this one from the very beginning. Boinaki really relentless in applying that pressure. Putting a couple of big scores up early on. Here goes Benoit. Having a look on an inside number from under the priority of the Tahitian. It's a good first turn, but certainly on these kind of clean-up days with a bit more legit glassy ground, so the inside waves aren't doing as much, are they? Really is quite a big difference between the legit bombs out the back and the inside ones. On slightly more kind of crossed-up, scrappier days, there were opportunities in there to get scores. But today, it does really seem like you're going to kind of need to get yourself a legit set from the peak.
And what's it going to take to get a 10? Well, possibly, as we look at a replay, that turn and put you on your way. But I think you're going to have to get tubed. And typically when you are in a tube, you come out with a lot of speed. And then you must come out with a huge turn right out of the tube. And then basically finish the wave off. But I think tube ride to possible aerial combination scenario, or a tube ride to power turn, something like that, because with our 3 judges in the panel, there has to be a unanimous 10. Can't have 2 judges throw a 10, 1 throw a 9, 8. If you average it out, it does not average to a 10, so it's got to be unanimous. And here we go. Can this be a tube ride 10?
Here goes Poinaki. Wow, super vert. The nose goes down, but this is what he can afford to do now. He's got a total in the excellent range. So he's scoring above 16 points. So what he can afford to do is just push the limits. And there's no point in going safety for him. If he gets anything less than an 8, it's not even going to go in his top 2. So he can just attack. And what that means is if he goes down, it doesn't really matter. And if it comes off, well, he is going to unlock real big points and make the situation even more difficult for Benoit Carpentier. That's why he's the world number 1, not only for his surfing ability, but the ability to compete. With a good read on the various tactical nuances about where he is exactly in various situations. At the moment, he's in a great place. And he looks like he's enjoying himself as well. And he can probably, he's not going to relax in the seat at all. He knows what a fierce competitor Benoit Carpentier is. But at the same time, he can just kind of mentally, just kind of slow his mind down a little bit and just kind of narrow in. All right, if it's not an excellent score, I don't even need it. It's not even going to help me, which is a great place to be.
And the good thing about, really going for it on that first turn is if you fall, you're just very close to the lineup as well. So you don't, lose any ground on that sort of thing. And there's no priority up on the board right now, but we do know that Benoit has it. Here's Poinaki just having a playful time out there, throwing the tail. And once again, this is not going to go in his scoreline, but he's a Grom still, just having fun. He locked in those first 2 scores in the first 6 or 7 minutes. Hasn't had a wave better than those first 2 in the last 10 minutes. So just staying busy. He enjoys surfing, so I think kind of having fun out there. And like you said, a little bit of pressure taken off of him with those 2 giant scores, and Benoit basically needing a 10. And you can just see the style right there. He's got so much style as well. And surfing, that's his 8.0 that he rides, which is quite a bit bigger than any of the other boards, but somehow is still able to go critical and vertical with his turns.
Yeah, definitely getting the momentum out of that bottom turn. Just aiming all of that at the lip. Gives him massive amounts of spray. Does have those powerful legs we mentioned earlier as well. That certainly helps too. And looking very, very accomplished. And looking good for a spot in the semi. And dare we say, Koinaki could be 2 heats away from a world title.
From his first world title. I mean, he's also an emotional kid where I can just picture it now. Him and his grandparents tearing up. Me tearing up because I think I've been part of his success through the years because I lent him some fins once in Huntington. So
claiming that.
I'm a part of this ascension to the top because I once lent him a set of fins in Huntington.
What fins were they?
They were FCS. They were the I believe the Almeric models.
Okay, the AM1 or AM2?
Yep, the AM2s.
Okay.
The large, I think he had the mediums and he needed the larges.
Wide base. Narrowish tip.
Yep. You know the fins. You know them well. Oh, there's Tamil Martino. He's psyched. Getting ready for his quarterfinal matchup. He's got a tough task at hand against the in-form Wellington Race, coming off a fantastic emotional victory over Luis Dingis in yesterday's round 3 matchup to end the round 3 for the men. So, yeah, pretty much since I lent him those fins, I mean, look where he is today. So,
hey, there's no such thing as a coincidence, man. You know?
And there could have possibly been a fin key there, too. That was before the snap-in models. This is, back in 2014 or 2015, and gave him a FCS key as well, so that's probably been the key to his success.
I don't know if everyone else knew this and just not me. I only very recently discovered you can put FCS 1 in a FCS 2 plug if you just put the grub screws in. I had no idea. And everyone was dissing me because I had plastic FCS 2 fins in. I was like, well, these are the only ones I got. All my other fiberglass ones are FCS 1, and then after about 4 years, someone said to me, you can just put the other fins in there. Tiny mind blown.
That's funny because I didn't know until somebody told me either, but it wasn't a 4-year.
Keep that secret?
I know, you feel like it should be out there.
Why do they do that to us?
They like to blow our tiny little minds. And 3 minutes to go. And in our first quarterfinal matchup, Benoit needs a perfect score.
So just ease it into a beautiful blue suit bolt wave, and he overcooks. Keep with the culinary analogy, overcooks it slightly on that first turn. It just looked beautiful as he eased in, almost got up right on the nose there with that forward stance.
Is that Brian Tama? Who is that? Benoit. He's got to pretty much let it all loose right now.
So a couple of minutes on the clock, 2:20 to be precise, still the lead with the world number 1. Koinaki Ryo is looking pretty good for a semi-final spot. Well, he's 2 heats away from, if he wins the next 2 heats, he is the world champion. We can confirm that much. If he gets second in the final, we'll work it out and crunch that number as well. But we know if he wins, we can just tell you what we do know. If he wins, he's the champ. Second in the world, Luis Dingis lost out yesterday. Let's check him out here. Ryo, bang off the top. Nice amount of grip and slide. And just pushes that one on a second turn, and he'll go down. And I think he's just going to probably save those energy reserves right now. Just over 90 on the clock. He's got a strong lead. And he can afford. Probably just watch this one out from the channel right now. Let's have a little look at that last wave.
Boom. I mean, just so critical. And trying to get a little more aggressive on that second turn. Wave gets a little funky for him. And he goes off. And just look at this clean line for Benoit Carpentier. And he's going to send this one up and through the lip. Right out of that one. So that's a great looking wave for Benoit. Unfortunately, too little too late. He's looking for a perfect 10. And Koinaki set the tone early. and his first 2 waves still in the scoreline. And there you see Benoit from a different angle. And boom, that's a great timing right there. And able to use the paddle as a brace and a great exit.
Yeah, really nicely done. Massive closeout hit. Sweetly timed, as you said. Poinaki will take his place out the back. And this will be his last effort. 30 on the clock. He is up. Adjust those feet into his stance. There's that bottom turn. And there is another one that he'll let go off the top.
That one was kind of fun. He like slid down like a slide. That was really cool.
So that'll wrap it up for our first quarterfinal for the men. As he jams off the top. Goes down in the whitewater here at the Soup Bowl. Barbados Pro 2019 quarterfinal action. It's finals day. Let's remind ourselves how our first men's quarterfinal went down. Well, this man here just started off strong and never looked back.
Never looked back, opening up with 2 huge turns. And these cutbacks are just absolutely picture perfect. Coming all the way back in, rebounding off the whitewater. Benoit looking really good, but he needed to do some excellent surfing to match Poinaki Rioja, current world number 1. And Benoit really taking this one all the way down the line and finishing off with a flurry of turns. And Poinaki absolutely tearing apart that second turn. That was his big score. And these 2 waves were early on in the first 6 minutes of the heat. And the rest of the heat, no pressure, all fun. And he's all smiles right now.
Poinaki Rioja wrapping things up and keeping that world title charge alive. It's finals day here in Barbados. It's scintillating action. Join us for more of it. Quarterfinal 2 coming at you live right after this break.
And let's run into a commercial break, guys. If you didn't, sorry, I didn't hear.
Come from a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. We'll search a million places, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to my place, oh yeah. With arms wide open. This place here is the sweetest place. My culture, you can eat arms wide open. Promise you'll never be the same. Show you how we done celebrate.
listening to the interviews. Bant Roediger looking for the tube ride, and he spent a lot of time in the Marshall Islands on breaks just like this, and looking for a little bit of shade. It is very hot out there. We've actually heard the competitors talking about how hot it is because their energy is going, their heart rate's up very high just from the competition. But when you're in the water, it is equally as hot, possibly hotter. Best place to be, in the shade. And out there, the only shade is in the tube. Bant Roediger logging the first tube ride for the men, having a chat with Brian Bielman. Hey, Brian, did you get that tube? Well, of course I did, Bant. And there you see a score for Lecco, dropping bombs.
7-7-3 in for the 2012 World Champ. And an epic way to open up. Close to the excellent range.
Oh, yeah, no audio. Oh, Rick Moore's got audio. We're back on, I guess. So we've had a little bit of audio troubles that are now working. So it's all about one button. You know, someone accidentally clicks a button, and what happens is our producers are on it, but it's when somebody else comes into the room and says hi. And here's Bant checking that turn, pumping down the line, stalling for the tube. You can see him holding that paddle sideways. Maybe there is an exit if he stayed a little bit higher. But I don't know. What do I know about tube riding? All I know is I am a great barrel dodger. One of the greatest.
Let's go down to a debrief with Poinaki Raioba. Dominant in the first quarterfinal. He's standing by down the beach with Evelyn.
On the beach with a big favorite Tahitian rider, Poinaki Raioha, who is just marching through these rounds as we approach the men's semifinals. Poinaki, can you tell us what's going on? What goes through your head out there during the heats? What are you thinking about? Where's your focus?
If I don't stress, I'm good. And if I stress, no good for me. Myself, not well.
Okay,
so I'm very happy to make it to the next round, the semifinals. So yeah.
You just took out Benoit Carpentier, who is truly one of the great athletes on the tour. Do you have any words to say about Benoit?
Yeah, it's a very good hit with Benoit. It's hard, he's very good, and he's a good friend. And I want to say thanks to all my family, my girlfriend, my friend, all my sponsors for support. Marururo.
I like that he looked at me when he said friend. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Evelyn. Great job, Poinaki. Just ripped it out there. So, no world title chat on that interview, but we're speculating on it hard, as is always. Commentators, we like to sort of ham up the drama. It's potentially going to go down here in Barbados. If he wins his next two heats, he is the world champion, taking that home to Tahiti. And just stop 3 of the tour. He'll have an unassailable advantage with if he wins here, 2 firsts and a second. Can't get, well, you can get slightly better than that, but no one else can this year with the way results have gone. So if he nails a win, which means winning his next 2 heats, he is the world champion for 2019. See how that plays out. So far in this one, the Brazilian Salazar, he's a former world champion. He's got a ton of experience. He looks really relaxed as well. You see some surfers some athletes who seem to be carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders as they kind of get ready and really feeling the pressure. Bernd, it's very much a cruisy character. But certainly Salazar just looks like he's kind of in a comfortable place with his surfing. His confidence pretty good. And he already throws a big score up. That just adds further confidence to you, allows you to just breathe and kind of take your time, put yourself in that good positive headspace where you want to be, and expending the minimum of energy, all ready for a good score. Ready to go. What's he got to do? He's just got a couple of small throwaways. Hasn't really found himself a good wave as yet. A little attempt at a tube. It's going to be pretty difficult to get tubes out here. There's no offshore wind. It's not really flaring open. You can pull in. It's going to be hard to come out. Let's see his approach on this wave from under the priority of Leco Salazar. Nice driving pump from the bottom turn. That's a great dynamic hit off the top. Nice little stab in the pocket. He'll keep going down the line. There we go. With a roundhouse jam in the pocket. So a smooth, softer inside wave, but some smooth rail work from him. Nice transitions. I love this first bottom turn. Almost kind of faded first, didn't he? And came from behind, but with that smaller wave, is that going to cost him points-wise?
Well, we have a look at that fade, and he comes up right there, airdrop back down, and then back again for one more turn. Nice transition, nice combination there into a third kind of check turn, swooping, carving, cut back, and aggressively coming off the whitewater there and just digging that front rail on his closing maneuver. So it's going to be hard to compete with the 7.73. Currently, Bant moves into the lead, earning a 5.83 with that score. But the 7.73 for Leco is just a single wave score. So Leco playing the patient game because he is waiting for a certain particular type of wave. He's been spending a lot of time out in the water and knows what he's looking for. So he's put himself on a very good opener and will need to back that up. And Bant's going to try and stay busy under the priority. And talking about the tube rides, I think with some of the limiting factors that you mentioned, like the offshore winds being non-existent, it's going to take one of those bigger waves to have enough room for them to actually come out. We've seen 3 barrels ridden so far, first by Izzy Gomez and also Ibaya with a barrel attempt. She didn't really get as much inside the barrel. And then, of course, Bant Roediger getting tubed as well, but unable to come out. Here's Leco having a look. Bant says, "Thank you very much. I'll go."
All right, up and riding goes the Hawaiian. Bang off the top. Deals with some turbulence. Nice hit there under the lip. A little head flick to emphasize the point. And he'll finish up with a pretty kind of straight floater. So no real inside runner section. You do see the 2 distinct sections there from that pattern of white water. There is that little gap between the two. Let's have another look here from under prio. He is taking risks, which we like to see.
Extremely vertical on that first turn, very bouncy. See him leaning back on the tail, the patented Bant Roediger hair flick, and then positions himself nicely for that closing turn. He did a great job finding a nice line to close out that wave. He's trying to better his low score of a 4. Currently in the lead, but Leco's 7.73 is just from 1 wave. Bant has 2 scoring waves and going to lock in a third one. So playing the patient game with about 14 minutes gone in the heat. Leco Salazar with just 1 wave ridden. And he is just waiting out the back. And the longer you wait, you're putting pressure on yourself as well. But a tennis player once said that pressure is a privilege. You have to earn the right to feel pressure. And it is a privilege to have pressure put upon you because it means that you have earned the right to have it. And some of the greatest athletes do very well under pressure. So Leco Salazar putting a little bit of pressure because the next wave that comes, he's going to have to perform. But basically, you have to perform on every wave anyway. So Bant Roediger betters his 4 with a 4.7. Not going to help in the overall scheme of things because you would think Leco's able to get, a 6 or 7 on a sort of medium-sized wave if it should come through. And still no lefts ridden. I'm looking at the lefts. And here's another interesting scenario as we can talk about all the world title scenarios. Bant Roediger still with an outside shot to win the world title. But there is a possibility of a Salazar versus Salazar final. They are on opposite ends of the draw and have both been surfing very well. So Mateus Salazar will be coming up against Sean Pointer in the next heat. Leco, the older brother, is in this heat right now. There's also one more older brother, older than Leco. He runs the surf school back home, the Salazar family coming from great surfing heritage. Father, a world-famous longboarder. And Leko and brother Mateus are great at surfing shortboard, longboard, stand-up, and I think getting into the foil game as well.
So 9.5 minutes to go in this one. And it is the elder Brazilian Leko Salazar, the goofy, who has been mega patient, who would like to get himself a backup now. Just getting down towards that stage where we've seen it happen before. It's not inconceivable someone gets one bomb wave and just sits there waiting for another opportunity to come. So he'll try and get something going now. And just put another score on the board. The patient approach has been paying off. Think back to our women's, and Vania Torres used that patient approach really, really well. Leko Salazar now will just be starting to think that kind of empty second wave score for him will just be kind of gnawing at him a little bit. So here he goes. He'll find himself a wave, and it's a little bit of a wide swing up, bang off the top. And again, another little redirect hit using the rail, keeping up with the speed, kind of S-ing down the line. It's all composed, very precise, if not overly radical. And just working it over at the 2.81 is history. So he's nailed the score to go into the lead. Probably won't be as big a number as he would have hoped waiting all that time, but a smart move to take a wave.
Yeah, I think definitely a smart move to take that wave, and won't be better than his 7.73, but will be better than his 0 that he has for not riding a previous wave, but dangerously leaving Bant Roediger out the back by himself. And Bant is looking for the best wave to come through, hopefully before Leko gets back out. And even if Leko does get back out, Bant will have priority. And looking back, excellent opener right there. And then Shazam, nice accentuation and interesting paddle work and maneuver choice there, trying to wiggle his way past the section and into the inside. So it's going to be a good backup score for Leko and put some pressure back on Bant, and he'll be in the lead. Looks like they're both having a look. Maybe Bant caught a wave during that replay, and because Bant's on his way back out, trying to out-paddle, Leko wants nothing to do with the paddle battle. He's like, go ahead, Bant. I'll let you have priority again. So perhaps Bant caught a wave during the replay. Oh, of course they're not going to miss. Boom! Sliding that down the coping there. And again, ooh, Bant Roediger going to town. And nice cutback. And then here he just decides to pull out to try and regain priority, and I think he will.
It's going to be interesting now.
Yeah.
Scoreboard-wise, that was a great wave. Really well surfed. Let's see where that last exchange puts our surfer. Salazar gets a 5.6 for his. Puts up a healthy total 13.33. And is Roediger's number in?
It's coming. One judge locked in a 7. So, there it is.
6.93. 6.93. It puts him close. Brings the requirement down for 6.41. And with that priority, he'll use it here. A high line pump from the entry. There's a bottom turn clip off the top. Landing in that kind of foamy section from the previous wave. And he will eke out a final maneuver.
That was sneaky.
Going. Look at that. Nice position there. Just holding himself in the pocket with a little sort of slightly comedic cheetah 5, which we do enjoy. So he's enjoying himself, just styling it out. And not sure if that's going to be the 6.41. It needs to be between the waves that he's ridden so far. And he pulled the trigger on that wave. With the benefit of hindsight, he could have waited with priority. And he will hand that back now to Leko Salazar. Let's see where the judges are going to deem this and have another look at it.
Just perfect positioning right there, and just drops right down. You can see that turn didn't really have much on offer, or that section, I should say. And somehow, using all of his core training and ab strength and the patented hair flick, of course. And then here's where he gets many, many style points. And then here it comes. Wait for it. Oh, cheater 5. Brilliant. Brilliant by the young lad. So Bant Roediger still in world title contention. Leko Salazar with a 5th and a 7th. Not really in the world title hunt, but that's not all about first place. Of course, you want to get first place, but also pushing yourself into the top 3 for this event and the overall championship. Earns you a little bit of extra cash to help support your flight, board cargo, food eating, and rum punch drinking on tour. 7.73 and 5.6, just 2 waves ridden in 21 minutes for Leko. Bant on the other end of the spectrum with his 8th wave ridden, and that last wave is not going to be better than his 5.83. You can follow along. If you watch on Facebook Live, it's great because you can interact and comment. And if you want to see scores as well, you watch on APP World Tour, and it has the Stacked app interlaced into the webcast. And you can click on that and see the scores as they get locked in from each judge.
So 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Leko Salazar still in the lead. The requirement for Rediger out of Hawaii, 6.41. Priority with the red, the Brazilian. He can control things in terms of first choice. Let's see if we get another flurry of activity. This one's pretty close. I'd love to see some more opportunity for our athletes here. A cool exchange towards the end could be what we want to see to fire things up. With hindsight, maybe Rediger might be ruining the fact that he went that last wave and never really offered much. It's very easy to say that after we've seen him ride it, but he was pretty deep on a smaller wave, and those ones tend to kind of drill down the line with speed, but don't really give you a chance to take on the lip particularly. And he will have to play second fiddle in terms of waves that come in. And that is why you see Salazar sitting inside of him. He can just say, you know what, whatever's happening, whether you're going or not, it's mine. And it gets down towards that point where priority in the last couple of minutes is crucial. You can just block out an opportunity. That is our structure here. It's finals day at the Barbados Pro. And we have been blessed with waves all week. The best of things coming today. Beautiful conditions for the final. We're crowning champions down here today. Probably towards the end of the afternoon local time. It's getting close to the end of, I'd say 10 a.m. still local time. Wow, feels later than that.
It feels.
Dawn comes early here. Around about 5:45 a.m. Suddenly it goes like a light switch. You see a little bit of pre-dawn glow, and all of a sudden it's daylight, as is customary at these low latitudes in the tropics. Here goes a not really committed effort from Salazar, so they just kind of had a couple of light looks with the paddle, and you just see him checking, making sure the priority didn't switch. After that, she didn't really in earnest go for that wave. The priority judge is in agreement. He'll hang on to priority crucially, and now he will be able to just block out if he needs to. We'll tick down towards a minute, so he might use that prio here. Okay, no, he doesn't. So here goes Rediger looking for a 6.41. And that's not the kind of turn he was after.
Looked like he was taken to the air a little bit. And Bant Rodiger capable of providing aerial maneuvers. And also very smooth and stylish surfing. Bant with 1 minute to go. You can see just getting lots of speed off the bottom. And trying to come up and over. Got the fins out, got everything out, but just coming off his board there as Leko Salazar in priority, in the lead, and possibly into the semifinals. Leko's having a look at this one. He likes it. He's going 25 seconds. Here he is on his last ride. Leko just free falling down and slamming the brakes right there, and Shazam! And he is stoked. He's on his way. Bant Rodiger says, I'm not going out like that. I'm going to fight back. And unfortunately, there is no room to swing for Bant, so he is going to be relegated to a 5th place, equal 5th. Leko pointing up, thinking the man up above, and he will be into the semifinals versus Poinanki Rioja, and this is his last wave, just free falling back. Look at the reflection of the yellow spray on the bottom, and he's stoked. It is his best finish of the year, first semifinals. Little chop hop fun. And that seems to be the maneuver of fun.
So good stuff there from Leco Salazar. And that strong opening just put him in a great position through that heat. Nails it down right at the end with some great turns. This is the heat recap. You saw him open up in fine style. Throwing buckets of spray. And just always putting himself in the sweet spot. That's a massive turn.
There was so much spray.
It's so smooth as well. Rodiger rallied though.
He didn't go down without a fight. He definitely was swinging. And, you know, we wish there were a couple more waves for the guys. And we've got nice, clean conditions. Maybe not the consistency we were hoping for, but still scores in the excellent range nonetheless. And just the patient game, getting that third ride. Had 2 rides through 24 minutes. And Bant, that was a beautiful looking turn right there. Kind of like a rail slide in skateboarding, opening up on that one. You can see the foot repositioning. And his Barbados Pro campaign is going to end. And that ends Bant's world title hopes as well. So we can take out one more person in the world title race. And basically, it's down to Poinanki Rioja and also Wellington Race with a outside shot to win the world title. But basically, Poinanki's got 2 heats to go, and he will be crowned the world champion. And same thing rings true for Izzy Gomez.
Huge numbers in there for Leco Salazar. Another massive total, 16.06. So great way to go to the semi with a ton of confidence. Rodiger, good numbers for him too. A little bit unlucky in that one, but a good, closely contested heat. And we're going to keep on swinging. Let's set up quarterfinal number 3. The younger brother, Mateus Salazar, taking on the reigning world champion, Sean Pointer. Pointer has put in statement performances throughout the events, but that's all behind him at the moment. Not really thinking about that. It's all about bringing your A game for finals day.
Yes, Sean definitely will not be resting on the laurels of his 2 previous high heat totals and holding on to the 2 highest 9s of the event so far. And it looks like we've got action. Look at both guys having a huge dig. And we'll see if they don't like this first one. Sean trying to maintain the inside. Mateus just kind of letting them have it. Sean always likes to get started first. And here he is opening up his quarterfinal, taking off at an angle. Sean Pointer off the bottom, off the top, free falling down to the bottom. Stays in front of the wave, patiently waiting for the cutback. And then opening up with a nice downturn there. Carving cutback, looking out the back to see if there's another wave. Mateus not able to get a wave in that set, and Sean Pointer finishing that one off. Typical Pointer fashion right there.
Yeah, squeezing every last drop out of that wave, even during his turns. You see the commitment for the bottom turn. He was very late to that section. That is great finesse to be done at full throttle on a real throaty section of the wave. See the way he just completes that turn and goes swinging in, engages the rail hard on that one. And a nice recovery. Does seem to have that little bit of extra elasticity, certainly in the lower legs as well. Very dynamic. And get in that wide stance and get low and spring from there with just great board control. Setting himself up early onto sections as well. So a real impressive approach to riding this right-hander here at the Soup Bowl in Barbados. Sean Pointer already on his way to a good number to start off this heat. And he has been absolutely tearing this wave apart throughout the event. He obviously enjoys surfing here. And it shows. And already you think about Mateus Salazar, and he's put in some pretty strong performances so far in this one, but he's going to need to keep it going. Meanwhile, let's hear from his older brother who lit this place up in the previous quarterfinal. He's standing by with Evelyn.
And we're down on the beach with Leco Salazar, who continues the Brazilian storm here at the Barbados Pro-Am, as he's just knocked out Bent Rodagger in the quarterfinals. Leco, can you tell us a little bit about the competition in terms of you and the other athletes and how you're feeling about that today?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Bernard is good surfer. Compete together long time, various contests together. I'm so happy. Thanks my family, my sponsor, my fans in Brazil, in the world. Let's go to semifinal.
It's looking good in Brazil. And back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Evelyn. Great job, Leco Salazar. Let's go for the semi. Taking bags of confidence into that semi-final slot. So he will be taking on Poinecki in that first semi-final. That's going to be a powerhouse battle. And here is younger brother Mateus. Got some work done down here.
He's trying to answer back to Sean Pointer's 7.1. And Mateus just carrying tons of speed on this wave. And action from the beginning to end. There were no lulls in his surfing on that wave. And maybe not the quality of turns as Sean, but definite quantity. And they were also critical. So smaller wave, a couple more turns. It might come in just under Sean's 7.1, I believe. But a great opener. We have waves ridden by both athletes. And we did have a wave also ridden by Sean Pointer. So he's able to get a backup as well. So this is Sean's second wave. And just in typical fashion, staying nice and tight in the pocket there. Rebounding off the white water. Patiently setting up that kind of double pump cut back there. And this wave is just going to be a small backup score for Sean. A huge score for normal surfers like me. And we're waiting for other scores to come. Mateus opens up with the 5.33 you see on screen there. And we've got action. Oh, first easy up that I've seen down on the beach there. We've seen that shot all week long. That is the area where there's a bunch of rock formations that form these natural pools. And I applaud everyone for swimming down there because that's pretty much the safest place on the beach. You want nothing to do with this area if you aren't an experienced ocean person. The rip current that's just in the channel is absolutely torrentious and very well done by the locals and visitors alike swimming down the beach. And there is no lifeguard here on duty, which is something that you want to make sure that you do. And most places is swim near an open lifeguard tower. But if you're not going to swim near a lifeguard tower, make sure you're in water that's only knee deep and just have a relaxing time with a nice drink. And, oh, doesn't that look good over there? Man, what a beautiful beach. This place is absolutely awesome. We're loving it here in Barbados. We've seen some of our athletes cruising around town, going to the animal reserve to play with the monkeys, diving with the turtles and the shipwrecks. A couple of them rented some mopeds and zipped around town. And our judges went to the fish market. Apparently Fridays at the fish markets is a very huge custom. And very surprisingly, they all made it back to the event today. So well done, judges.
So much to check out here in Barbados. We're here for the waves. This is Super Bowl. And this is quarterfinal number 3 for the men. The Barbados Pro. That was Mateus Salazar having a look. Sean Pointer score for his opening 2 rides. Good enough for 12.93 at the moment. So already throwing up points on the board and applying pressure to the younger of the Salazar brothers, the goofy Mateus.
There's the Xander Venezia Memorial statue there. Youngster from the local. It's the son of our live beach announcer. And just 16 years old. Passed away tragically. Trying to help somebody in a crazy situation. Went over the falls or got pushed down and hit his head on a rock. So The proceeds, I found out yesterday from there's 2 different places to buy food downstairs, and one of them serves the drinks as well. And all of those proceeds go to the Live Like Xander Foundation, so I'm directly supporting it by the drinking of rum punch.
Oh, here we go. Using the priority, Sean Pointer, your world champion on the APP World Tour. Massive first turn, overcook it though, and he will lose the fins and go down. So throwing a little advantage back to Salazar now, just in terms of priority. Couldn't put any points up by using that priority, but the requirement for Mateus 671. Wicket ticking down towards 10 minutes gone.
And there's the rock right there. Everyone loves that rock. Sean Pointer up and over, just slid the fins too much, was lucky. That board didn't hit him in the head. And Sean Pointer finally winning an APP World Tour Championship last year to go along with his 2 ISA World Championships. And he had a heat versus Lecco a few years back where the winner of that heat was going to go on to win the title. Lecco just edging him out by under 1/10 of a point in that heat. It was super close. And you talk about a game of inches. It was a game of inches.
I forgot to mention to you guys, when we talk about the ISA awards on the APP World Tour, we say gold medalist. Just for world champions, we're trying to find world champions. So when we have an arrangement with the ISA, so when we talk ISA on our side, we just say gold medalist.
So fantastic angles that we are bringing you. There you see the score line, 7-1, 5-8-3. And here he is, Sean Pointer just getting jiggy with that second turn there and carving his way back. The former ISA gold medalist, current APP world champion, and looking to be crowned the Barbados champion. And with surfing like that, he's well on his way, finishing off in the rapids. Incomplete there. But, man, that first turn, I can't wait to see that.
Talk about competitive intensity. He is leaving nothing down a chance out here. He just had a wave, made a mistake, straight back on the horse and ripping this one. And how do you like that attack on the lip there, Anthony?
I think I like it better in fast motion. He wasn't quite as high. I love the airdrop, but maybe it wasn't as high into the lip. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll take your point. But the fact that he's so aggressive at all times, there's nothing safety about what he's doing. And he will squeeze every little drop of opportunity out, even getting in that little turn on the end as well. And he's so up for this, just asking for a situation. Wants to know what's going on there, what his opponent needs. He is in the lead at the moment. Good number in. Improves his total now. Goes up to 14.8 out of 20 with a pair of 7s. And Salazar's day just got tougher. Still sitting, of course, on a very meager backup of 0.7. His high score of 5.33. The requirement, 9.48 for the Brazilian in red right now.
Couple of locals. I believe that's Jacob from the youth competition yesterday. And I heard that he had to miss school in order to compete. But if you're gonna miss school, what a great place to do it. And if you listen to the webcast, we're educating you as well on various things involving our Mother Earth, and quite a bit of information. Some of it very useful, some of it you'll never want to hear again. But nonetheless, we're going to bring it all to you. And somebody is going to win a pair of C2C sunglasses from the Brian Bielman story.
Or are they, though? Because someone's got to get in with the right answer. Is that going to happen?
They may or may not win. So basically, day one, I told a story about Brian Bielman and how he got started in surf photography.
What's up for grabs?
One time. Oh, how'd you get a pair? Let's see those things. Oh, these are those C2C eyewear made with all plastic, 100% made out of plastic that they have pulled out of the ocean.
Recovered from the marine environment, recycled plastic, C2C eyewear, epic lenses as well. These are the polarized model.
And we're going to open it up during the semifinals. So that's when we'll have you comment in on the Facebook Live. And you have to basically recap how Brian Bielman got started in surf photography. I told the story once with the mic off, and then followed it up and told it again. So you must go watch the complete 7 hours of broadcast on day one. Or if you were listening live, you already know the answer. How did he get started? You can tell us in 2 quick sentences, and it's quite an interesting story. We've seen him out in the water swimming, and it's really cool to have somebody like Brian Beelman with 40 years of surf photography experience being our staff photographer. There's Mama Gomez right there, Brandy Brady. Here's Mateus trying to answer back.
Salazar off the bottom on a dreamy looking piece of ocean here at the Soup Bowl. Bang! Off the top. He'll go down. Not what he was after. He needs a 9. That ain't it. He'll go down on the inside. Pryor will flip the pointer. And this heat is going to script in terms of the world champion, the Floridian. Not so much for the younger of the brothers Salazar, the goofy. Still got time though. But that's not the kind of stuff he wanted to do. Pointer. He dips his wick into this one. Nice looking section setting up. Rips a big turn off the top. That wave will run down the line.
Dips his wick. That's making the list.
There goes Tamil doing a warm-up with the paddle. Just loosening up those shoulders and hips. And those latissimus dorsi, those side muscles as well. Important for paddling. Let's check out a replay here of where it went wrong for Mateus Salazar.
His 2 turns were very similar. That first turn, he, I think, mistimed where the lip was going to be. And I think he was looking for that lip to push him back onto the landing. Sean Pointer went a little bit too critical on that one. But 2 kind of mistimed turns for Mateus, which is very uncharacteristic of him at this particular event, because he has been on point with the timing of his turns. And in fact, these 2 guys are 2 of the 3 to score 9-point rides. There's one of the others, Lucas Medeiros. And we would love to show you guys how you earn a 9-point ride. And these are the 3 that can show you. Lucas Medeiros right there with Benzinho Otero.
Conversation's riveting down there, isn't it? Huh?
Well, they're tuned in to us. I mean, what else would you be doing?
8.5 on the clock in this one. It is our 3rd semi-final. Your reigning world champ, Sean Pointer. He is in the driving seat of this with a couple of 7s. There's Salazar. We'll have seen his brother in the previous quarterfinal get a spot in the first semi. And he's a little bit behind the 8 ball on this one, Mateus, with a requirement which is kind of looming larger as clock ticks down. It is Saturday morning in Barbados. It's stop 3 on our APP World Tour.
And I believe that's Sarah Cole. And Mateus Salazar looking for his first event win. Sean Pointer has won 3 times previously on the APP World Tour in New York last year, which helped him to go on to win the world title in France back in 2014, and a memorable event back in Tahiti in 2012. And we talked also about Sean Pointer's 2 ISA gold medals, one in Sayulita, Mexico, and I believe it was Nicaragua in the early days of the ISA. So gold medalist, world champion, heat leader, and highest single wave scores of the event. A lot of different titles for Sean Pointer. And he has added homeowner to his list of titles. Was living in California, moved back to his hometown of Florida. And he brought his parents along. So just a short plane ride away, relatively, to Barbados from Florida. So Sean Pointer, the pair of 7s, pulled himself a little bit out in front, a lot out in front. 9.48, completely capable score. We saw Mateus drop a 9 earlier in the event. Sean Pointer has dropped 2 9s. And here is Mateus Salazar.
Salazar going left now. First left of finals day. And he is telegraphing an air here. If he can find a section, he's going to try and boost. And he gets a little kind of ollie. Never really gets the tail out the water particularly. There is the dynamic approach of Sean Pointer. Ripping 2 nice first turns. Look how good this wave is. He's finding himself all the nuggets in this one. Oh. And you see the wave's been steep the whole way until here it starts to get slopey. But 4 turns done on steep sections. Dad likes it. Mom likes it. That is the pointer corner. They're going to be happy with the way their son has been playing his hand so far in this one. He's looking pretty good. So, knew he needed to mix it up, Salazar. Just trying to change the rhythm of things. Going left. You could see him telegraphing a ramp, looking for one here. He did kind of find one, but didn't quite get the punt he was after.
Yeah, I saw him last night land 2 really good airs, and Sean Pointer just went to town on this one. I think he went to Boomtown, if I'm not mistaken. And that cutback right there just holds that rail all the way in the pocket there. And again, just banging one off the top, sliding the tail, connecting right into this turn here. And Sean Pointer, I believe that's going to better his 7s. So we'll see what the judges think. But Sean Pointer on fire and just looking sharp. If anyone's going to take down Pointer Rioja, there are a few people in line to attempt to do this, but Sean Pointer, score-wise, through the course of the event, has been posting higher scores than Pointer and looking very good so far in his quarterfinal matchup. Oh, Mateus Salazar, I was so stoked. I've been calling the lefts all morning, waiting for somebody. And I saw him land 2 really good airs last night. And they weren't just a one-maneuver wave. It was air to turn combo with a finishing move. And now, not just the wave combo, he's now in score combination situation. So 9.07. Sean Pointer dropping another 9. Parents are stoked. Yes. Just like I taught you, son. That's how you get it. Sean Pointer, he's had a 9 in every single one of his heats. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's been so impressive throughout this event so far. He's bringing it on finals day as well. And he can afford now probably just kind of put a lid on it a little bit. Just kind of keep it bottled up. Hopefully, from his point of view, 2 more heats to surf. 2 more wins to take out in this event. It's a long day competition in blazing tropical sun. It is hot out there. The water is 30, air about 28, 29 in Celsius. That's high 80s in Fahrenheit. And from this point of view, with his opponent comboed with 3 on the clock, he can afford to still going to, stay out in the water and compete, but just afford to mentally just ease off and start preparing for the second semi-final. It's going to be against one of these 2, getting ready to go in and do battle. Who's it going to be? Peruvian Tamil, who we saw with his prep, looking very relaxed going into battle, as well as, of course, Wellington Race. Here we go with another left-hander, and we're thinking maybe a similar approach. So he gets a little kind of bunny hop, but that's more of just kind of an extended top turn than a real kind of lofted air, and it's not going to be anything like the requirement score. Salazar in a bit of a combo, well, in a legit combo here. First business is try and get out of that combo.
And you can see him looking for that air attempt once again. And not even credit card air. Fins didn't get out of the wave. And how does Sean Pointer factor into the world title race with his throwaway being Sunset Beach and his 9th place finish in New York? He's got 4,000 points. If he were to win here and win in the Canary Islands, that would be 24,000 points. Pointer already has a 1st and a 2nd. Even if Pointer loses in this next heat, the worst he can do is an equal 3rd, which is 6,500. So he would be 500 points ahead of Sean. So Sean, as it stands now, if he were to go on to win and win again, he still cannot win the world title. So maybe a bit of a mistake not going to Sunset Beach. And he's already thrown away his throwaway. There's the guys right there. That's Danny working hard. What's up, Danny? You. And so Pointer in the driver's seat for the world title. And we look at the bottom. Oh, Pointer's dad, you got him a shirt. Nice job. Grandfather. And I forget / don't know how to say his name, so I would just call him the grandfather. But one of these events, we're going to get that name. Po instead of Papa, I think it is. And Wellington Race coming up in the next heat. He is in world title contention if he were to take out 2 more victories.
Pointer having a look here. He's got himself another nice wave. Look at the shape on this thing for an opening section. It's a massive first turn. Overcooked slightly. Probably be the last we see from him. Here goes Salazar trying to get out of the combo. Bang! Great hit. Would have loved this wave earlier on. He'll go past Sean Pointer there with an extended kind of drawn out roundhouse jam. Back into bashing the foam. And he will just kind of stand mid-neutral stance on his board and look to punt a little backside over a final section. That'll round things out. And the takeaway from that is just another statement performance from Sean Pointer. Poineki there would have been watching that going, all right, I see you. Okay. Let's see. They're on opposite sides of the draw. Let's see how it shapes up for our semis. And we do have 3 of our semi-finalists decided now. This is the third one. And we'll see Sean Pointer in that second semi-final. And this was that last effort. Just a decent wave. Just trying to get out of combo. But at this stage, it was all a little bit too little too late for Matej Salazar. So it's a great event. Been real impressive throughout the week. But he came up against a man who really is absolutely on fire at the moment. The reigning world champ. And as you mentioned, mathematically out of contention for the silverware this year. I wonder how that kind of maybe takes a little pressure off him.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I know he'd want to be in it, but
he's kind of here playing the spoiler role a little bit.
Yep. And Sean Pointer, once again, throwing down the highest heat total of the round. We still have 1 more heat to go, but so far, he's thrown down the highest single wave and highest heat total, which we've seen him do in each and every round. And this was a little bit too little, too late. Matej Salazar having a dig, but Sean Pointer just cranking turn after turn after turn. And a little slip up on this wave, but he's thrown away scores that other competitors would love to have with a total heat score 16.77 with airdrops like that. And then that was he had a little extra exclamation point on that second turn there. And just delivering. No mistakes on this wave right here for Sean Pointer. And this last quarterfinal, if you want to make it into the finals, it takes 16 points. That's what we've seen in the previous heats. Sean Pointer 16.77. Leko Salazar won with a 16.06. Pointer winning with a 16.16. But Sean the only one to score into the 9 club. So he is the remaining 9 club member. The other 9s by Matej Salazar and Lucas Medeiros, but they are out of the event. So Sean knows how to get those high scores and back them up and continue to get those scores each and every round. So incredible.
Super impressive. He's in the second semi. Who's he going to take on? Well, it's an all-South American 4th quarterfinal. Tamil Martino from Peru. Wellington Reis out of Brazil. Wellington in the hunt for a world title himself. He'll need to win this event and win again in Gran Canaria. And he's got himself a quarterfinal position here. Can he bring his A game on finals day? It's the Barbados Pro, and it's Saturday approaching midday in the Caribbean. And we have been blessed with absolutely dreamy conditions. We're going to go down and get a debrief from that last emphatic performance. Once again, a statement performance. The reigning, defending world champ, Sean Pointer. He's down on the beach with Evelyn.
I'm standing here on the beach with 2018 world champion Sean Pointer as he's just moving through these heats with style and power. Sean, it just looks like you're just sort of raising the bar every time you go out there. Do you have a strategy in terms of moving through these final heats, or are you just enjoying yourself, or what's going on?
Combination of both. I'm really enjoying it because the waves are just amazing out there. I also have some strategy, though, and I'm actually working on things. Each heat, I'm kind of working on some personal surfing. So I think last heat I was trying to do a new maneuver, and this one I was kind of dropping in differently, trying to come off the bottom squarely and not kind of going too much down the line, so I can keep that wall there to capitalize on. But yeah, it's fun. Every heat is kind of practicing and also just enjoying myself.
That's great. Well, it looks like you're keeping the judges happy too. And we're back to you guys at the booth.
Well, that's really interesting to see Sean Pointer there working on different stuff, working on his approach into the waves. So a technician just kind of breaking it down with that sort of self-coaching. It's really interesting to hear. You don't hear a lot in surfing about the entry and how critical it is. And him just saying he's really trying to drop straight down the wave and then drive back up into the lip vertically rather than projecting kind of laterally from the takeoff. Here goes Martino out of Peru as he adjusts that back foot back, and a nice spring in his step with some good hang time on a floater. A very functional maneuver that puts him across the section. He'll kind of blast up in the lip, just kind of using his natural line off the bottom through the lip. And then a little kind of jagged snap from him. The wave will get small down in here. He'll keep the speed going. And slightly awkward for the finish, but a great start to that wave. And some nice turns getting done out the back. Let's check out the replay on this one.
Huge projection floater right there from Tamil, and just loses a little bit of speed, so the combination wasn't as smooth as the judges would like to see, but a great opener. Can see paddle just getting a little bit stuck there. Wave shrinks in size, and Tamil driving down the line and just trying to put a little stamp at the end. And he is going to take a couple of strokes in the prone position, jump right up to his feet, and he's going to open up his heat versus the patient Wellington Race. We've seen him the last couple rounds playing the patient game, and what a heat battle we saw yesterday between him and Luis Diniz. Maybe not the flurry of waves and the battle that we would have liked to see in that way, but just the build-up through the course of the day, that being the last heat. World title implications on the line in that heat, the number 2 and number 3 ranked surfers, and Wellington having to fight back and claw back from the repechage round. And now he finds himself in a position to meet up with Sean Pointer in the semifinals, possibly, if he's able to defeat Tamil Martino. But man, I would not want to come up against Sean in the semifinals the way he's surfing.
No, absolutely. And his confidence is only just growing as well, isn't it? With each heat that he surfs, he looks so deadly. And he's just got something a little bit extra for me compared to everyone else in the field out here. I mean, everyone can look impressive on perfect sections, but it just feels like Sean's got a little extra gear, even on in-between sections. There's an extra sort of snap and fizz to his turns. And he has looked so impressive. It's going to take a big effort to get past him. Which one of these two is going to face him? We'll find out in the next just under 19 minutes at the moment. Advantage with Martino. He's got 7.5 up on the board for that opening wave. Is that just the one wave?
Just the one wave.
Wow, okay.
The judges, that first turn, when we saw the replay, it was critical, and he airdropped back into it, a little bit flustery on the bottom, but was able to come back with 2 more turns after that. So the judges really like the commitment as we look at it again. It's this turn right here, super committed, airdropping down, and typically those type of projection floaters don't get scored that high, and this was a setup turn there. I think they really liked this third turn, and similar type of floater maneuver. And again, just driving down the line. Tamil Martino opening up with that beautiful 7.5 ride. And
you'd be thinking maybe 7 of those points came on that first floater.
For sure, yep.
Because didn't get much done after that. Judges enjoyed it. Here goes Wellington Race. And what's he got off the top? He'll crack one on a beautiful slopey face. Going down the line a little bit too quick. He'll miss that one section. And this is the part of the wave where there's that little gap in the reef. It's almost like a little right angle cut out before it hits the inside bowl. He doesn't manage to get a successful attempt on an inside maneuver. But an opening wave from him. Quite surprised to see the score go quite that high, if I'm honest, for Tamil. Judges really enjoying that first floater maneuver, presumably. Wellington rallying on this one. He's not going to answer back to the tune that he would have liked to.
Yep, that was quite a amazing maneuver from Tamil, and we'll see how that compares in contrast to the 2 quick turns from Wellington. And there you see it, 5 for Wellington, 7.5 for Tamil Martino. Tamil waiting out the back. So many waves where he's from in San Bartolo in Peru. There's lefts, there's rights, there's tubes, there's huge disorganized waves in Punta Rocas. And Tamil does a great job getting to all those different breaks. You talk about Hawaii being the 7-mile miracle and all that. I mean, but in Peru, there's in the same stretch of 7 miles, maybe not the type of barrels in Hawaii, but there's a lot of good waves. And here's Wellington on a good one, opening up and just throwing lots of spray with the fan effect. And again, it's that power surface facing the bottom of his paddle. It's just an interesting thing that I've been noticing. Wellington likes it. Subtle claim there, and jumps off in that 1 foot deep water. So that should better his 5, I believe.
Yeah, so good stuff from him. Finishing off way down in the shallows. As we see out in the channel, Martino, so he must have got a wave as well. So an exchange there. Let's see if we can find out what Tamil got done. Wellington Race looking to fight back in this one. Better wave from him. All right, this is the wave of Martino.
Oh. Now that turn was maybe better than that first projection floater, and maybe doesn't have the backup turns, and he pulls out, I think, right about here to try and maintain the priority. Or no, he goes all the way in, and just maybe that wave bent a little differently than Wellington's, so Tamil able to get back out and earn the priority. We'll wait for the official call. As you see the boxes on the left side of your scoring graphic up there, that will show the priority. You'll see P1 and P2.
So who do you like from that exchange scoreboard-wise?
You got to like the combination of Wellington versus the one really good turn by Tamil. And we can see Wellington's replay. Oosh. So much spray. This turn right here. Bang. Smaller wave, though, so that definitely plays a role into the score that the judges throw out there. So I'm going to follow along on the Stacked app, which you can do at home as well, or if you're watching on appworldtour.com, the actual website, the Stacked app is interlaced into the webcast. So we've got a 5 and a 6.63 for Wellington moving into first place. Tamil with his last wave ridden to still lock in. He's got that 7.5 from his opener, and we'll see what his second score is. So there it is, 5.8. And we have a battle on our hands.
Yeah, we do. This sets up things nicely with 13:20 on the clock. Here goes your heat leader using the prior, the Peruvian. A big wave from him. Holds the bottom, vertical hit on the lip. Nice momentum, a crumbly section. Gets the treatment from him. And this one will double up as well. Our drone will follow him through to the inside bowl here as he goes for a little clip on a whitewater section on the end. Kept his momentum going sweetly on that wave. I think he saw as he stroked into that one. Just saw that section going all the way down the line. So he chooses a maneuver, allows him to keep all his speed going.
And that was from the wave oh no, that was that wave right there. And man, that second turn, he loved it. You can see him give a little bit of a roar. And he is just throwing caution to the wind with his vertical re-entries. Very similar type of first turns, attacking the lip. He does not have any fear of any oncoming section as we start to set up our women's semifinal number 1. Gomez versus Marino, Spain versus Colombia. And right now we're waiting for a score for Tamil Martino to lock in. What do you think compared to his other two?
You know, I've been kind of surprised by the way this one scored. So, I don't know. Pass.
Pass.
Somewhere between the two, maybe.
So, yeah.
I've been a little bit baffled by that 7-5 still. Quite surprised it went that high. We'll say about his turns, he does take on the lip, but he hangs off the tail a little bit. It's a little bit safe, isn't it? It's not so dynamic. You don't see that rotation through the turn with the upper body. He kind of jams it up there, and he just kind of hangs off the tail, which for me isn't as impressive. And if you compare with the backhand from Wellington, it's a lot more kind of dynamic energy going through those turns. Let's see how the judges process on that last one. Here is an opportunity for Wellington Heiss as he will go off the top, swinging with speed. Bang! Smashes a nice turn for his second maneuver. A little check for the third. That wave will get some deep water, which will just stop him in his tracks. 6.68 his requirement. Under 11 minutes. This one's a close one.
Some scores to lock in. This is one of the closest heats where they're basically going blow to blow. And here's Wellington again. Beautiful transition of maneuvers. Great combination. Unfortunately, that wave went into the deeper water. But he did do some pretty treacherous damage out the back. And Tamil Martino's third wave, 5.47. So it doesn't factor in. And he's up and riding again, staying busy.
Ton of speed for the Peruvian. Wow, big punt. And lands it in the flats. And that will hurt your ankles just watching.
That was huge.
A massive punt from him. So going explosive off the top.
Yeah, Tamil. You know, and he's not one of these young kids either throwing airs. And that was absolutely boosting. And I love he was in control the whole time. So close to landing it. Look, his body stayed right over his board. Perfect positioning. Just if he landed on the whitewater, he would have came down and completed that maneuver. But just landing in the flats, perhaps he had too much speed and punted too far out in front of the wave instead of punting more laterally.
Pretty sick air from him. I love this kind of drift on it as well. Not getting a landing, but wowing us with the attempt. He is in the lead in this one. Priority is with Wellington, who's not wasting any time in getting another opportunity here. Square off the bottom. He'll hit the lip and adjust. And then get another little snap on a slightly smaller section. There's a nice snap redirecting. And switching up that cross bow paddle work. Which way's he got the power side? Facing up. So you've been intrigued by his paddle position?
Yeah, it's just interesting because it takes an extra, you know, naturally if you're paddling, you've got what we call the side that grabs the water, right? We call that the power surface. So when you're paddling, and we'll have a look. So see his power surface when it's on his heel side, instead of the sticker facing down, the non-sticker side faces down. Every other surfer on tour, it's the opposite. You can see his wrists kind of turn. It's an unnatural movement. And you can see it again. His wrist kind of moves there. And functionality-wise, I don't think it matters that much either way. It's just maybe something he's done on accident through, you know, as he began paddling. But more naturally, if you just kind of take it from one side and poke it in, on his paddle, that sticker should be facing down. But he does a thing where he turns it around. And when you really look at those slow-mos, you can see his wrist bend over.
You do see that coached as a technique on a backhand bottom turn. Sometimes you see surfers with their front arm turn the palm up. Thinking of people like Caroline Marks, for example.
Yeah, true.
You do see that it is a coach technique as you go off the bottom to turn the palm just to start that shoulder movement. I wonder if it's something left over from that.
That's a great technical point that you make right there because, yeah, you're exactly right. And Tamil looking for a tube.
Here goes a good-looking wave for the Peruvian heat leader. Nice little jam in the pocket snap. Big projection re-entry over a big section. He's covered acres of ground with that second maneuver. Eventually gets on the open face with some speed to use. uses it pretty well. So, judges are going to have to think about how this one comes in. But he has found some absolute bombs. We've been blessed with good waves in our fourth quarter final. Look how meaty this section is.
Oh. And he had to stop that first turn a little early so he can hit that second section. And Tamil Martino has come to compete. He's not intimidated by Wellington 1 minute. And he's just all the way to the inside.
He's kind of grown into this. He started off strong, didn't he? Getting the 7 early on, that would have given him extra confidence. But he looks, we just saw him bust an air. A pretty big air as well on his previous wave. And he just looks like confidence is just kind of growing and growing as he surfs this quarterfinal heat. That's exactly what you want on finals day. There's our world champ Moreno on the women's side coming up semi number 1. She's got a heat in her hands. Taking on Gomez, of course, 4-time world champ. So that one is going to be a real clash. There is Izzy taking her spot with the distinctive artwork on the board. Easy to pick her out. Here goes Wellington Rays with a ton of speed on that first turn. And he is still looking for a score. He's been in that position since the beginning of the heat. This wave will go small at this stage here. Again, a few swings out the back, but nothing overly convincing. And he's going to get down by the time he makes it back into the lineup. Close to 5 minutes remaining at best in this. And he's going to need a number. It's a high 6 that he needs, 6.68. Let's see how that one comes in without a big finish. Well, we'll look at the start. It's pretty nice. Just really that combo, though. Not much else on offer for him. These are sort of afterthought turns, really, as the wave kind of fizzles out. So the busy approach not paying off. And this man here has found himself the best waves. Here he goes again, Martino. Look at this one setting up. And a nice sweep off the top. And he'll just jam that snap down. Or re-entry out of the lip. And a similar rhythm. You see him move the front foot forward to gain a bit more control. And again, he has found all of the better waves. So Wellington maybe just a little bit of impatience. Izzy Gomez coming up in the first semi for the women. She's a 4-time world champion. Could clinch a 5th today in Barbados. Let's admire the work here of Tamil Martino.
That turn right there, just stopping on a dime. And this wave kept on giving. You can see the front foot repositioning. And finishing it off. Stands up proud. He is stoked right now. He's really taken it to the world number 3 Wellington race. And Tamil Martino's missed an event, so he is down in the rankings, but into the semifinals possibly if things should remain the same for the remainder of the 4 minutes left in the last quarterfinal. There you can see current APP World Tour champion Ibaya Moreno heading back out for her second heat of the day. She was victorious in her first quarterfinal over Fiona Wild, and now she's trying to maintain that momentum and take out and inform Izzy Gomez.
Three minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. Is Martino still in the ascendancy? That job has got more difficult now by virtue of the 6.5. It's a 7.38, the requirement for this man here. He's staying super active. That's a great first turn. What he needs is the wave to cooperate. Good second turn, which he won't go complete on. And there wasn't much wave left anyway. I tell you what, he's found waves and he's attacked them, but they just don't quite have that steepness down the line. That's one turn and they're always kind of running out of energy. By contrast, the waves that Martino has found are standing up on the reef and really just kind of re-draining on themselves down the line, which is exactly what you want for scoring opportunities. It's electric surfing here from Wellington. And that wave just basically backs off from the moment it stood up on the reef. It was always kind of on a downward curve, just in terms of energy. And that's the way it's gone down for him. He hasn't been overly patient. He's been busy. It's not a bad approach to take. There's been a lot of ways in this one, but with hindsight, it's ended up with him being on inferior waves, essentially. And each time he takes a wave and doesn't get the score, he's noticed Martino on an absolute bomb behind him. He hasn't really adjusted in accordance with that during this heat. So 2 to go on the clock. The score is within his grasp, 7-3-8. He basically needs something like the first wave Tamil got.
And Tamil with priority, he's going to basically play defense and paddle close to and hold off Wellington from any wave that Wellington is going to catch. So Wellington has his work cut out for him, really trying to paddle far up the beach to stay away from Tamil.
Or go left would be the other option, because with 90 on the clock, you see him at the top of the reef there. If he takes a wave, if he takes an absolute bomb with a 10 written all over it, Tamil can go, yeah, thanks, and just drop in on him. And that's well within his rights with first prio. So possibly an option for a left, but really starting to get towards sort of clutching at straw time, really, as we'll go down towards the final minutes.
But we saw those couple lefts that Mateus took off on, and he wasn't able to execute, but there was scoring potential.
Well, look how deep he's getting. He's prone paddling.
Yeah, see, that's something that he can't do right now, and the judges are looking at that. And we can't hear the live beach announcer, but I would bet they're giving him a warning. And he's going to pop up. You're not allowed to reposition yourself in the lineup by prone paddling. And here's a right. It's going to be all for naught because Tamil can go with 40 seconds to go. Wellington's actually not even in position to catch that wave. Tamil smartly duck diving through that one. 30 seconds. This will be the smallest score of all of our quarterfinal matchups. All of the other scores have been in the excellent range, 16s or higher for a total heat score. As we set up our last semifinal, it looks like Tamil Martino is going to be victorious. The Peruvian with his best finish.
All right, so Wellington race here, unable to find himself an opportunity. And it is the Peruvian who led from the front in this one. Massive 7-5 for this first wave.
Yep, and finishing it off. Judges really like the flow. And that's a little turn there. Wellington, all sorts of speed. And just on smaller, inferior waves for the entire heat. And that was the difference. His surfing was there. The wave was not cooperating with him. And you can see this huge wave from Tamil. And he was just right in rhythm with the ocean from the beginning of the wave, from the beginning of the heat till the end of the heat. Well done to Tamil Martino from Peru. Wellington just unable to, he had that same, combo on every single wave, but they were just on smaller waves, showing a little bit less commitment because the wave was not as big and steep as turns like that from Tamil. He was airdropping on almost every turn. And how was that one air that he threw? That was huge. Didn't land it, but we loved it nonetheless.
Pretty sick boost. So Martino will take on Sean Pointer in the second semi. It's going to wrap things up for the men's quarterfinals. There are the official results. The Peruvian Martino, 14 points out of 20. Gets the advantage over the Brazilian Wellington Heiss. His world title shot will come to an end as well. Speaking of world titles, well, we got the Izzy Gomez story. Can she get past the defending world champ, Ibai Moreno? Find out right after this break.
Welcome back to the Barbados Pro. Here on finals day, we are into the first semifinal for the women. And we just finished up the men's quarterfinals. We have in red from Colombia, Izzy Gomez, and in white from Spain, Ibaya Moreno, our multiple world champion versus our current world champion. And this one is shaping up to be a fantastic heat. We saw both of these competitors pull into the barrel in the quarterfinals, so looking for the tubes. I love it from the women.
Yeah, the women setting the tone early on this morning. This is going to be crucial to see how this plays out in the context of this year's world title. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from a Stoke Peruvian, Tamil Martino. He's standing by with Evelyn.
And we're here on the beach with winner of quarterfinal heat, Tamil Martino. Tamil, that was a massive heat with Wellington Race. You must be feeling really good right now, moving on to the semis. How did you feel out there?
Well, that's a hard hit. Wellington is a super strong competitor. Finally I find two good waves and take the score, no, to advance.
There are some good-looking waves out there. Do you have a strategy moving forward, or are you just going to keep surfing at the level that you've been working up to?
Yeah, it's just find a wave and show your surfing, no? Yeah. That's it.
Good job out there, Tamil. Congrats. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Evelyn. We rejoin live action in the first semi of the women. And an absolutely crucial heat in this top end of the draw. A ratings leader and the favourite for a world title with a chance to take it out here with a win. So just 2 heats away from a 5th world title, taking on the reigning world champ out of the Canary Islands. Ibaya Moreno on an absolute bomb of a wave here. And she just has to adjust her line. Doesn't really attack the opening section. Eventually gets a turn away. There's a nice second hit up in the lip. And a little kind of scratch off the rail from her. As she'll come through to the inside, which sets up for her. For a little redirect, she'll go incomplete. She's found the best waves early on this morning. Her wave selection's very much on point. And she is ready to do battle here with the ratings leader.
And she worked hard for that inside position to get the heat started. And maybe that cost her the first turn, but she made up for it with the next turns. And her good friend Shakira Westhorpe will be not only cheering for Ibaya to hope Ibaya does well, but Shaq needs Ibaya to defeat Izzy in the hopes to keep Shaq's world title hopes alive. And we see the replay where she took off super deep, and those 2 turns right there, that second turn up and over the whitewater, and just cuts it back into the power source once again. Ibaya Moreno opening up her semifinal heat versus Izzy. And here's Izzy with an interesting floater to kind of semi-foam climb. And she's going to continue with this one, but maybe would have been better off just kicking out of that one to regain priority.
Exactly what I was thinking at that stage. There's not much on offer with that end section in terms of points. Everyone's so keen to milk it all the way to the inside.
It's true.
I don't think there's much going there at all.
I would save energy.
Be really interested to speak to the judge and find out actually how many points are going down on the inside. Not many.
Yeah.
It's really just a little redirect. Maybe half a point at the end of a wave, maybe.
Yep.
It's all about your work done out the back. It looks like Gomez will find herself back on the peak anyway because Moreno ended up right on the inside. And what that means, if you end up on the inside of the end bolt, you actually have to almost go slightly to the left to get back out into the rip. So you put yourself further down the line. There is the preparation from Vania Torres, Peruvian. Bit of wax everywhere. It's her policy. On the traction, on the rails, up. None on the nose for the hang fives. Keeping the traction ever important. So that's her preparation for coming up next in the second semi. Moreno, get herself back in position. You're defending world champion. So Gomez 2 heat wins away from glory in terms of a 5th world title. Well, this woman here will have something to say about that. An intense competitor. Highly decorated, multidisciplinarian, multiple world champion for windsurfing. As we see Izzy's mum checking things out.
How cool is that? You basically have every wave you surf captured on film when you have mom as the photographer, driver, and all-around assistant.
Here goes Izzy. Found herself a wave here. So glassy. And an inauspicious start to this first semi. Couple of mistakes. First wave she got, she looked a little out of sorts. And again there, using priority, misusing priority. Not able to throw points on the board.
Yep. I think well said. Definitely misusing the priority there. Izzy Gomez riding that 6'11" by 23 B-line, 68 liters, Infinity B-line. So I hope is Dave Bainey tuned in? Let's check. We have limited internet, so not able to keep up with all of the Facebook, but here's Ibaya on a gem.
Here she goes, streaking into the bowl, jamming off the bottom, raking the rail through the lip of the wave. There's a nice turn as she digs some heels in to the wave here at Soup Bowl. Just sort of punctuating these sections with a rhythm, kind of a little bit pedestrian through the inside with the rhythm. That's dictated by the wave rather than her surfing. But still swinging and staying active nevertheless.
And there's Stu sticking with Vanya and her warm-ups. Always getting the angles. Our cameraman, there is the shot from Bosco right there, camera 3. And we've got Dave Nash on the beach getting the shots. Oh, Izzy with the claim. She's one of her and her family known for giving claims quite often. So there you have it. I think she was talking to you, Paul, saying, what inauspicious that?
Yeah, I like it. So we'll see if we can rewind the tape, bring you a replay of that. We're watching the prone paddling, soon to be standing paddling of your world champ, Ibaya Moreno. And Gomez ripped one past her. Let's have a look at it.
Huge turn. And just a little cut back there. And I'm not seeing the claimability of this wave unless she does something huge on this end section with not much to offer. I mean, it was a pretty good wave. I think she can do much better. That wave didn't have that much to offer. First turn was blistering. The rest of the wave was a little bit lackluster, but she's excited nonetheless. And Izzy Gomez trying to seal the deal on the world title.
Yeah, that was a bomb. She rode it pretty well. A long way from it. It's going to feel a lot better after a couple of kind of minor misfires. Let's have another look here at Ibaya's last effort. Not super clean on the rail work.
Yeah, that turn much better. The first turn, missed opportunity. And you've got to really link those combinations together to try and take down Izzy Gomez. So Ibaya, this is where you're talking about. Maybe here you just kick out and paddle back out because there's not much points being earned on the inside there as we wait for the scores to lock in, both for Izzy and for Ibaya. And you can follow along if you're watching. So there Ibaya gets a score, and we'll wait for Izzy's score to lock in before we give you a situation update. But Ibaya with a couple of fives. Izzy's wave is probably going to be higher than the fives because that first turn, it was a bigger size wave and very critical. And she surfs with a lot of emotion, and it comes out in the claims. That was the double-handed look at me claim. And she was kind of throwing it down to the judges saying, how you like me now?
I think also a little bit of release just with herself. I think she would have been a little bit annoyed with herself from her first two waves, and that felt better from her.
Yep.
So nice little release there of energy on the end of that ride. 13 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this one. The score to come in for Gomez, the ratings leader. There is Shaq Bastorp preparing.
Judges really thinking about that. It's basically a one good turn wave, and the rest was kind of just a little decorations at the end. And if we get a lull, looks like maybe there's a set, but I'm going to throw down some Izzy Gomez stats for all of you Izzy Gomez fans and take you back to 2013, the first year there was the women's tour. Izzy with There it is, 617. Not enough to move her into the lead, but it sets her up to put her in position for the remainder of the heat. Ibaya Moreno with priority, with the lead. Izzy Gomez holding the highest wave of the heat so far. So first year on tour, Turtle Bay, Izzy Gomez didn't have a great result. She won every other event that year. She won in France, and she won in Huntington Beach. She went on the next year to win Abu Dhabi, Huntington, and France, and Brazil. Won all the events that year except for Turtle Bay. And then she won again in Huntington, so 3-time Huntington Beach Pro Champion consecutively. She won in Turtle Bay in 2016. She won Sunset 2017. Last year, Canary Islands, and this year, New York. And here she is trying to win here in Barbados. And similar to her first two waves, Izzy going down on that one, trying to get a score under priority. Here's Ibaya with priority.
Ibaya drives off the bottom and just overcooks it herself right in front of Gomez, who gets up on the board and will try and snaffle that first prio. So a couple of mistakes there from each of our riders, not getting the first turn done, which is not really what you want to do at this stage, going down on the first turn. So uncharacteristic from Gomez. This is the shakiest she's looked all event. She's made more mistakes in the opening 10 or 12 minutes of this heat, and she has all week, essentially.
And, you know, if you look back at, and here we can see Izzy, she's really getting aggressive, and you can see her back foot just slip off there. And same thing, Ibaya getting aggressive, and her front foot slips off. Izzy's known for her end of heat wins. She oftentimes falls, and she's so good at being mentally strong, but also at surfing. So you can have a few falls. You only need 2 waves. She's got the 617. She can throw down a 9, you know, and very easily.
All right.
Or not easily, but she's very capable. So it happens so many times. You think, oh man, Izzy, she's falling, and then whoa, she just blows your mind. And she's always charging. We saw her pull into the tube in the quarterfinal. If you missed that, go back and watch it. First heat of the day, first tube ride on offer. Izzy just pulls right in and had a lot of travel time as well.
At this stage, with the highest single wave and a low requirement, you just maybe think she gets herself a good wave. Maybe don't push too hard on the first maneuver. Maybe set up for a big second turn. Set yourself up for a score and the lead, and then put that pressure back on. Because the ocean could conceivably go quiet for 5 or 6 minutes. We've seen that happen. Take 5 minutes off the clock, and this, you really are getting down to almost kind of desperation stations if you were still looking for a fort. So maybe the smarter move would be get yourself a wave. Just maybe don't push too hard on the first turn. Easier said than done, though. And our performers, they just want to perform.
Izzy Gomez, also a amazing musician. Little known fact, she almost, you've heard of The Voice? She tried out for The Voice. She actually, this is way back when she was 14, I believe, and she got the call.
Is this The Voice Colombia or The Voice USA?
The Voice USA. So she made it through the auditions and got the call to go to basically the step before actually making it on the show, and she was very close to making it on the show. She's got a couple of songs that she's recorded on iTunes, and I've actually had her sing the national anthem at a couple of events that I've organized, and actually played a little small concert for us. And here's Izzy with priority, having a look.
Here she goes. She's found herself another good-looking wave, a little less to take off. There's a rail jam, and then a little snap for a second turn. Nice little attack as she kind of sits down towards the end of that turn just to safety it out. And we'll still swing on an inside here. So it's not going to be a massive number. It's only a 4.5 for the requirement. She's left the world champ Moreno in the lineup, though. There's some of the delicacies from the sea. Those things were swimming around a very short while ago.
Oh,
they're going to be somebody's dinner.
Crab, fish, lobster. I hope that's coming to our house. Man, how's that for a day's work? Right in the cooler. Oh. So Izzy Gomez able to complete a ride And here, no real wall to work with, so she does that signature kind of downturn, and then she always kind of flicks her head on that turn there, and then up and over there. Not very critical, but still a great turn. And a lot of action, but the wave a little bit fatter. I believe that's going to be the score that she needs. I think that's at least a 5, and she needs a 4.54. So let's see what the judges think. And sure enough, puts her into the lead, 5.37. So that's equivalent to both of Ibaya's rides, and of course Izzy has that 6.17 that she's holding on to previously. So now Ibaya just needing a 6.05. Not a huge score, but would be her highest score of the heat so far. 7 minutes, 20 seconds to go. I would love to see a made tube ride. Oh, there you go. Gabby getting some rum punch. Zane, you're too young for the rum punch, bro, but feel free to bring some into the announcer's booth. Gabby, you can bring some rum punch up as well. So Izzy Gomez, 11 APP World Tour victories, ISA gold medalist, 4-time APP World Tour world champion, and pretty awesome person, riding her signature Infinity airbrush design, partnership with Dave Bainey and crew. And it's been awesome having Izzy on tour for all of these years, and huge thanks to, basically, if there's no APP World Tour, there's no World Championships for Izzy Gomez. And that's what the APP World Tour has been doing since 2010 for the men, 2013 for the women, is crowning world champions. And huge thanks to Tristan Boxford, to Danny and Mauricio for all of their hard work behind the scenes, because it really is awesome, the platform that they've given to these athletes to be able to pursue their dreams of being world champion. And pretty awesome for Izzy Gomez to come in right at the right time.
Speaking of pursuing dreams, nice suite of stickers there for Torres. So getting good sponsor support.
Man, Peru, I tell you what, is just, they support, their surfing is basically their national sport. We talked about day one, the Pan American Games, and there is Peruvians in each of the 6 finals. The president of the country came to watch the surfing. Was there all day long, just hanging in the VIP area, and I'm kicking myself for not getting a pic. You know, I didn't want to be all like, oh, hey, but now I'm like, man, when am I going to have an opportunity to get a picture with the president of a whole country? And it just shows you the support that they have, and the businesses around a lot of the athletes have car sponsors, and even some athletes that, you know, maybe aren't the top in the world, still able to get car sponsorship and business sponsorship. So Vanya Torres definitely has some backing from the businesses in Peru. So, well, good on ya.
Because they got the famous Waikiki Outrigger Canoe Club there in Lima. It's been going since the 50s, I think. So one of the oldest around. So a strong scene. And what an epic part of the world. That South American country blessed with waves. Been one of our stories here. South American contingent. Represented by Brazil, Peru, of course Colombia as well out in the water at the moment with Izzy Gomez. Just dealing with delicate steps. Tread softly through that initial bit. Just get yourself down into kind of waist-ish deep water. Then you can safely kind of push off. A few shallow paddle strokes will get you off the reef on the inside. 4 to go in this. Gomez, it has gone quiet. We thought it might do. And when that happens, you definitely want to be in the lead. So that's basic from that last wave. Ever since then, nothing coming through. She didn't force the issue on the last one. She just kind of surfed to what the wave offered. Got a mid-range number. It was good enough for the lead. And she has left Moreno in the lineup a long time with Prio to think about things. Moreno will be playing it cool, though. No one with more experience in various disciplines or more titles than her. She is a very highly decorated athlete who knows all about the mental game. She's going to have to just keep her powder dry towards the dying couple of minutes in this one. Here goes Gomez from under the prio of Moreno, looking to maybe improve on a score on an inside wave. That's a great turn, which she'll overcook, and the nose will catch. Gomez now 3 on the clock, 6.05 the requirement. That won't nudge up because Izzy, we don't think, will improve on her backup with that first turn. Moreno now will need to start kind of honing in on an opportunity. Maybe like to see her stand up and get a bit of a better read on sets coming in.
Oh, we're getting into squeaky bum time right now.
Oh, we're in it.
We are in squeaky bum time for Ibaya. And that's why Izzy is so dangerous, because if you look at her waves, and she's fallen on more waves than she's made. And the waves that she made, she didn't even surf that critical as far as the sections were offered. But she's on rail, she's smooth, she flows, she's got tons of power, creates lots of speed. So even with this subpar surfing, you would say, for Izzy, she's still able to put 2 scores on the board. And that's really what it's all about. It's about winning the heat. You don't have to get 10s every time. You don't have to get 9s every time. You just have to get higher than your opponent. And that's exactly what Izzy is a master of.
She's left the door open a little bit here, though. 6.05 is not a big requirement for the world champion. She's got 2 minutes to find it. If a wave comes through, we see some texture, some lines stacking up out of the Atlantic here on the outside reef at Suitbowl. She looks interested in this one, okay? So she's going to play her hand here. She will use that priority she's had for a long time. Moreno in the hunt for 6.05. Good first turn from her. Off the bottom with a little jam, snap off the rail. And then just kind of negotiating rail transitions and paddle transitions. And she will apply some pressure to the inside. So a 6 the requirement. Nice combo out the back.
Is that her best wave? I think it might be. It's so hard to tell. But basically she's got a couple of 5s, mid-range 5s. And that 2-turn combination, it's hard to tell with that live version. But Izzy might have a chance out the back. And this is Izzy Gomez time. The last minute of the heat is Izzy Gomez time. And will she pull into another tube? Come on, Izzy.
Absolute bomb here. She gets a nice entry into this one. It'll push a little bit wide. She'll go with a committed rail turn. Lovely engagement of that rail. And this will set up for a midsection in here. She'll look to go again with a snap off that rail. And another little jam as well from her. And she'll just keep on going with that turn. Using it to the inside 20 on the clock. That'll wrap things up for her. That'll be her last wave ridden. Well, she couldn't have done much more on that wave. It did push a little bit wider. It was a bomb. It did push a little bit into the channel early on. Doesn't get a take on the lip as such. It was a little bit lateral, her attack. Let's see, if Moreno can get that score. And then if she did, can Izzy answer back with her own with that wave? So, Ibaya Moreno, we're waiting to find out what her score is for that last wave.
I don't think that's going to be better Izzy's score. It was a bomb, but she didn't really do much. A lot of east and west surfing, not a whole lot of north and south. She was definitely hanging out in Cutback City. And Ibaya went vertical. And maybe we can see that last one from Ibaya, because that is going to be the deciding factor. The judges were on hold for the start of the next heat. And Ibaya, that first turn was really good. The second turn, and then not much on offer after that. So it's kind of looking like Izzy Gomez is going to come away with a win and go into the finals. But let's see. We're waiting for the judges. And will you look at that? 6.07. Ibaya moves into the lead, but then Izzy Gomez answers back. That's why I'm an announcer and not a judge. They loved that last one. 7.1 for Izzy Gomez on her last wave. So Ibaya got the score that she needed, but left Izzy Gomez, and we talked about it. I said, this is Izzy Gomez time. And, you know, maybe not critical surfing, but on rail, as you talked about, engagement. And the judges love to see the rail game and the linkage of maneuvers.
I think the crucial part of getting that score on that wave, she could have been forgiven for just a little redirect and then a wait, but she actually held her rail for quite a long time with a ton of speed on quite a powerful, pushy section, and I think the judges rewarding that. It's a narrow margin of victory, but it is a victory, and it is a final berth for Izzy Gomez. The world title still alive, a 5th one potentially for her to come this afternoon from Barbados. She nails a win over the world champ Moreno. So drama in the last minute of that one, and we're going to go straight into our next semi-final. Here goes the Aussie with an error, and she goes kind of stiff-legged into that maneuver and will go down on the insides. She will leave a Peruvian Goofy out in the lineup there. But Naya Torres was very patient in the quarterfinal. That's the heat presentation. Peru taking on Australia. Naya, well, she just waited out, trying to find bombs in a quarter. And she was so patient. We were thinking, okay, is this a great strategy? And she absolutely made it work. Nailed some good scores in under a minute. She's a little bit out of position here. And kind of a tentative look at the first wave of that set. Takes a 2 inside for the second. So kind of positional error from her, following a surfing error from Westorp, who waits things out on the inside. No one putting much up as yet in this one. 25-minute heat. Who is going to face Izzy Gomez in the final? And can they hold her off? Because if she wins this event, she wins the world title.
And how was that last exchange? Maybe Ibaya, a bit of a mistake with priority there. Could have waited. She could have been on that bigger size wave. But I honestly think if Ibaya was on that bigger one, she likes the more committed turns, maybe doesn't have that same rail game, so maybe she wouldn't have been able to manufacture, I don't want to say manufacture, able to get as high of a score on that size wave. But Izzy Gomez with the biggest, highest scoring wave of that heat in the last 30 seconds. And she needed that. She didn't know it at the time. She just went because the heat was winding down, and she ripped it to shreds. And Ibaya got the score. And then Izzy Gomez got the score over the score. And there you have it.
All right, let's go and find out the thoughts from that woman of the moment, Izzy Gomez. She's standing by with Evelyn. Let's just stick with the live action before we go to that interview with Izzy Gomez. Here is Vania Torres, the Peruvian. Gets a turn up there. Her first hit on this one. It's a little bit tentative. And now she'll go nice and steep into the lip with an aggressive maneuver. Now let's hear it from Evelyn with Izzy.
Last heat ended in fine fashion.
And we're on the beach again with Izzy Gomez as she's marching towards those final rounds, trying to secure a world championship. Izzy, that heat with Ibaya was probably one of the most significant of the entire Barbados Pro-Am. How was it out there with you competing against our former world champ?
Yeah, Ibaya and I are really good friends. I don't know, like I just get along better with the older girls on tour, and you know, we're always just supporting each other. So we like had a chat before the heat started, and we were like, let's just get good waves, have fun, like keep it clean. And yeah, it was tough. We just kept going back and forth the whole heat, and I fell a bunch. I just felt kind of out of rhythm. But yeah, I got that last wave. I think there was 1 minute left, and it just came to me, and it didn't really look like it was going to line up, but I did what I could.
Did what you could all the way to the beach, and that final score of a 7.4, was it? That put you right back over the top. No, that was spectacular. So we'll see Izzy in the finals moving forward this afternoon. Back to you guys at the booth.
Great job, Izzy Gomez, from a clutch situation, pulls it out of the bag in the final seconds of her semi-final. We'll rejoin live action. It is Shakira Westorp, the Australian. Just adjusting her line with a little swing there off the back foot. And a clip to finish, which she will get a completion on. So she went a long, long way on that. Of course, no points for length of ride. It's all about the maneuvers, how critical they are, what part of the wave they are being executed in. Let's squeeze in every last drop out of that one. Nothing particularly to write home about in terms of how radical the maneuvers were, but nevertheless staying dynamic on the board, keeping it moving. And she will post the best number from what we've seen so far in this one. Still plenty of time, 19.5. We're looking to see who will face Izzy Gomez in our women's final, the Barbados Pro. Vania Torres played a patient game in the quarter to very good effect. She's going to get a score in for her previous wave. And she is in the lineup with priority. Ignore what the screen says as it shows Westorp with priority. She's just ridden away. She's all the way on the inside. So our priority judge will get caught up with that shortly. Or our screen, rather. I'm sure our judge is on top of things. Vania all alone out there. And she knows exactly the kind of opportunity she's looking for. Goofy, two goofies in this one. So that backhand approach. Looking to take on that lip on a steep section out the back if possible. And to show our judging panel degree of difficulty with risk-taking maneuvers in the steepest part of the wave. That's out the back here at Soup Bowl. Beautiful clean conditions for finals day. Potential world titles to be decided for both men and women. And the tension, the stakes just ramping up slightly here. You can feel it. And the action in the water is very much on point. Here goes Torres, the Peruvian, on an absolute bomb of a wave. Doesn't overly commit to the first maneuver. And she'll cut back with a ton of speed here. There's a nice little snap, bit more spray from her. And another one. And a little smile from her on the inside as she finishes off.
She's got those facial claims down.
Shaq having a little look there. Decides not to go.
Shaq would have seen those couple of lefts that Matea Salazar went on, and perhaps looking at those. And here's Vanya, a little bit safe on that first turn, but just trying to open up her scoreline. She cuts back into the pocket, and another cut back, and continues to twirl the baton. It's my favorite one. And here's live action. Shakira Westorp from Australia. All goofy foot affair. Shaq a little bit on rail, just playing it safe right here, putting a score on the board after a couple of falls, and she's going to tag the end section right there and pull out safely in the urchin section. So Vanya, Shaq trying to meet up with Izzy Gomez in the final, and Shaq trying to keep the world title out of Izzy's hand for the second year in a row. Her buddy Ibaya did it last year, and Shaq was really hoping for Ibaya to take out Izzy. And you can see Shaq. She's also dealing with a hip injury that we don't want to talk that much about, but you can see her, you know, if you've known her for years, you can be like, maybe Shaq's not going as critical as we have seen from her. But sometimes when you're dealing with injury, you have to surf according to injury as well. And a lot of surfers dealing with those injuries and making sure that it doesn't exacerbate the injury by overusing those muscles that are injured. 5-3-3. Pretty good score for Vanya.
Yeah, she's got another number to come in as well. So we're getting caught up here. She will have two scores going on the board. There's the beautiful drone shot of our reef. And you can see the playing field. So what does it tell you? We don't have a kind of triangle of white water sitting on the reef. It means it's groundswell with a longer interval. Certainly fewer waves. Very much a more organised swell today. Don't have any of that trade swell out of the east really. Just slight remnants of it in clean bumps. So we see a couple of waves in the set, then we get becalmed for a period of time, which is very much playing into strategy as well and how our athletes are managing these heats. It is definitely a case of being patient. The chances of snaffling a score from under prio are still there, but they're slightly reduced. And the patient game has played well in that quarter, by Torres. She's doing it again here. We're waiting for some numbers to go in there, so we'll get kind of caught up when we've got legitimate totals for our surfers. And here goes a Peruvian Torres. Swinging a first turn. Gets a nice little piece of the lip on that one. A little too much for her paddleboard's liking as she goes down. Meanwhile, on a bit of a bomb, here goes Westorp. And a little attack on the lip, which she will control. And then kind of overcommits to a little rebound turn and loses it on the inside.
Oh, man, that was... She made the hard maneuver, and then the easier maneuver perhaps let go of the gas pedal a little bit and fell off. But Shaq on her way to a great size score with a huge wave. So here is an exchange. Vanya, just an opening little mini turn, and then goes for it with this one. And the bucking Bronco bucked her right off as she goes down, and right behind her, Shaq on a bomb, and just off the bottom, off the top safely, no rail engagement really there, and then here just unloads, nice spray, somehow made that turn. That was an incredible recovery there, and then just uncharacteristically, unfathomably goes off on that cutback, and we'll wait for the scores to lock in.
Yeah, sort of catch that rail on the recovery. Maybe that just broke her line a little bit, foot position. Just overcommitted to that last turn, went down. So the 4-4-3 comes in for Torres. And we are waiting for a number to come in for Shaq. And that'll set things up for this heat. 13 on the clock, coming towards the back end of it. All right, so Shakira drops a score and goes into the lead now. Torres looking for 4-4-5. She's about to get priority. There it is. And it's a nice close tussle. Look how close those scores are. A 100th of a point separating these two at the moment with half the heat gone. So we are set up for an intriguing encounter here. Who's going to be our second finalist? Who is going to take on Izzy Gomez in the Barbados Pro Final for the women in 2019? Live from Soup Bowl. Great to have all of you online. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the surfing on display from the world's best paddle surfers who have been enjoying an epic week of surf out here. Been a really enjoyable event in every aspect. So cool to be at one of the premium locations anywhere. Soup Bowl. What a great wave.
It's absolutely amazing venue here. Vanya having a look and rides a small board and, you know, relatively new to stand-up paddling, and gets back up quickly with priority, and possibly an attempt right there. The priority judge will look and see if you made a paddling attempt, and it's basically a judgment call from a judge to see if that was in fact a priority change. While we're waiting for that situation to develop, I'd like to say good morning, Athena. Buenos dias, mi amor. Hello, Athena Rose. Good morning. Make sure you... Oh, here we go. Shakira Westhorpe under priority. Looking at the left, looking at the right. Maybe trying to sell Vanya on that one, but there's one more behind.
Torres likes this opportunity. Still hanging on to that priority from that earlier exchange. And finds a bomb to go off the bottom, off the top. Nice hit. The second turn's real good and crisp from her. And the third one's nice too. Good stuff from the Peruvian here. And she'll get a little section set up sweetly for a good finish in the pocket on the inside. And you'd have to be thinking that's the best we've seen so far in this encounter. So again, her patience coming to the fore. Let a couple of little opportunities go. And she found that one break a little bit further outside, didn't it? And it's set up pretty nicely for her.
She had great patience on that first bottom turn. She very patiently waited for that thing to set up, and just that one set her up for the rest of the wave. But you talked about her patience waiting for wave. Her patience on the wave equally as good, and she went to town on this one. But again, the same turn with that, you know, the paddle that we're talking about. We want to see variety. So if you would like to score higher, do one type of turn on one turn and then follow it up with a different type of turn so that the judges can see that you have more variety in your repertoire and you will score higher. So to all the young surfers out there, and it doesn't matter what type of board you're surfing on or body surfing, the judges want to see variety. That is one of the things in the scoring criteria. But ripping nonetheless and choosing the best waves so far.
Yeah, we reckon this is going to be a healthy number for Vanya. Let's see how the judges make of it. It's going to set up our final 9 minutes or so of this heat and leave, we reckon, Westorp with a requirement. Torres at the moment in second, but only needing a 4.45. Well, she definitely got that on that wave. She could go up the scale here with that kind of surfing. Judges are having a good think, but in relation to the fives that we've had from each of our surfers, that was some measure better, maybe even a couple of points better. Let's see how they process on that. Comes in 6.83 6.83 for Torres, goes in the lead and now gives Westorp something to chew on. 6.97 that requirement from her. She'll need to go significantly better. And here we go. Vanya likes a little deep number here. So from under prio,
pull
she
in.
Snaffled this opportunity and nice exit over the top.
She really liked that one from the beach. She's like paddled right over there. And Shaq's like, where are you going, mate? And again, just a huge just thoughts and prayers and good vibes out to. And look at this exit. Boom. Let's see. Pointed toes. Nope. No pointed toes. I give her good amplitude, good height, but the form wasn't that good in the pike, so not going into the top dismounts. But the worst wildfires in recorded history in Australia. And Shaq begrudgingly came to Barbados and has been on, the calendar for years. Tareen Black, also a competitor on tour, is there fighting fires, and here's Shaq trying to rebound.
Westorp off the bottom, under the lip with that turn, and she'll go down pretty heavily. She'll wear the full weight of that wave on her back as she pops up in the impact zone down in there. Have to go under another wave, so a little breath, and she will be feeling this right now. She's up and back on the equipment. She'll give it a couple of paddle strokes to get out the impact zone before she'll stand up. Let's have another look, see what happened.
Just a little bit too late. I think went too far off the bottom. Had she made that turn, it would have been pretty, she would have been behind the lip anyway, behind the section for the next maneuver. Needed to maybe angle more on the takeoff there. But here we go. Let's open it up for the free sunglasses, the C2C eyewear. If you know the Brian Bielman story that we told the other day, how did Brian Bielman get started in surf photography? He's been shooting surfing for 40 years. Some of the most iconic images, traveled with the world's top surfers, Andy Irons, John Florence, Kelly Slater, et al. How did he get started? Just a couple of quick sentences, and we will send you C2C eyewear anywhere in the world.
Are you prepared to give out any clues or
no clues? That's it.
Wow. Okay.
It's a pair of over $100 sunglasses US. So you had to be listening. That's the clue. Day one. Some of you were listening. Some of you were not. You can try and Google it, but you may not find it on Google. You need the story as told by Anthony Vela, and we'll send you. So you got to have a contest that's a hard answer. Like the last one we did in New York, it was such an easy answer. They got it in 2 minutes. We don't want something like that. We want you to have to think about it. We want you to see, to really know, were you listening on day one? Freddie Ocean Love says, greetings, Anthony, from cold Berlin. Brr. Jana Van Hoof, she was at our last event. She's watching Alan Lee. There's Izzy Gomez. She's like, let's look at my 6.7. And there I was ripping. And, she plays a happy-go-lucky game, but she's really a student of the game as well, watching and criticizing all of her waves.
Shaq up and riding here, looking for 697. Good turn for her first maneuver. That was nice. And again, applying pressure to the rail. Little jam back. She's got the bit between her teeth on this one. And a nice line through it. Doesn't get an inside finish, but a good first turn. And that's a little bit more convincing from her. I'm not sure it's a 697 though. That's the requirement. She will need the highest score of this heat so far. Don't think we saw it on that way, but an improvement from her.
Yeah, that was a great turn from Shaq, trying to rebound. Like what I did there for the second time, if you know of Shaq and basketball. So Mel Weigel provides an answer. It's pretty close, but it's not exactly correct.
It's pretty correct, isn't it?
The two no, it's not correct, because he had the camera already. So it's close. So far, it's going there. Hey, everyone out there who's cheering for Izzy, it's IZZI. So Izzy is IZZI. So many people are, go Izzy, go Izzy. But they're spelling it wrong. And it happened the first couple years on tour. They were still writing IZZY. Even if you go back into the annals of the World Tour, you'll see IZZY. But it is IZZI. And I think that we owe her that much respect to write it properly. Hey, Izzy. Hello. And she's just thinking about her finals matchup. She's like, hey, I can win the world title. It would be her 5th world title. She would be equal to Kai Lenny. And they wouldn't just have the same Red Bull GoPro sponsor. They would also have the same amount of world titles. And that's pretty cool. You can see a fan really wants to go ask for an autograph, but a little bit too shy. So, Mel, you're pretty close. Let's see if no one else can give a better, more correct answer. I mean, that's pretty close. Paul reckons it's spot on, but he was tuning me out during the story because he already heard it before.
I'll take it.
You'll take it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Well,
maybe the actual purchase of the camera slightly out of the
sequence,
chronological order, but still, like, she's got the gist.
She does have the gist of it.
Just over 2 to go in this one. It's still the requirement with the Aussie Westop 697. Priority with the Peruvian Torres in the driving seat in this one, and looking good for an all South American semi-final. Take on the Colombian on your screen there.
Susie Kiley. She did an eye emoji, 2 Z's, and the eye emoji. That is Izzy or Izzy. So we are trying to find the answer. How did Brian Bielman get started in surf photography? You've got another 3 or 4 minutes to write your answer in. And Mel, I'll give you the hint. You were looking for a hint earlier. Mel Weigel was pretty darn close, but a little bit off. And Shaq's looking for a 697, and this wave looks good for Shaq. She needs some speed, though. There it is. Oh. And Izzy's literally licking her chops right now because she knows with that fall, if Shaq does not advance, then the world title is going to be even closer to being hers. Oh, man. This could have been her comeback wave. And she's just not able to land that maneuver.
All right, well, emotional scenes here on Izzy Gomez as she is seeing the fate unfold of one of her few remaining rivals in the world title hunt. Shaq Westorp, the Australian, looks like she will be going out of competition at the semi-final stage. And that is putting this woman here in an excellent position for claiming that world title, and it's emotional as we'll count down towards the horn. And there it is.
World champion.
So a 5th world title to that woman there, Izzy Gomez. Congratulations to her. And she has nailed it before she's paddled out in the final. It's an historic moment in a highly decorated career. And what a cool moment for Izzy Gomez.
That's why the Red Bull hat came on, because our beach announcer, Luis, was talking about it, that if you add up the points, it is now mathematically impossible. Shaq was the only athlete that stood a chance. She needed a win here and a win in the Gran Canaria, but Izzy has now clinched her 5th world title, equal to Kai Lenny. But now Izzy with 11 wins and Kai with 11 wins, she wants to continue her momentum. 5, or she's saying hi, both.
It's 5 for sure. She has got 5 world titles in the trophy cabinet, locked in on the APP World Tour. What an impressive haul. What a great athlete. And here we go. We are straight into action from our men's final.
Poinanki Rioja also with world title chances here. He needs a win in the semifinal, and he needs to win the event to make it mathematically impossible, even with throwaways.
I think he just needs to win this heat, right? Just needs to win this semi to clinch the world title. I think we've had word from Tristan Boxford that if he wins this heat, he's the world champion.
If he wins this heat, that will give him at least 8,000 points, and that will put him at 26,000. And currently, there is nobody else able to get to that point. So, yes, one more heat.
Live action. Here goes Salazar.
Oh.
Boom town into the lip. Nail gun with that turn right there. Throwing tons of spray. And I tell you what, he is not lying down. What a great hit on the end as well. So Lekos Salazar opening up his account with fine style, aggression, radical maneuvers, and tagging that lip, the 2012 world champ.
And here is the possible 2019 world champ. But Lekos Salazar, I would like to invite you into the 9 club, because from all of my knowledge, I'm going to throw out the 9 for Leko, because he went to town. This wave inconsequential, but it's a little setup turn there. And then bang, right here, this next one you talked about, Boomtown. And Shazam right there. And Kapowski, maybe not a 9. Maybe close. Maybe close. Wellington had world title dreams crushed. Sean Pointer's dreams are crushed. Luis Dignis, Izzy Gomez, and Evelyn wants to do the interview. But, looks like we might be doing that.
Yeah, let's go down and hear from a very fresh APP world champion 2019, 5-time world champ. Izzy Gomez is down there with Evelyn.
Here we are, Izzy, in a unbelievable turn of events. Just watching that final heat, Shakira Westorp going down and not advancing makes you 5 times the world championship. How are you feeling right now?
I can't believe it, actually. I thought I had to win the whole event to be world champ, so I was still feeling really stressed out. And yeah, I don't really have any words. Like, I'm just so stoked right now. So, and I feel so bad because I told my mom to go grab my electrolytes from our hotel, and she wasn't here.
So just in case your mom's listening right now, what do you want to say to her?
Thank you, Mom, for spending countless hours on the beach in the hot sun filming me, and for coming on all these trips with me. And thank you to my grandparents. I think that they're watching, and to Dave for shaping me great boards, and to all my sponsors for just supporting me. And yeah, this was definitely my goal this year. So just to take it out before the last event of the year, I'm just cruising, and I'm so happy.
Talk a little bit about the competition. Like, you've been up against some amazing riders. Like, what do you have to say about the status of women's subsurfing today?
Yeah, I know the last year on tour, there's been a lot of newcomers, and it's been a lot more competitive, I think, and the level has definitely just gotten higher and higher. And you know, it's just really cool to see. And I've definitely been like kind of evaluating my plan for 2020 and just trying to think about what I'm going to do. And yeah, you know, like it's just really cool to see that the sport is still like growing and having just more girls come in, and even the guys side too. Like there's so many new people, so it's incredible to see the sport come so far. So I'm really happy.
I know you were a little torn, right? You were looking at the Piahi swell coming in, and you weren't sure what you're going to do. Like, how do you feel now about that?
Well, you know, there was a really good jaws swell yesterday, so I was really bummed that I missed that. But I just kind of came here on a mission, and I didn't really know the scenario of the world title. I just figured if I won this contest, it would set me up like well to a point where if there was a jaws swell that I had to miss Canary Islands, that like I would have a good result. So I'm really happy, and Supol is just providing beautiful conditions for us today, and this is just such a special place, and I'm just super happy to be here with everyone. Yeah.
Izzy, we are so happy for you. It's really you're now you've entered legend status. From what I understand, the only other person who holds this makes your
I'm tied with Kai.
With Kai Lenny. Yeah. So there you have it.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say to your viewers back home?
Just thanks to everyone for watching and for supporting me, and yeah, I have no words. I can't believe it. So thank you.
And we're here down at the beach at Supol, awarding Izzy Gomez her 5th World Championship. Back to you guys at the booth.
All right, great job, Izzy. Congratulations.
What are we, chump change? She doesn't thank Paul and Anthony? Oh, we're devastated
After
up
all
here.
we've done for her.
First,
particularly me.
She was second-guessing us. Oh, my gosh. Poi Nike Raiaha. He opened up. We saw it live in the beginning of the interview, and here's the replay. And just tearing this wave apart. He wants to keep his world title hopes alive. And just 2 huge turns. Lecco Salazar opened up with an 8.67. So almost a 9. I was close. And Poi Nike currently with the lead. He got a 6.93 for those two turns. So basically,
this is a rip snorter of a heat, and that's a massive turn from the Brazilian backside. Just belted that thing. Massive spray from him. And what an absolute smoker we've got on our hands here. So a lead in terms of the highest score from Salazar. Not as yet in terms of a total, but he will lock in a score for this, which will put him in the lead in this heat. And we are due a number as well for Poi Nike. That's Salazar. How's the aggression he's getting? I love the spark from a 2012 world champ. Look at that.
he makes those airdrops look so easy. He just comes out from 5 feet in the air, lands it, and goes right into a bottom turn. Takes so much leg strength, power, and surfing hours to be able to just flow out of an airdrop like that. So congratulations to Izzy Gomez for her 5th world title. And we still have an event on our hands, so we will celebrate the title later. Right now, we are concerned about this semifinal matchup number 1 for the men. Poi Nike Raiaha versus Lecco Salazar. Basically nothing between their scores from the quarterfinals. Both of them with the total heat score 16.16 and 16.06. Lecco right in there with an 8 to open up, and he's going to back that up with that last score.
Yeah, well, he's got Poi Niki against the ropes here, and this is a world title heat. Raiaha will need to win this heat. If he does, he claims the world title here. If not, we're going to send it to Gran Canaria coming up next month in December. And that requirement of a 3-1, well, he certainly got that, Salazar. Let's find out how much to the tune of. Poi Niki's got a bit to do here. Let's see what he can bring. And the score comes in, and it's an 8 from Salazar, all on that first turn again. So, an 8-point ride.
Woo!
And that is a huge total already from Leko. He'll be loving this. And he's put some real pressure on Raioa as we go down towards that 16-minute mark. So that world title champagne very much still on ice from the point of view of the French Polynesian. And he's got a bit to do in this one. We know he's got the surfing. Can he do it in this semi-final heat? Needs a couple of eights. Excuse me.
Yes, he does. And Leko Salazar, with his 4 previous event wins, he hasn't won since 2013. The only places he's won is Brazil and in the Caribbean seas, where he won in Location X back in 2012 to claim his first and only world title. But he's had an absence on the winner's podium in an event for the last 6 years, and his surfing is just on fire right now. Already less than 10 minutes into the heat, he's locked in a 16.67 total heat score. That is just huge. But Poinike, he's not even rattled at all. He's very similar to Izzy Gomez, and he doesn't need much to get 8s and 9s. But Leko is going to definitely have something to say, and it looks like they're having a bit of a chat. What language do you think they're chatting in?
Probably English.
Probably English?
Would have thought so. I don't know.
They both have very broken English.
Maybe Leko's French is pretty good.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe speak some Tahitian.
What sort of languages do you speak?
My English's okay. Oh, come on.
A lot of people are commenting, and it's a little hard to understand. They're not used to your English.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, I'm still picking up words here or there. So
picking up words like rip snorter.
I'm doing my best. Yep.
Dips his wick. Keen as mustard. Struggle street. Swinging the axe. Dead rubber. Bethmetry. Give it some welly. A scratch and sniff. Squeezing the juice. Sucky monster. Boomtown. Squeaky bum time. Fresh rippery. Thrust and parry. Baton twirling. These are just some of the many Paulisms that I've now inserted into my official black book of banging terms. So thank you so much, Paul, for all that knowledge.
Oh, man, thank you for having me over here. I've had an absolute blast in Barbados, and it's not over yet. We are going to wrap up finals there in the next couple of hours. Let's see how Poanaki goes here. Looking for excellent scores. That's a great first turn. What's he got here? He'll bank one just under a lip, and the whitewater will just kind of fold in front of him, so he'll have to wait before he'll open up again on the inside. Good stuff from the Tahitian.
Man, turn 2. He came out of that first turn with so much speed, and then just, I think, of his rail, he's a little too powerful, and it just dug in a bit. Right here, that is just... And that was kind of a check turn because he had to race around that section. Here's where he really wanted to unload, and he did, but just aesthetically getting caught up like that. The judges like to see it a little bit smoother. Very patiently waits for this end turn and accentuates it with a little sliding, little tail slide. So what do you think? Into the excellent range? No, Paul doesn't like it. All right, let me rephrase that. Paul doesn't think it's going to go into the excellent because we love his surfing and amazing surfing from the kid from Tahiti. Fresh Rippery. Jennifer loves Fresh Rippery. What are your favorite, Paul? So, Mel Weigel, you are going to win the C2C sunglasses. No one could come up with an answer better.
Yep.
How did Brian Bielman get started?
Put us out of our collective misery, Anthony.
So, Mel said he bought a camera while he was injured and started shooting. Chronologically, the order was a little bit wrong. He decided he wanted to be a surf photographer and didn't buy a camera for another year because he was always surfing. So he bought the camera and still wouldn't get out of the water. He would tell himself, okay, I'm going to surf first and then I'm going to go shoot. But he would never get out and shoot. And then one big day at Rocky Point, hit his head on the bottom, had quite a bad injury, and a couple of surgeries, almost died. And once his head wound was healing, that's when he started taking photos, and he's never looked back. and has gone on to be one of the world's best and most prestigious surf photographers. Congratulations to Mel Weigel out of Dana Point, California, working at the Infinity Shop, winning herself a pair. A pair. I said a pair thinking it's two, but sunglasses, it is a pair because there's two eyes.
She has two arms and two lenses. Yep.
Pair of C2C sunglasses. Congratulations, Mel. It helps to tune in all day long, every day.
All right, 10:40 to go in this one. And the score does lock in for Poinecki. It's not the number that he needs. Still looking for 9.75 to do it in one wave. If he's going to do it in two, he'll need a couple of high eights to get past that 16.67 total. Leko Salazar with Prio now as well. And he'll be interested in this one. Whoa. And just gets it a little bit wrong on the takeoff.
Beautiful work by Point. Look how far he traveled underwater. Poinecki just suckered him into that one. And you can tell by the way Poinecki pulled off, he knew he wasn't going and absolutely worked into his advantage. So we'll see what happens after that. But how's this replay? Or maybe that was just Leko trying to pull out. I think he didn't like it.
Nice style points for the dive, though.
Yes. And if he can come up with a couple of lobsters like we saw our main man, what is his name? There's so many nicknames, I forget them all. But if you missed that earlier, he had a huge pile of lobster, fish, a couple of crabs on there as well, all from his catch today. So
10.5 minutes on the clock in this one. The Brazilian, former world champ, in the lead with a significant lead as well. Massive total on the board.
They're talking about it right there. Hey, that was fun when you went over the falls.
Yeah, Poinecki doesn't look too stressed at things at the moment, does he?
He does not at all. And I actually have to check with our producer to see if we have these glasses that I'm talking about. I'm doing award giveaways. Hey, can I check in with my producer?
You've committed now,
I'm
so you're
committed to the sunglasses.
Yeah,
so
you
I need to come up. I need to come up with a pair of
if
C2C
not, you got to
eyewear.
pull out the credit card and get yourself some online. Ship them over to Mel.
Oh man, we have a college diver tuning in, and she definitely loved the dive from Leko Salazar, Ricky Bobby. So Susie, Kylie, are you familiar with Will Ferrell and all of his movies?
Yep.
So she's very much a Will Ferrell fan.
Okay.
She's named all of her boards after characters in Will Ferrell movies. So there's Dobie. Dobie was the shark in Anchorman 2. There is
a little bit disappointing Anchorman 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, but if you're a fan, you know about Dobie.
Yep.
Chaz Michael is the name of one of her boards from the ice skating movie. And also Mr. Narwhal is her latest board. And she also has a couple of life-size stand-up, not posters, but the life-size stand-up cardboard cutouts. And I'm not sure how the husband feels about that, having Will Ferrell around, but it's just how it is. Hey, Paul, people are wondering your Instagram because they want to follow the Fresh Rippery. So Paul doesn't post much, he says. I was asking him for his Instagram, and he was very elusive.
I deleted the app this summer. I was over it. Yeah. Didn't think it was productive use of my time, and I didn't think it was teaching me anything more about the world we live in. So I decided to delete the app. What do you think about that?
I love it. And
now I still check it just on a browser, but it just takes ages. It's really inconvenient.
So you still have the account,
yeah,
but you deleted the app from your phone. I got you.
The app. Yeah, but I still look at it on my phone, but just in Safari, which is kind of dumb, right? It takes ages. It doesn't work as well. But hey, I made a decision. I'm sticking to it.
Oh man, I did the same thing with Facebook on my phone. I still use it, for business things and things like that. But I'm not like a huge posting person about personal things on Facebook, and I didn't have it on my phone I've had this phone for a little over 2 years, and there's a lot of things. I run a training club back home, and we the performance paddling training club, and we give announcements. We have like a private group, and I could never do it from my phone, so I'd always have to call someone. Hey, can you?
Would you send a pigeon?
Yes, I would send the pigeon. So back to the heat. Enough about us and Fresh Rippery. Still holding that 8, 6, 7, and 8 for Lecco Salazar, and he is in position to perhaps upset Poinike Rioja in his world title campaign and campaign for the Barbados Pro Championship. Lecco's been on fire since the beginning, and he's saving his best for last. That's his highest heat total of the event so far. Just approaching 5 minutes to go. Thanks to our camera crew out there bringing all the angles. Our drone operator, the local, has been doing a fantastic job. And we're just having lots of fun here in Barbados and looking forward to having a free day tomorrow. So we had one more day in the waiting period. Today was the best day. So tomorrow, play day, surf day.
It's all coming together beautifully in the Caribbean. Welcome to Barbados, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, the Barbados Pro. We have just crowned one world champ on the APP World Tour. It's Izzy Gomez out of Colombia with a 5th world title, equaling Kaileni. She's going to be coming up in the women's final. This is men's semi-final number 1, and at the moment, it looks like we're sending the world title to the Canary Islands, because this man here, he needs to win this heat to clinch it. That is a massive turn. Wow.
Oh!
A huge second hit from him. Overcooks it slightly. The first turn was massive. And Poinike just pushing the limits of performance here, pushing a little too hard.
And here's on his way to a 9. We saw Sean Pointer get a 9.54 with 2 turns. And that second turn, he just pushed a little bit too hard. And the fins broke out of that whitewater a little bit. Not able to ride out of that. Lecco's just licking his chops out there, smiling. And Bodhi Chandra wants to know why they're sitting out the back. That's been a rule on the APP World Tour since the inception. The athletes must paddle out standing, go for a wave standing, and when you're waiting out the back for a wave, you are allowed to sit down. Many of them stand for the entire time, similar to longboarding and shortboarding. When you're longboarding, the boards are all bigger than this, but you don't stand up and wait for waves by standing on a longboard. You can see Lecco waiting for a wave. He's standing right now. But similar to jet ski assist. So we talked about this the other day. In shortboard surfing, they use jet ski assist. That's not real surfing, the grumble bums will say. And, well, what is real surfing? We're talking about contest surfing. So they use the jet skis so that the athletes can get out to the break. So it's all about riding the waves and scoring on riding the waves, not on how fast you can paddle. Very similar here. We let the athletes sit down on their boards so while they're waiting for waves so that they can hold themselves in position so that they can relax, so that they can surf the waves how they need to surf them. And they must be standing up as they're paddling out unless they're in harm's way of an oncoming whitewater section or a wave about to break on them. So there's kind of the analogy with the jet ski assist, right? Again, not real surfing where you get towed out in a jet ski, but we want to highlight the surfing and not the waiting outside the back. So just a rule. It's not a perfect science. The sport's only been around for 10 years, so we appreciate your guys' comments and insights, and we just try to bring you the information the best that we can. But I can tell you what, sitting or standing, they are absolutely ripping.
When you say the sport's only been around for 10 years or so, who came up with it? Who's the creator behind stand-up paddling?
Well, this is kind of the million-dollar question. How's this paddle battle? You can see they paddled way up the point now, racing back. Lecco, Poinike trying to out-paddle Lecco because Lecco has priority. And we'll come right back to that. But right now, Lecco Salazar can go if he wants to. Poinike having a look. He pulls off. He makes Lecco go. Great job by Poinike. Regains priority and needs a near-perfect score. Lecco should have went left. I mean, there was a left. So, I mean, the Hawaiians and other cultures have been doing some form of stand-up canoeing or stand-up surfing in Waikiki. I mean, there's some images of one particular gentleman I'm blanking on his name, but who used to stand up surf a lot in Waikiki, ride waves that way. You had a better view. And Poinaki having a look, needing a 9.75. And he likes it. He doesn't like it. He likes it.
He is up on a smaller inside wave, looking for a huge number. There's a big turn from him. And another one. He'll keep plugging away down here with similar kind of turn, which is epic surfing. It's probably not going to be a high 9 that he requires. And he'll finish off down on the inside. 40 on the clock. He is going to bow out at the semi-final stage.
Not yet. We got to wait for the score.
Got to wait for the score to come in, but it's not going to be a 9.75, you wouldn't think.
Boom. That's 9.75 worthy. Well, no, it's not. I'm just talking out. Well, I don't know. Possibly a 9.75. He's trying to manufacture those turns right there. Not really on rail. Smaller wave. Paul's right. I'm just excited and want to see it end in dramatic fashion, but Poinaki's going to wait for that score and most likely be relegated to the consolation final heat.
So, well done, Leiko Salazar. Great job by that man. Our first finalist for the men, and he started off strong and never looked back from there. He'll be absolutely buzzing making that final, and he'll bring all that confidence into that final heat to see if he can take out an event win for the first time in a very long time. World champion 7 years ago in 2012, and he finishes off full of beans. He'll be pretty happy with a super strong start in that one, and he got past the man who has been leading the ratings coming into this event. Still be leading them heading out of here. And we're having a look at the heat recap here. Leiko Salazar, so much pressure taking on that lip on the backhand and just throwing huge numbers up right from the get-go.
And he's asserted his dominance right at the beginning of the heat and got those 2 8s basically back-to-back and put the pressure on Poinaki. But they seem to be having fun. Poinaki, they were having chats out there, and that was the wave right there. The 8.67. Or no, that was the 8. That airdrop maneuver there. Cutting back into the whitewater. Leiko Salazar having a fantastic event. And Poinaki Rioja did everything he can. This turn right here was huge. And unfortunately, just not enough. And most of these surfers riding the thruster setup. And a couple of them ride quads. Poinaki likes a quad. But wow, that was an amazing semifinal matchup. And we're going to head straight into semifinal number 2 between Sean Pointer from Florida and Tamil Martino from Peru. Look at the Class 5 rapids have been downgraded to Class 3 rapids, but that is the rip current and channel section it's pretty tough over there.
Here we go. So through the shorey, just negotiating the dry reef in there with little coral heads poking up. Leiko Salazar will be absolutely flying in terms of his own confidence and his emotions of making a final here at the Barbados Pro, the inaugural Barbados Pro. We'll be back next year, you can be sure of that. We've had an epic week of competition here. It's wrapping up right now, reaching a climax. Second semi for the men in the water. Women's finalists already decided. Women's world title already decided. Izzy Gomez has nailed that.
And the Brown Blurs tuning in. Dave Bainey, one of our APP World Tour commentators, lots of family obligations, was not able to make it to the Barbados Pro. I'm not going to say you missed out, Dave, but it's been pretty awesome here, and I think you would love the rum punch. I'll try and bring a bottle home if I can, and he's stoked because he is the one that has sponsored Izzy Gomez and given her a path to win another world title and helping with the board design, with the graphic design as well. And Izzy is going to be stoked. The Shred Sista winning her 5th world title. And Dave, I don't know if you heard the 11 out of 15 stat, but she's won 11 events out of 15 on the APP World Tour. Here's Tamil opening up against Sean Pointer. And Tamil is just so aggressive in that last semifinal, and beautiful reading of the wave. So much on offer, and he's going to put the pressure back on Sean, right on Sean, I should say, because his heat just started, and Tamil Martino just opening up on fire, continuing from his semifinal defeat over Wellington Raish, and that's a claimable wave, and acts like he's been there before. That was fantastic.
Absolutely tore the bag out of that one. Lucas Salazar, all smiles and happy. He's only just made the final. Let's not celebrate just yet. He's just in the final so far. Here's an absolute bomb out the back for Sean Pointer as he engages both rails on a drawn-out turn. Look at this wave stand up. That's a sick turn from the world champion, current reigning world champ. And he will finish off, bang, with a nice tag out there as well. And that's a great wave. Two of the best-looking waves we've seen for a while. That one really stood up and just drained sweetly at the Soup Bowl. So stoked to make the final, but, you know, still another heat to serve. Really won anything as yet. And I just want to kind of keep that contained, keep a lid on it.
Yep.
Because you're going to have to surf against one of these two. And ultimately, if you get that far, you really don't want to be going home in second place. So just need to kind of dial back with the celebrations for now and start thinking about putting together a strategy for winning the final. I tell you what, if you do exactly what you just did in that last heat, it's going to be very hard to beat. You come out with a couple of 8s early on, and that is a real difficult mountain for anybody to climb. Don't care who you are. Let's see how the opening exchange goes down in terms of the score from our judging panel.
Who do you give the nod to? Tamil, maybe more explosive. Sean, a bigger wave. Maybe missed the first section, but second turn was good.
Sean, fewer maneuvers. Tamil kind of got more done. I'd like to have another look, actually. Just thinking maybe Sean a little bit more top to bottom. Possibly.
Possibly, yeah. But it was interesting, if you remember what he said after, you know, with his approach on the takeoff to come more square off the bottom. He didn't do that on that wave. Kind of cut back his first turn. Beautiful engaged rail. I like how he went from rail to rail and then really set up that second turn. And that wave was huge.
Yeah, that wraparound turn is so hard to do on a paddleboard out here. It's a real steep, pushy down the line wave. You're basically going the wrong way.
Yeah.
With your rail engaged, going back towards the wave, and
there it is.
Come out of that. Super impressive, and the judges rewarding it.
Yep, you were spot on, mate. You were spot on. I think the judges thinking exactly what you were talking about. Sorry to jump in and interrupt, but I love what you're saying about how difficult that is. It looks easy.
Yeah, it looks like just kind of going through the motions. It's super hard, and just by contrast, that little layback, snapping the lip with the paddle just behind, that's very much a stock turn.
Yep.
You know, we see that a lot.
Yep.
And showing something different from that. Really, really impressive. All right, here goes Tamil Martino on a softer wave, which doesn't want to let him in. It reluctantly does eventually. And he will bash a first snap and a second one. Throwing a little bit more heat into that second turn. There's a nice third one from him. You see from that beautiful drone shot, framing out the back, Sean Pointer as well. Here is Tamil with a little boost over a section in the end. It's not a big air by anyone's imagination, but he looked to have liberated himself from the lip, and he will make his way, navigate that troubled water down on the inside. And as he does that, and we wait for the scores to lock in, we're going to go down and hear from a very happy Leko Salazar. He's down there with Evelyn.
And the chase for a world title is on as Leko Salazar just knocked Poanaiki Reuha out of the standings in this men's semifinal heat. Leko, tell me about what was going on in your mind out there. How are you feeling right now? Just an amazing, amazing day.
I'm so happy. The reed's on fire. Poanaiki surfs so good, the best surf in the world. Thanks my family, thanks my friends. I'm so happy. Thanks good, first time. Let's go to the final. I'm ready.
He's ready for the finals. Back to you guys at the booth.
Yeah, Leiko, great job. He's found himself in the final. He's going to have to focus up for that, taking on one of these two at the moment. Pointer already with an 8. He is so impressive. Let's check out this man as well, though. He ripped the bag on this one again.
Yeah, this is a second wave, and just look how glassy it is. And just up and through the lip, you can see him just in Peruvian style, just like the Incans, the Mayans, and there the credit card there at the end, and Sean Pointer right behind him. Super slow-mo replay. Beautiful turn, and then fell off on this next turn. And just a little bit late right there.
If you're going to fall, do it with your opponent on the inside, so you can go back and get priority. Yeah, Martino, real busy, isn't he? He's just getting all sorts of little movements and jives going in between his turns as well. Keeping that physical energy all the time. Real active surfer. Showing us a lot of variety in terms of repertoire as well. And he's bang up for this encounter. A spot in the final awaits one of these two. And a date with Leiko Salazar for a chance to take out this event.
It's going to be a good date. I can tell you that much right now. It's going to be a great date with Leiko. And it will definitely be one to remember. And the trophies are absolutely sick. We're also going to be doing a consolation final to round out 3rd and 4th place. Typically in surf contests, if you get out in the semis, you are given an equal 3rd. But a new thing we're doing this year, because in Hawaii, you can only have a 4-person final. So you're not allowed man-on-man. So we had 1st through 4th in Hawaii, and we're going to continue with that fashion for the remainder of the year. So this is a second event where we'll have a consolation final. It's kind of like, you know, maybe you're not that stoked to surf again because you lost, but then you get a chance to surf one more time, so you're stoked.
Yep, absolutely. And you're referring to, of course, just state law in Hawaii which bans man-on-man competition. So you can't have surf contests on a public holiday in Hawaii. That's one of the rules they got over there, keeping the spots free for the people. And can't have man-on-man competition. So you can run man-on-man if you run overlapping heats. There's always 4 surfers in the water. That's how that system came into being.
Oh, and we just were on the bad end of a public holiday this year at Sunset, and we'll get back to that as Sean Pointer's up and riding.
Absolutely flying down the line. The Floridian covers a ton of ground on that turn and just slightly overdoes it. And he goes off, so 2 falls on 2 waves, uncharacteristic from Pointer.
So we had a lot of windy days in the beginning of the waiting period. We held off on some days. We ran through some rounds. And on a Sunday, we're in February, so I'm trying to remember which holidays in February. Maybe a President's Day or something. And Pointer just going for broke on that one, falling off. A little too much weight on the back of the board. And Sunday was going to be the last kind of big day, and we decided because there were fewer women's heats, we could just keep going with the women. So we let the women surf on the bigger day, kind of, you know, to give them a chance to have the spotlight on their own day. We ran through. Fiona Wild was crowned champion, and the women absolutely ripped. The scale was the forecast was due to drop the next 2 days. The Monday turned up to Sunset, and Paul, there were so many tubes on the Monday. It was ridiculous. Like, I mean, in the end, it's a good thing because the locals really got to surf. And for me, you know, I'd been to the Sunset event 6 times, and we've had some really, really good days. But this day was the best I'd ever seen Sunset. Literally, there were sets where every single wave was a in and out, hand over head, stand up tube. And I'd never seen Hawaii that good, and it was just incredible. We ran on Tuesday after the public holiday, and it was still some leftover barrels to be had, but I've never seen anything like it. Oh my gosh. It was Froth City. You know, I'm contemplating trying to go get one of those, but like there was no way I'd get one of those tubes. It was packed out there. The groms were frothing. Little mosquito hunting happening in here. And unsuccessful with that mosquito attempt.
So 14 on the clock in this one. Tamil Martino with the lead at the moment. It's a slender one, 0.6 of a point the advantage, and Pointer does have that excellent score in his back pocket as well. So only needs a modest 4 for priority with the Peruvian. Martino surveying the lineup out the back. And it'll be a cool moment if he can make a final as well from his own personal story. He's really grown into this event. He looked a little bit shaky on the first day. He's got better and better the more we've seen of him. He's found a wave here. He'll use that prio. Double pump off the bottom. Vertical re-entry from him. Nice recovery. Dynamic on the bottom. There's that slash in the pocket. Now he'll jam on the rail a bit more, as he'll just kind of side slip in the foam into a deeper position that puts the pocket in front of him. Standing on the tail there. He's waiting for the wave to section in front of him, which it does. And he pops with some nice exuberance on the inside. Talk about him growing into this event. Even in heats, he's pushing his scores up.
Exactly.
His energy is very much on point.
Yeah, he's a bundle of energy. He's just like the Tasmanian devil of the APP World Tour. Just wind him up and boom, off the top, and just carries that speed into that next turn and almost goes down that front rail, digs into the water, power turn, and patiently waits for this. And the setup, you can see him eyeing the line. He had an air attempt before, pausing, and then this air was, I think, a little bit better than that first one. Not much on offer, but just showing variety. Mostly everyone at the end is just kind of banking off the whitewater, so trying to really send a message to the judges, and that actually betters his previous score, so he's made it a little more difficult for Sean.
How much longer are you going to give him here as a grace period before he needs to stand up?
0. Oh, he doesn't like the score. And he stands. So I think he was maybe waiting for that score. And you can see him slap the water there.
It's a dynamic first turn. That second snap, he's a smaller guy. There's a lot of board under his feet, and his board's a little bit flat. If you contrast that, I mean, the biggest contrast be Poenaki, who really does that turn on the rail as well, and that's why he gets massive spray. You see that spray that's kind of taller than it is wide from that turn?
Yep.
And by contrast, Martino just a little bit flat. He's kind of just pushing against the fins really on the bottom of the board. Not as impressive. Don't get as much spray. Don't get the visual impact.
And I think he's maybe comparing it to his 667 that, made that first turn was really good. And sometimes you do an air and you think it's a little higher than it is. Maybe he really liked the air at the end that wasn't, that big of a maneuver. So to me, a little disappointment shown in the scoring. And I could just, how's this matchup? Housemates, roommates, friends, training partners, travel buddies, and they're going to be in a heat together. So Goofy versus regular. Ibaya Moreno in red. Shakira Westhorpe in. Oh, here we go. Oh, and the fight's on. And it's Shaq with a jab. And uppercut, jab. We need a slow. Oh, and it's on. Round two. And Shaq's going low. Yeah, can we get that in slow-mo again? That's going to be equally as good to Stu's dancing.
Yeah, if any kids watching, violence isn't the answer. But they're just having fun. They're just warming up, getting the heart rate going. And it's going to be a fun third place final, consolation final. Here goes Martino, still leading this heat. And under the priority of Pointer, who will remain patient in the lineup. And he only needs a 4. And he knows he needs a decent wave, though. Not trying to aim for a 4. He wants to go right up through the scale, if possible. Floridian, the reigning world champ. Here's another look at that last effort from Martino. What happened?
He's trying to go over vertical. He knows he's got to kind of lay it a little more on the line. He's basically been doing everything he can do and still getting scores in the 6 range. So he's trying to get into the excellent range like Sean. The excellent range being a score between 8 and 10. And it's good if it's a 6 to 8. And right now, Sean Pointer in second place, but in the hot seat with that 8.77, just looking for a backup score somewhere in that range.
You know what? This one's nicely poised. Definitely advantage Pointer with that 8, but he's still in second, and you do need to get that wave and surf it, you know, even if it seems like a requirement that's very doable. Do need an opportunity. Time will tick away here. If we get another one of those lulls, pressure will build up, and maybe just start to get inside his head a little bit. You would back him at this stage for getting that score. Certainly something even much better, just the way he's been putting heats together. But we saw something of an upset in the first semi. Here goes Martino from under the priority. This is his tactic here, just stay super busy in terms of his wave catching as well as with his maneuvers on the wave. He gets a lot of maneuvers in. Softer stuff through the inside here. And he'll just keep going toward a conclusion. Right, a little rail turn down in the channel. Not quite all the way to the end section, but nearly there.
Tamil needs a big wave. I mean, these smaller waves aren't doing it for him. He's ripping the teeth out of them, but he needs a wave with a little bit more teeth to rip out of him. I mean, he's doing basically everything he can do on these smaller inside waves, trying to stay busy under priority, but he's got to change his strategy. Sean's been the most informed surfer this entire event. The small waves aren't going to do it. You got to get a big one and go big.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd be thinking, yeah, let's kind of think ahead a little bit. Put Pointer on a reasonable wave, even give him a mid-range score, gets him up to 14, somewhere like that. Well, that's going to need Martino needing a 7, a high 7, something in that order. So an in-between wave, probably not going to do it. It needs to get legit bomb. Probably just wait for one of these ones on the outside. 7 to go. Or 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Be slightly more precise in this heat. And it's still the Peruvian Martino with that lead. Sean Pointer has showed us the virtue of being patient in man-on-man encounters. Now he's seen something he likes. As you see him slightly vigorously paddle to try and position. Possibly having second thoughts. Looks a little bit pensive as he kind of surveys this set. Standing up on the reef here. I think he likes to look at this opportunity. He's not going to go. Okay, so he thought about it. Just let that one go. Probably a good choice. Was a smaller wave.
And so even though he was paddling in a forward motion, he wasn't actually going for the wave, and the judges saw that, but he's going for this one.
All right, here he is. Look at the speed he even gets from the takeoff. Nice projection turn, climbs the foam, just going 1,000,000 miles an hour down the line. That's a massive stinging turn from Pointer. And again, nicely done. Compresses those knees, gets super low, and again, we'll just redirect smartly. And that is so sharp. Even he can finish off basically on nothing. Just kind of spanks the tail of that board out to make those turns look real impressive. And we reckon he's got a great chance of getting the score he needs with this.
Oh, I mean, even though those turns weren't as dynamic, this turn right here, after getting tons of speed, was super dynamic, and this one as well. So just those two were a little flat, similar to Tamil, but just a little faster. And a little bit more spray, a little bit more rail engaged. I'm going to say he's going to get the score. And we are just approaching 5 minutes to go in the second semifinal. Who's going to meet up with Leco Salazar?
Well, looks like Pointer goes into the lead, gets a 7.07. So priority with Tamil as a bomb. He just about gets over it. One of the bigger waves we've seen today. Detonating on the reef here. Soup Bolt coming to the party for finals day on the APP Tour. The Barbados Pro will be crowning champions in the next hour and a half. We've already crowned a world champion for 2019. It's Izzy Gomez. She will collect the ultimate prize in paddle surfing for 2019. And getting ready to go out into the water. It's our consolation final. So this is to decide third place. And here we go on a bomb out the back. Martino in the tube.
Yes!
Gets covered up and then jams on a rail. And he'll belt a big turn there. And he's still going fast and strong on an inside. Meanwhile, behind him, Pointer with a recovery that won't allow him to get around. So Martino getting himself in the tube there, coming out doing a couple of big hits. His requirement 8.58.
I mean, first tube, and we've just passed low tide, so we were kind of waiting, hoping for some more tubes as the tide dropped out and bottomed out. And so we've got about a 0.2 low tide that happened about a half an hour ago. Tamil doing everything he can. And we've been talking about his tube riding through the course of the event, and he finally had a chance to showcase it. I mean, he was fairly deep. I couldn't see any of his board. Let's have a look. And maybe it was just my excitement. You could see plenty of board still in there, and came out, and it was hard. He had so much speed to brush off there. Huge turn right there. Is that going to be a score? That's going to be. He wasn't that deep. Then Sean answering right back. Oh, he covered so much ground with that floater. Look how low he gets right there, and just falling off. So, wow, what is going to happen right there?
I'm not sure the judges are going to be overly seduced by that barrel myself.
I'm seduced by that barrel.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be great to get one if you're riding it, but from a judging point of view, if you're going to score for barrels, you need to be really locked in with the curtain all the way thrown over. And it was a little bit sort of after the event, really kind of pulled in quite late. Did well to get covered up, but it wasn't a super deep tube. Did have some great turns, though, so the turns could score real highly. That first turn, he jammed the rail, kind of released the rail. But then that next maneuver that he did, he absolutely clobbered that section. It sat up sweetly for him.
Man, and there's two ways to get the scores. You can have the Stacked app on your phone or your iPad. Or if you have one screen on Facebook Live and the other screen on the APP World Tour website, the Stacked app is interlaced into the actual website, so you can see the scores being dropped as the judges drop them. And looks like the score has dropped not enough, but an 8.23. So I think the score, the points weren't in the tube ride, the points were in the turns.
Well, here he goes again. He's fired up now, looking for 7.02. Bang! Wow, got a lot done there. Blew the tail out, and almost looked like he had a chance of riding out of that. So 7.02 is not a huge number for him. He's just gone into the excellent range with his last wave.
So he's got the highest single wave total, and this is what we talked about in some of those heats earlier and yesterday, just how the athletes here, we have a replay of the wave that just happened. Nice aerial attempt. That was his third aerial attempt, the best one so far. Not able to come down, but at least to have a chance to showcase your surfing, and that's exactly what's happening. So many waves.
Pointer trying to slam the lid shut on this, driving off the bottom. A great turn out of the lip, and then he is going to douse his adversary in spray there. Swinging through to the inside.
You ever heard of Chick Hearn? Famous Lakers announcer, LA Lakers basketball. So this one is in the refrigerator. The doors are closed. The light is out. The butter's getting hard. The eggs are cooling. And the Jell-O is jiggling. This one is in the refrigerator. Sean Pointer into the final.
He has, look at this stuff here. That's going to feel nice if you're in red. Not so great if you're Tamil Martino in white. And bringing this one all the way down with crisp surfing. One of the things I like about him, as you see him doing those maneuvers, he recovers so early. You can already see him looking at the next turn, his head kind of independent of the body.
I think that's going to better his score.
Gives him so much time to set up, we reckon. He's looking real good unofficially for the moment, and now we can make it official. Haven't had a wave ridden out the back from Tamil, and he will be taking his place in the final against Leko Salazar. This is how it went down.
Tamil opening up. A couple of flatter turns. Falling down right there. That's the wave we missed just behind Sean Pointer. So Tamil Martino, well done, Tamil. You made your country proud. And great surfing by the Peruvian. And he did the best that he could. But coming up against a in-form Sean Pointer and showing why he is the current world champion. Tamil caught a lot of fun waves, though.
He threw his whole repertoire at it as well. There isn't much he didn't do.
It's true. And Sean's got a repertoire that it's basically he speaks about 7 different languages of surfing. And Tamil just unleashing wave after wave after wave. I think he caught about 19 waves. And wow, just this wave from Sean, so much speed, traveling so far through those floater sections. His paddle got caught in his leash, but able to recover quickly. And here's the tube ride. Pretty great job to even get into the tube. Not as deep as he would have liked. If he would have just maybe come up a little more off the bottom and just put on the brakes a little harder. And had he got deeper, that would have been into the 9s, and he might have won that heat. But there you have it. Sean Pointer, another heat in the 16 range. He does better that low score. That final wave was his next highest score, so 8.53 and 8.17. That's a total of 16.7.
That's our finalists decided. And that's going to be coming up after a break. The consolation final with Bai Morena, Shakira Westop. Who's going to get 3rd place in our women's division? Find out right after this break.
I'm from a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. We'll search a million places, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to my place, oh yeah. With arms wide open. This place here is the sweetest place. My culture, you can eat arms wide open. Promise you'll never be the same. Show you how we done celebrate. Jump all around us, all with us. Get all around us, all with us.
In 2020, surfing will infuse the Olympics with high-performance action and youthful energy to a level never seen before in the Summer Games. As the governing authority of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the International Surfing Association has their sights set on Tokyo 2020, ready to showcase surfing to the world on the greatest stage in sport. Surfing has the power to make a positive impact in the lives of all, and the ISA will continue to use the sport to change the world one surfer at a time through Tokyo 2020 and beyond.
Coming at you live from the east coast of the Caribbean island paradise of Barbados. It's a consolation final in the water at the moment. So we are deciding third and fourth place from our losing semi-finalists. We got the reigning world champ, last year's world champ, because we've just crowned Izzy the world champ. But our 2018 world champ, Ibaya Moreno, out in the water at the moment with priority. And with the lead in this one from Shaq Westorp, the Australian. So we do have Izzy Gomez, a fresh, brand new, minted world champ, the 5th time in her career. She has gained the top prize in the sport, equaling Kai Lenny. If she gets an event win here in the final that's coming up shortly, she'll actually pass Lenny in terms of event wins. Let's see how that goes. First of all, we're having the consolation final. And just getting caught up on replays. It's just during the ad break. So Shaq Westorp is kind of losing it a little on the takeoff and recovers. And you are looking at the lineup in Soup Bowl on a cracking finals day. Saturday in the Caribbean. And it really does have a weekend vibe. Any time of the week, this joint. But particularly on Saturday. This place knows how to chill out. Just enjoy a bit of beach culture. Check out the world's best paddle surfers. And we've just set our final for the men as well. Sean Pointer getting an impressive win over Tamiel Moreno. He's going to face Leico Salazar. And that looks like a scintillating final for the men as well. So both sides of our draw just really provide an epic entertainment. Shaq Westorp just keeping up her speed through an inside section, which goes slightly amiss for her. And she'll go down. So a narrow advantage thus far with Moreno, our 2018 world champ.
And this consolation final heat to round out third place is shaping up to be a banger. Ryan Helm, what's up, Ryan Helm, joining in. We have not seen Ryan in a couple of years. Here's replay. A lot of opportunity right there, and Shaq just playing it a little bit safe. Rory Cam, thank you for tuning in. We very much appreciate it. And Ryan Helm, one of the top aerial surfers in Florida growing up. He was Giorgio Gomez's brother of Izzy, influence in shortboarding, and early on one of the top stand-up paddlers, and haven't seen him for a couple of years. So Ryan, what's up, man? Where are you watching from? Are you back in Florida? Are you in Sayulita? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? There's the scoring lineup. Looks fun. I know you would tear this wave apart, Ryan. Have you ever been here? So Ryan Helm, one of the early Floridians getting into the aerial game, went on a few trips with some of the top pros, including Kelly Slater, also from Florida, obviously, and went to Sayulita, Mexico, moved down there, and then went on to be one of the top racers and sup surfers as well. And we miss you too, Ryan. And just a super awesome guy. So thanks for tuning in. That's the cool part. You know, hey, if you're not here, at least you can tune in. And, yep, it is a fun wave. And we can't see everyone that's tuning in, but occasionally we have a good signal in here, and it kind of shows who joins. So we would love to shout out every single person. But we're not that technical in here in the booth. If you saw our shirts, you would know how not technical we are. But you know that we're looking good inside the booth. I can tell you that much right now.
And we're feeling pretty epic about life as well out here in Barbados. We've had such a good week, blessed with waves, beautiful warm water and weather conditions, totally cool locals. Just got to thank them once again.
Oh, you got it. Oh, we've been hunting this mosquito for about 18 minutes, and Paul just nailed it. Well done, Paul.
All right, here goes Moreno, 2018 world champ for paddle surf. And she grinds one down off the coping. And another nice wrapping turn for her. This is good. A little projection down the line. Oh, nice committed carving there. Just jamming the rail. Figure 8. Oh, and still belting it on the inside. That's a great wave for Moreno.
That wave was incredible. It's got to be in the excellent range. We're still waiting for one of those excellent scores. And maybe you didn't get them. Or is it just another one? It's another one. Have a look at this. Bigger size wave. Smooth off the bottom. Unleashes right there. Carries her speed into this turn 2. Opens up a little bit more. Perfect positioning. 3-turn combo. And then you love that one right there. And finishing this one off. Great combination of waves from Ibaya Moreno, showing you why she's world champion and not going to win the event here, but look out for her in the Canary Islands. And the after party is at Shaq and Ibaya's house. So we're going to be having the party here, but the after party, they've got a hot tub that we've been talking about, the perfect temperature. What is the perfect hot tub temperature in a heated environment, right? So the hot tub still feels good sometimes, but can't be too hot, can't be too cold. So they've been playing around with the temperature, and they reckon they got it just right.
Okay.
We shall see.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like natural kind of hot tub territory, Barbados, to me, personally. But hey, you know.
But hot tub just exudes fun, do you know? So regardless of if you're just dipping your feet or your ankles.
At a party, though, people drinking, you know what happens when...
Yeah, good point, good point.
All right, here goes Shaq Westorp. Nice looking wave for her. She'll swoop back to the white water and clock it some. Our drone picking up beautiful colours off the refit as we follow the Gold Coaster, Shakira Westorp. Bringing a right-hander through all the way to the inside with a little finish on the end as well. So, successful make all the way to the inside. She'll be used to a long right-hander coming from the Goldie. She won't be used to sharp reef like that, however. Obviously got the beautiful sand points over there.
Gold coaster and gold medalist at the ISA events, and we've got one coming up in El Salvador, and Shaq will be there to defend her previous 3 gold medals. She won in Fiji, she won in Denmark, and she won in China. And we'll be going to a right-hand point break in El Tunco, El Sunzai in El Salvador. So that's coming up. Unfortunately for me, I will not be broadcasting, announcing.
What is the event exactly?
It's the World Championships. It's the ISA World Championships.
Of
stand-up paddle racing, surfing,
sure,
and also prone paddling.
Right on.
So there's all these different disciplines there. And they crown a team champion as well. Australia has been the champion every single year, except for the 1 year in Sayulita. The American took a strong team. It's hard for a lot of teams to get funding because, you know, they're typically at these exotic locations where it's difficult to get boards and costs a lot of money. So for Team USA, they've got to pay their own way. And 1 year they got funding, so all the top guys and girls went. And here's Shaq on her last one. She just committed to the event, and Ibaya Moreno back into live action, and she's currently in the lead. She's trying to have bragging rights back at the house. Whoever loses has to do the dishes. And really cool to see the event in the Canary Islands, where it's, you know, Ibaya has been on the tour since the beginning, since the very first event, and to have it at her hometown. You know, and her friends cooking for Shaq. She gets to sleep in her own bed and just showcase her hometown And that's the technique I was talking about when an oncoming wave's approaching the experience, and then her board's right there. You don't get dragged back. So you just stop, shoot your board over the white water. And how's this wave?
Working this one over with good energy. 2018 world champ. The previous wave was a great effort as well. Vibes down at the contest area. It's Saturday in the Caribbean. And I've got to say, you go to a place and it's all nice. Checking out the water and the wildlife and, you know, the scenery. But the people make a place really, don't they? And kind of can't really say enough just how cool and welcoming everyone's been here for us. They've given us up their wave, which is one thing, but just in general, everyone's been so accommodating and friendly and cool. It's been a real privilege being here in Barbados for the inaugural APP Tour Barbados Pro. Going to be back next year, and we are stoked to be coming back. Ooh, okay.
Luis getting ready for the free surf. Yeah. He's like, okay, finals. I'm going to be first one in the line to get the first wave after the event's over.
And same spray.
Yep. So Luis Dingis there, he got knocked out of competition.
He can still win the title if he wins. He would have to win in the Canaries and would need Poinaki to lose relatively early, but he's still in with a shout, Luis Dingis.
So Poinaki has 6,500 points at least for a third place finish or fourth place. And there you see Izzy Gomez with her mom and Bant traveling. Still looking at her waves. Still planning for the final. Hey, Bant, did you see that wave I got? So Luis Dingis needs a win, and he needs Poinaki to not make the final. And they'll have the same 24,500 points. So, yeah, there's still world title hopes alive for Luis Dingis, thanks to...
That's why he's looking so stoked waxing up that board.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks to who beat Poinaki? Lecco. Thanks to Lecco. So the Brazilian helping out the Brazilian. Luis Dingis, world title hopes alive. He's got 2 ISA gold medals, but he wants the APP World Tour World Championship title as well. Oh, got him. Hey, but can you come in? Can you cut? Yeah, come in. So can you guys see that right there? A little bit angle's a little bit too hard, but we're just killing these mosquitoes. Sorry, buddy, but we don't want to get bit. So here we are in the booth. We've been calling the action all week. Paul Evans, Anthony Vela. Hey, where'd you get that? He's got a drink.
You just went and bought it. You took a $20 bill US, came back with 2 rum punches, and that's just one of the reasons why I love you.
We're so happy to be here and just having a wonderful time in Barbados. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for commenting all week long. Finals day of action. Waves have been fantastic. What do you think? First stand-up paddle event.
I'm frothing, man. Absolutely loving it. I think I should probably just retire now. Just walk away from the sport forever, just stoked.
And we want to know who's got the best shirt on finals day. We're having a competition in the room. Well, Christian, come in. Christian, we got to get in. No, live on one. Come back, Christian. We want to see your shirt as well. Christian Henning, the producer. Oh, Ibaya Moreno. Unleashing. Oh, she's absolutely crushing this wave. I love that turn right there. When you can cut back and get the board, the nose of the board higher than the oncoming lip, it shows some real timing there. How's Benoit? He's not interested. Juan de los Reyes just doing his best to stay awake. And Shaq on a screamer.
Oh.
Boom. So Shaq going down there. We're in the consolation finals for the women. And after the completion of this, we'll go into the consolation final heat for the men. And look at this. Ibaya just cranking that turn right there. and cranking that another turn. So we'll see Nike Rioja versus Tamia Martino coming up next. And that's to see who gets a check. Oh, Shaq going down there. Third place, I believe, is $3,000 or $2,500.
Yes, please.
Fourth place, zero.
Rien de rien.
Rien de rien.
Nada.
And right now, situation update 643-617. That's a total of 12.6. So Ibaya bettering her scores off that last wave. And Shaq, unfortunately, going down. She's gonna need a 9.14. At this point, I think she should just go for the tube. Mostly just for me.
Shaq, get in the shack.
Shaq, get in the shack. If Shaq can get shacked, I'd be really stoked, and I'd buy her a rum punch. Probably buy her one anyway, because Shaq's just one of those just awesome people who helps everyone. Very encouraging. She's young, but she's one of the elder statesmen, so to speak, of the sport, as is Ibaya. They've been around since the beginning.
Soft drinks are fun too. Maybe she just wants a coconut water, which is cool with us.
Maybe Shaq does not want a coconut water.
Okay.
I'll tell you about
Have
Shaq.
I misjudged the vibe?
I'll tell you about Shaq. She got out she was so bummed to get out in the Canary Islands. And, it's a great vibe there. Finals day was pumping. She's like, I'm going to go get some beer. She doesn't come back with a 6-pack, a 12-pack. She comes back with a whole case of beer. And you're just passing it out to everybody. That's Shaq right there. And that's why we love her.
Ibaya Moreno. Oh, looking like she wanted a tube then. It just clamped. She could tell. You saw her. She's such a natural athlete on the water. You saw her as soon as she got to her feet, she was looking for that tube section. The hand kind of went into the face for a second. That one would eventually just clamp, so it doesn't pull in. I've seen a couple of tube attempts. Tamil Moreno getting an 8 for a wave, which included a tube from takeoff. Let's see if we get any for the fun. We don't really have that offshore wind. Still some hollow waves out there. The reef's pretty shallow on the takeoff section, so some of the bigger ones will flare open. We're going to wrap up our consolation final for the women shortly. At the moment, the Spaniard Moreno very much in the ascendancy here. Looking like she's going to nail a check, because that 914 for Westorp, well, that seems a long, long way away.
Long, long way in 2 minutes. So Bodhisandro is saying 40 degrees Celsius. That's the temperature for the jacuzzi, at least in Canada. Maybe a little too hot for Barbados.
Canada feels to me like hot tub, like natural hot tub territory.
This is true. This
right?
is true. Yes.
Barbados is pretty much the last thing in the world I want to do is sit in a hot tub.
Yeah, but when you got a beer, I don't know. You're probably right. Jennifer Dales reckons ice bath. That's the reverse of a hot tub. So, I mean, we're not getting all athletically ice bathy, Jennifer Dale, but we appreciate you tuning in.
Speak for yourself, man. My body's a temple. I ice bath my voice box after every day of competition.
Is that where you go?
Yeah. That's why I'm in a hurry to get out of here every night.
I ice bath my voice box. That's going to make the list. Where is my list?
Take care of your larynx, kids. It might end up being your moneymaker one day. Here goes Moreno on a nice-looking wave here, swooping off the bottom, jamming off the top, and she's still streaking down the line. There's the little stance for the cover-up. She is so natural at reading these waves. I love the way she set that one up. Doesn't quite flare open for her, but pretty cool just to see a kind of natural surfing coming through rather than competing so much in this one. Just surfing the wave and finishes off erect, standing up, which you like.
Oh, pig dog tube ride. Yes,
oh,
Shaq.
In the shack.
This is all I want to see. Super slow-mo. Loses her paddle board. She gets to her paddle. Get there. I can see her swimming technique from her surf life saving.
So close, wasn't it?
She needed to go for like a water polo, get up high in the air to stop it.
Centimeters away from getting that paddle. Let's check Moreno first on the replay.
She looked for it. I mean, if you're a Grom, that's a full in and out barrel.
Count that. If that was me, I'm counting it.
Well, you are a Grom. And then look at this one. We almost didn't see it because we were having a good time. Straight off the takeoff.
Yes.
Steep and deep.
Yes.
Oh, I love that right there. That's exactly why we were singing your praises, Shaq. That's exactly why. Absolutely fantastic. The fans on Facebook are going wild. Hey, Mel Weigel says we have a 5-0 vibe. I don't know if she's talking about Hawaii 5-0 or like 5-0
police.
like police. You know about the 5-0. Oh, man. Oh, she's trying to get her paddle. That's why she's paddled into that one. Check out Shaq. What can she do with no paddle?
Oh, pretty good turn.
Yes.
Don't mind that.
I am so stoked she went for that tube right there.
Yeah. Shaq parking it in the tube. It's going to wrap things up for a consolation final for the women. And it will be Ibaya Moreno taking out the third place. Shakira Westorp taking out fourth. But she won hearts and minds and souls with a deep pig dog effort, getting super low. It was a critical section. Love it.
We've literally never seen that on tour. A female dropping in and pulling in backside immediately off the takeoff. And, we didn't, maybe get you think about Soup Bowl, you look at some of the clips, the highlight clips from years past, think about the tubes. We've had great waves, but wouldn't it be great in the finals or perhaps next year we get a couple of tube days where all the winds cooperate? That would really be special. I'll tell you what, Ibaya Moreno is going to be buying something special for dinner for night for her and Shaq because, Ibaya just won that consolation final matchup. And that has some implications, not for the world title, but for, there it is.
Oh, yes, please.
And that absolutely had no exit. But she's pulling in anyway, and I just love that.
All right, there it is. Let's make it official. Third place goes to Ibaya Moreno, who relinquished her world title earlier this morning. Shakira Westorp, she got shacked. Comes in fourth place, a great event for her. And as ever, an important part of this APP Tour. Consolation final for the men coming up. Tahiti, Poinaiki, Raioa, out of French Polynesia, taking on Tamil Martino, the Peruvian. And the world title for the men. We'll have to wait until Gran Canaria coming up in December. It's not going to be decided at the Barbados Pro. We're waiting to set up our men's final where we'll see Sean Pointer and Leco Salazar. Those two hate each other, don't they?
Yeah.
They're just fierce rivals.
An interesting hairdo for Shaq. She's usually got her hair up, but look at her, just hair down. Interview both of them, Evelyn. Keep them both there. Christian, can we pass that message along? Let's interview both of them because that was an awesome heat. I'm just making producer-type calls from my way above my pay grade. It'd be cool to interview both of them instead of just Ibaya. So maybe Evelyn can get the interview down there, and I'm just wrongfully barking orders to the producer.
You're in Oki territory there. Have you seen? That's what Oki does. I've done a few events with Oki. He'll talk to the director, and the surf world as well. He goes, oh yeah, okay, and replying to stuff no one else can hear but him. Love him. What a legend. Here goes Poinaiki, belting one off the top, and then using that rail and swinging it around. Smashing the lip to finish off as well. So just kind of rapid fire maneuvers from him. But an opener into his account.
So Ibaya Moreno, 6,500 points. Shakira Westorp, 5,750 for fourth. And we'll give you an update on the world title. The world rankings, I should say. The world title has been decided for the women's. Izzy Gomez, no surprise there. One more world title for her mantle. And I wonder where that mantle is. Because she's from, perhaps it goes to her grandparents' shop in Florida. It actually burned down this last year. And
let's go and get some insight from the beach. Evelyn is down there with our two athletes we just saw out in the water. Shaq and Ibaya.
And we're here with the two winners from the women's consolation final. Ibaya might have come out on top and taken that third place standing, but Shakira sent it with this barrel attempt today that was just had the crowd screaming up top. Shakira, tell us a little bit about that wave.
Ibaya had me pretty well comboed. I needed like a high 9, I think. So this wave came and it had the full bowl on it, and I just thought, I'll go for it and hopefully I come out. I didn't, but it was pretty good viewing there for the little while I was in there. Yeah.
It looked good from up top. And Ibaya, so you're taking the third place standing, and we have such deep respect for you, but I know that the two of you out there were just having fun. Like, tell us a little bit about what did you talk about while you're out there, and where was your head at?
Yeah, our plan coming here was to be in the final, not in this final, but yeah, it was heaps of fun. I think, we have amazing waves, and sharing with Shakira is my best friend, and yeah, it's amazing, so I'm really happy.
Great. Congratulations to you both. Back to you guys at the booth.
Just epic stuff from down on the beach. You're in Barbados. You're surfing fun waves with one of your good besties. And afterwards, you're coming in for a refreshing Banks beer. There's a sick turn from Tamil Martinez. Nice rhythm to his shredding, as he will work this one all the way over for a nice finish as well on the end. Busy like the bee, buzzing around the lip and underneath it, and slashing up with vim and vigor. And I don't mind that stuff from Martino. Let's see how he challenges the 5-point ride from Poinaki Raioa.
Well, anytime that you get a chance to come up against Poinaki, it's a great opportunity to put your stand-up paddle surfing to the test, and that's exactly what Tamil is going to try to do. And we have a second question out to our Facebook audience. Out of the two people in this broadcast booth, who do you think has ever beaten Poinaki Raioa in a surf heat? Paul or Anthony? Paul or Anthony? Are you already drinking, Paul?
I'm going to have to think about this. Am I eligible? What can I win? Cheers, man.
We're just enjoying finals day here. We've got our Hawaiian shirt vibes happening in the booth. And this is the Barbados Pro presented by C2C Eyewear. Mel Weigel winning a pair of C2C sunglasses. We've got to go track those down and make sure we actually have those to give away. And we're also giving away a prize for the next trivia question. Who in the booth has ever beaten Poinaki Raioa while he was a gold medalist at the ISA World Championships?
And just as a sort of bonus question, for no prize, but just for a load of respect, see if you can think who came up with this question as well, given the kind of detail and the answer. See if you can think came up with this question, I wonder.
You're the questions guy. You've been asking all the questions, so who beat him and who came up with the question? It's kind of a part A, part B. And we want to know what you guys think. And we know what Benzinho Otero thinks. There's Gabby. There's also Zane Sands. Zane's got to work on his shaka a little loose. You got to tighten that up a bit, Zane.
Just out of interest, did he beat him fair and square, or was there any skullduggery going on, or any foul play?
Skullduggery.
How did this win come about?
Look at my list. Skullduggery. I got to add that in right under Rip Snorter. Actually, it was a pretty good win, to be honest, and I'm very proud of myself. That was, I wouldn't consider myself as we watch this wave by Poinaki, just one of the guys I respect the most on tour, because he's just so. It's so hard. I take that back because I respect everyone so much, but I really enjoy his personality and kind of the mystery about him, because he doesn't speak. His English has gotten better through the years, but it's hard to get a chance to know him. We're in a contest at Santa Cruz at Steamer Lane, and it's in conjunction with this kayak contest, the Santa Cruz Paddle Fest. And they're all kayak judges, so they're not necessarily judging like how well you can rip.
Okay.
And It was a big day at Steamer Lane, and where that kind of middle section breaks and the left gets going.
Left, yeah.
So
goofy,
and
classic going left at Steamer Lane, classic goofy foot.
And some of the bigger rights were from there, and I watched it, and I'm not as talented as some of these guys, but I can hold my own. And kind of like some of the big wave surfers, maybe they're better at big waves than they are at smaller waves. So that was my only shot. So my strategy, I don't want to get into a battle of turns because you can do 60 turns on a Steamer Lane, good one, and there were those good ones. So I went in my heat. I went and sat out by myself on the peak, the indicator peak there, and I was looking for there was a couple tubes on the left. I'm like, oh, if I get tubed, that's why I had all these delusions of grandeur, getting tubed on the left and beating Point Nike. And my first wave I took off on, like set it up for the tube, no tube, jumped off, leash broke. I'm like, oh, my heat's over. It's going to go, board's going to go into the rocks. There's my board. Paddle up to it. It's buckled a little, and I broke my leash. So I did a little tie and surfed the rest of the heat without the leash. But my next wave, it was just an absolute bomb. And I went left at first, and just, again, they're kayak judges, so they weren't necessarily judging how critical your turns were. So I caught this huge wave, went left, and it never normally happens, but it reformed right. And then I just, teed into a couple turns going right. Again, I never can be as critical as Point Nike, but the judges love length of ride. They love big waves, and so I was interpreting how the judges were scoring the competition and applied my heat strategy accordingly and was able to execute.
Will your memoirs be available on Amazon before Christmas, or can we?
Before Christmas 2021.
Okay. Well,
before Christmas 2021. And I've got the photo. I'll show you the photo. And this is I did this talk actually in San Clemente a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago now, and it was for the San Onofre Heritage Parks Foundation. They had one guy who was a lifeguard chief for 30 years in San Clemente doing the first talk. They do this summer speaking series, and the second guy speaking was a shark expert. And then there was me, and I'm like, what do I have to say to these people? And you had to pay to get in. So I'm like, no one's going to come see me, and what am I going to say? And I didn't know whether to talk about my lifeguard competition, stand-up paddling. So I came up with 3 ocean encounters, 3 memorable waves, and 3 memorable moments. And one of that wave was one of the memorable waves that I talked about. And as an announcer, an athlete, a coach, you really put all of those things, and I say it kind of in a joking manner, but really there was a lot of things that went into play with being able to come up with a strategy, go out and implement it, and then execute it. And then, in 100 heats, I would beat him 0 times, but I happened to get lucky that one time. And that's my claim to fame, beating Point Nike in the San Clemente Santa Cruz Paddle Fest circa 2017.
In brackets with kayak judges.
For sure. 100%. But no, they love length of ride and they love size. That's it. I'm in heats with guys sometimes that are like not really doing critical turns, but they're doing long waves and getting the scores. Speaking of getting the scores, Tamio's looking for his second scoring ride. Just one wave ridden halfway through this heat. And we have been just talking about lots of different things. Let's get back to the surfing action and our awesome shirts. So those are the 2 things important right now. Not my one wave and the Santa Cruz contest.
I don't know, mate. I think the viewers has gone up since we had that anecdote.
We lost about 100 viewers, actually.
We're crashing the server. Yeah, love it. 12 on the clock. Let's take another look here at our Peruvians' absolute dreamy wave. It's a beauty in the midday sun now overhead and just lighting up Suit Bowl in tropical sunshine. We are a mere 13 degrees north of the equator, very much in the tropics in terms of temperatures.
Oh.
And we are absolutely being treated to a fine display of red hot surfing out in the water at the moment. Consolation final for the men sees our tour leader in the lead at the moment. A requirement for 7-8 for that last wave coming in. Here goes the French Polynesian Poinaki Raioa, belts one off the top. Stands back pretty far back on the tail. Bigger equipment, you mentioned 8-0 on the board. So off the tail, but uses the rail is the key point in all this. And he uses it to great effect. So just swinging down there for a finish.
Casper Steinfath, the legend, joining in, watching these awesome waves in Barbados. A little bit warmer than Denmark at the moment, but huge congratulations to Casper Steinfath as we look at this replay of Poinaki Rioja. We've seen so many beautiful waves from him, so smooth and just on rail like you talked about. Casper Steinfath winning the Red Bull Heavy Water event for the second year in a row, the biggest prize purse in the sport of stand-up paddling, the most treacherous conditions. We wait for it to get over 10 foot at Ocean Beach. This year, out of the 23 total competitors, only 6 finished because the currents were going against everything. You have to paddle 7 miles out around the Golden Gate, catch a wave at Fort Point, and then go back out around Golden Gate, in, out, and in at Ocean Beach, over 10 foot. Casper Steinfath won last year and then backed it up this year. And, I mean, it's just an incredible. You think of him more as a sprint specialist because he has won so many sprint events in racing, but to win the Red Bull Heavy Water for the second year in a row is a huge accomplishment. So Casper Steinfath, you are the man. Congratulations. Hey, Rick Weeks says, good claim, AV. I think it's a pretty good claim as well. And I get to claim that for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's yours forever.
No one can ever take that away from me. Oh, Shaq joined in. Shaq, the best part about that interview was that you guys had beer. And, I mean, we were just talking about it. I was telling how you bought the case of beer at the Canary Islands. And there you were in your interview with beer, and you guys are awesome.
9 minutes and 10 remaining in this one. And Poinaki Rioja has just dropped an 8.83. He's gone massive up in the excellent range for pretty strong stranglehold on this. 7.91 the requirement for this man right here, Tamil Martino. Got a great looking wave there. Tell you what, the waves are firing right now. Probably the best conditions of the day for finals. Wow, great turn from Tamil. He is ripping this wave apart. Look at his timing on the lip. It is so sweet. And he's still swinging on a meaty inside. And he'll finish again on the end with a nice little tag up in the white water. Really well surfed wave by him. Let's think about that requirement at 7.91 and how this is going to come in. Look at the speed he generates here. Look how aggressive his line is. Whoa. Nice rail jam as well, Anthony. He is on fire on this one.
And beautiful. Tamil is just he's such an incredible surfer with his commitment. And no claim, just subtly pulls out. Well done, Tamil. And look at those scores. Oh my goodness. Hey. Tamil has a look. And as soon as they get past the whitewater, they're going to jump right to their feet. We allow them to stand to get out of harm's way. 15.43, 14.36. And here's Poinaki. Look at this bomb right here. That turn is so hard to do on your first turn. Most people use that as a cutback, but to do that kind of crossbow as your first turn as a top turn, Kai Laney was the first one to start doing that, and everyone tries to be like Kai. That's why we see so many people trying to do that turn, because Kai always makes it look so easy as he does everything. Paddle battle. Tamil is a Peruvian champion in racing. Poinaki Rioja is a ISA gold medalist
Look at
in
the score
surfing.
lines. Martino gets the lead. He nails that score with a 9.
9.03.
I think we might have another wave to come in for Poinaki, do we, for that last ride? Are we do a number for that? Massive 9.03 for Martino. He ripped that wave apart. Judges reward him accordingly.
Oh. And that was live action. We didn't see that one in a replay yet, have we? We did see it. I'm losing focus here, you guys. I promised I'm going to regroup, and we're going to look at it again because it's a 9. Welcome to the 9 Club, Tamil. huge first turn on a big wave and just jams it right there. He carries so much speed into the lip, second airdrop of the wave, and this thing just doubles up. It's the wave that keeps on giving, and Tamil just driving down the line to finish this one off, and bang, 9.03. It's an exclusive club. It's an exclusive club.
Martino goes in the lead, enters the 9 club. Now Poinaki looking for 7.74 as requirement. He wants to go at that 3rd place, pick up that check, and get a few more points as well. It could come down to these very fine margins for the world title. Let's get a roll over to Gran Canaria. So coming down to the climax of the season out in Macronesia, as it's known, the Atlantic Isles.
Not Micronesia?
Nope.
Macronesia.
So you got Melanesia, which is like Fiji, New Caledonia, those kind of islands. Obviously, everyone knows about Micronesia. Macronesia is Canary Islands, Azores, Madeira, Cape Verde, the islands in the Atlantic.
Your amount of knowledge is just incredible. So give us a kind of, we've been talking about the surfers. I've talked about me. I'd like to get you to talk about you, which you don't like to do. And what's kind of your background? What's on tap? You are on hold for announcing the Nazare event as well?
Yep. We've had various sort of a frenzy of WhatsApp activity about whether it was going to go Wednesday or Thursday next week. Looks unlikely now to go ahead, Nazare Tow Challenge. So that one, we'll just watch and see what's happening. There's a load of activity in the North Atlantic, but it's just the winds that's the problem. So the swell's 50 foot plus consistently for the last week at Nazare. But we've got north winds, the Nortada, which is troublesome. Even in towing, where you don't need conditions to be as good as paddle. But yeah, I do a few events for the World Surf League commentating. Other than that, I'm a journalist, I write articles. But I mostly just check the surf lots of times, walk my dog, and watch the garden grow. That's what I really
you
like
to
do.
garden?
Yep.
Oh, we'll get back to that. What sort of articles do you write?
Surf stuff, mainly.
Yep.
Yeah, a bit of travel, mainly about surfing.
And how is your vernacular so, I can't even find the word because I'm intimidated. Are you a voracious reader as well?
Yeah, I am, although I've sort of changed a little bit in my sort of sphere of interest lately. So read a lot more non-fiction these days than novels that I used to be really into. Let's check out Poinaki Ryo right here. And belting it on a smaller inside wave. Looking for that 7.74. Such an intense competitor. Through to the inside. Tag it again. Not sure that's the score he's after.
Not a 7.74. And if things should remain the same, look at how close this heat is. And Tamil ends up victorious. He entered the 9 club, but he will also enter an exclusive club of people that have beat Poinaki. This club includes people like Leco Salazar, Anthony Vela, and Tamil Martino. I mean, we don't have green jackets or anything, but we should probably get something made because this is a very exclusive club.
All right. 2:45 to go in this one. It goes Poinaki.
We're losing it in the booth. Oh, man. And it's just because the energy outside, the energy in the ocean is just so spectacular. We're setting up for an amazing finals match, giving away $30,000 in prize money. We've crowned world champions. And in dramatic fashion, it couldn't have played out any better. We crowned the women's champion. Awesome job. Congrats, Izzy. But the men's championship, we have to wait until the Canary Islands.
Yeah, it's all coming down to final showdown in Gran Canaria. There is your brand new world champ. She must be one of the freshest world champs in the world in any discipline of all. She's been a world champ for about an hour right now, but for the 5th time, of course. So she is used to wearing that hat as a world champion. The APP 2019 champ for the women is that woman there, Izzy Gomez. She makes her way out for the final, where she'll be taking on Vania Torres.
Banya Torres making her first final on the APP World Tour, so congratulations to Banya for surfing her backhand as well as anyone has ever done, and coming up with a great heat strategy and execution. Bant Rodiger speaking of voracious reader, and he also is known to write as well. And there is Mauricio and company getting the table ready for the award prize giving. And we are winding down this second consolation final to round out third and fourth place. Pretty much is as close as you can get. 9.03883 top scores for our two athletes. And Tamil Martino is under a minute away from entering the exclusive club.
So here we go as we'll count down. Priority is with Poenaki, and he's not giving up the ghost at all. Looks like he thought he'd seen an opportunity. Maybe not. So we'll scan the horizon and think, where is it? That one there, Tamil Martino. It's just ripped this week. Looking good value for third at the moment. I just wonder what's the points difference between third and fourth?
It's 700. Excuse me. It is. Yeah, it's 750 points. So 5,750 for fourth. Excuse me. It's about 2,000 points. 6,500 for third. So quite a bit of difference. And this will be, if Poenaki is to win the world title, this will definitely be his throwaway with his 5,750 points. 5750, and I'll enter that in. And Tamil Martino with his best finish of third place. Trying to find Tamil. But basically, what it looks like is if we were to end the competition today, Poenaki with 23,750 points. Luis Ignis 18,500. Wellington Ray 16,500. But we still have points to be allocated to Leco Salazar. Also to Sean Pointer. So Sean Pointer only having one previous result, a 9th place finish in New York. There you see a close heat. Tamil Martino, welcome to the club of athletes that has finished ahead of Poenaki Rioja in a heat. Izzy Gomez in red from Colombia versus Vanya Torres in white de Peru. So buena suerte a todas Vanya y mucho gusto a todas las personas mirando de Perú o todas las países que hablan español. And there's Paco, the dog. And congratulations to Tamil with an excellent event. And super cool for Tamil. He's been taking photos as well of Vanya and some of the other competitors. And has designed his own boards and paddles as well. So awesome job to Tamil for finishing third place here in Barbados. And he'll look forward to the Canary Islands event. The Peruvian surfer just keeps busy. Freshly off a trip from Puerto Escondido, so he was hoping for a couple barrels and actually got the only in and out tube of the event. Wasn't super deep, so it didn't end up being a score in the excellent range, but if he was a Grom or an announcer, it would have been a 10 because he actually got in the barrel. So Izzy, this is one of those things where we saw it at Pipeline a few years ago. I believe it was Gabriel Medina's first world title win when he won the world title but was still in a heat and then didn't go back out into the heat until halfway through the heat and then still ended up making it through that heat. Was that Gabriel?
Yeah,
or?
rings a bell. Yeah, sounds about right. Right, let's go down the beach and hear from Evelyn. And she's with Tamil Martino.
Okay, you're live.
And I'm down here on the beach with Tamil Martino, who just took out our rankings leader, Poaniki Rioja, in the consolation final, making Tamil our third place finisher for the Barbados Pro-Am. It's just been an incredible week for you, Tamil. Some incredible surfing, and now you've just won against Poaniki. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm feeling happy to be in the third place. Obviously, I want to win, but it's the result. And nothing, I want to say thanks to my girlfriend, to the Peruvian crew in Peru, and un saludo para mi abuela, que es su cumpleaños. Feliz cumpleaños, abuelita. Thank you.
So what happens now? Big party tonight? What's going on?
No, I don't like the parties. I like to wake up early to surf tomorrow.
I love it. And that's what we'll do. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you.
Thanks, Evelyn. Great job, Tamil Martino. Third place finish, highly respectable, epic performance. Speaking of which, how was this hackery during that interview?
One turn, but it's got to be in the 5 to 6 range, if not higher. And she pulled out of that one. You want the time already? The heat just started, Izzy. 4.67. I was pretty close. But Izzy Gomez, she is surfing her first heat as a 5-time world champion. Banya Choi is trying to get into the world title mix, and into the world ranking mix, I should say, because she's absolutely not in the world title mix, because that has been decided. And here she is, Banya, having a look at this one.
Nice little wave standing up here for the Peruvian. Drives off the bottom. Good turn. Did well to recover that. Had to get low to her board and then pushing hard there. And going down.
And big shout out to Banya's boyfriend, Coco Maggio, who I believe is watching. And what an awesome guy. When I was in Peru, able to hang out with them and have a barbecue at their house. And it was just absolutely delicious. Coco was cooking up some serious food. Vanya up and over right there. And just a little bit late. And comes off on the second turns. That's normally what happens is if you're a little bit off on the first turn, and then you go into the second turn thinking everything's all good, but typically you are not able to make that. And Izzy Gomez, just reiterating the fact that it's I-Z-Z-I. That's how you spell Izzy. So a number of people today, yesterday, the day before, have been cheering for Izzy and commenting, but I-Z-Z-Y is how you spell Izzy Pop or other Izzy's. Izzy Gomez is I-Z-Z-I, Izzy Gomez. Check the Instagram. You can see some amazing shots on Instagram from Izzy and from Vanya as well. Two of our most social media friendly competitors on tour.
They haven't deleted the Instagram app.
They have not deleted the Instagram app. They have not. So if they did, they would be in an exclusive club of people who have deleted the Instagram app and still look at it, but from Safari, which isn't as good, but it happens. So this is a 30-minute final versus the 25-minute heats that we've been doing previously. And the heats have been 25 minutes throughout the entire competition. And those extra 5 minutes, it really helps a lot for these athletes. So Izzy going with a little bit of a wetsuit.
All right, here we go. It's Torres. Backhand attack. She will get a nice little inside section here. Very cooperative for her. Allows her to unleash a couple of maneuvers. Doesn't get the finish done. Gets away from her a little bit. But a bit of work done out the back. As she resurfaces. Tries to kind of stay off the bottom, although it's kind of unavoidable there. Whoa. And we can see the nose of Gomez's board in very close quarters. Could we have a paddle battle on our hands here?
They're going to have to
hope so.
They'll have to stand up right after this wave because the judges, if you engage in the paddle battle prone paddling, you're not going to win it. And Izzy Gomez just unleashing right there. So much speed. That's why she gets scored so high, if you were ever wondering. And we were sticking with Vanya as this wave was happening, but Izzy Gomez putting a stamp right there. And here's a replay just in front of her. Vanya on a wave, a little bit slower speed and kind of just not quite as much on rail. Great surfing by Vanya. And falls off right there. Nice and safe, nice and flat.
Only just standing up now. How does that make you feel?
Not good. You know, this is...
That's why I asked, because I knew. Yeah.
This is, you know, one thing that I'm working on as a sports director for the APP World Tour. I also work with the International Surfing Association. And the sport of stand-up is so new in the big scheme of things. We're trying to iron out a lot of the rules. And one of the rules at the Pan American Games, like it's an Olympic style event where you're not allowed to have personal sponsors, right? So as we've seen through the years in Olympics, you know, runners, the USA basketball team, when they first won the gold medal with the pros, a lot of them were sponsored by Nike. But if you remember, they had to wear the flag over them to cover up the Nike because Nike wasn't an Olympic sponsor. So surfing was in the Pan American Games, shortboard, longboard, sup surfing. And you're not allowed to have any sponsor logos. So people were peeling stickers off. They were spray painting their board because there's dimensional requirements. And sometimes you had the actual board manufacturer logo was too big. So they'd have to spray over that. And Izzy Gomez's board, they were talking about it because they thought she was sponsored by Vans because of the checkered nature of the board.
Right,
and they were like, oh, and Izzy's board will never work. I'm like, she's not sponsored by Vans. She just likes checkers, so you can't make her spray the whole board. It's not a sponsor logo.
All right, here we go. And it's Torres. Belts one off the bottom. Our drone angle looking into the wave here at Soup Bolt. And she will just attack. And still keep going through to an inside before an exit down there. So some nice backhand turns from her. Her requirement 6.75. Gomez already in the ascendancy in this one with 20 still on the clock. So are you saying for the Olympics next year, the Tokyo Summer Olympics, for the surfers won't be able to have logos on their boards?
Not at all. Not unless they are. You're only allowed to have your country flag or a sponsor that's an Olympic sponsor. So a number of the surfers at the Pan American Games, they had freshly made boards because they knew the rules and read the rules. The ISA sent this out to all of the international team delegates, so everyone knew. But it was the sort of thing because, you know, surfer kind of have that laissez-faire attitude where it's okay, we're just surfing. But when you're under kind of a new microscope, we gave the athletes the option, hey, I mean, you don't have to spray your board, but we would hate to disqualify your entire team for you not doing the right thing.
I wonder if we'll see any surfers surfing in eyewear and sunglasses, because that's what's happened with athletics, right? With running, I mean, you do not need sunglasses to sprint in at all, and yet the vast majority of sprinters wear them because it's the only opportunity to get any product placement. I wonder if we might see any surfers out in the water with sunnies on.
Possibly. Remember those Oakley eye jacket things? And maybe C2C Eyewear is coming out with a new type of sunglass wear that you can take in the water. And, there they are at the bar. Yeah, Shaq. Yeah. Can you guys come to the booth? Rum punch or beer, come to the booth. Stu, send them to the booth, please.
So they had a Banks, first of all.
Send them to the booth.
They've moved on to the deputy from the Banks, so they're trying all the local beers.
Oh, that's the deputy. I've never heard of this.
It's another Bayesian beer.
Oh, okay.
Banks being the traditional one, comes in the darker bottle. That's what they had for the interview. They've moved on to the deputies. Like it. Just sample tasting.
We call, they're having a flight. But instead of the small, they're going full bottle flights. Dave Bainey and Bo Hodge would love full bottle flights. But, yeah, back to the Olympics. And, there's, like I said, dimensional. How's that? Poi Nike, Lucas, Wellington, I mean, how's that heat if you put those three in a heat together? But right now they're sitting on the losers chairs, and Poinike had a chance to claim the world championship, but were unable to claim the title here. And those are three of the nicest guys, so I'm not being mean to them. I'm just sort of talking about what's happening. So I love those guys, actually.
Situation in the water. It's Gomez from Torres at the moment. And it is Colombia with that world title, with the lead so far in the final. Peru, represented by Vania Torres. 618, her requirement. It's not a big number. So she's well in this with 17 on the clock.
Ho, ho, ho. Waiting for his final. In about 17 minutes, Lecco is going to go for his first win in about 6 years on tour. Mateos, his brother, is going to be cheering him on. Who's your pick? Lecco, Sean?
Sean.
Hard to not pick Sean. I'm going wild card just for... am I allowed to say shits and giggles?
You just did. You can say sportsman's bet.
Sportsman's bet. Sorry, excuse me.
Izzy Gomez, world champion 2019, on a bomb of a wave.
Oh.
Big gouge from her. First of all, Bielman gets buckets of spray all up in his grill as she will go down the line, still swinging and jamming off that rail. A great wave from the Colombian right here. And she'll snap one and look to maybe get a finish. Just goes for an exit down there. She absolutely tore that wave.
I'm calling 10. I don't know if that's in the... I just... Those were the two best turns back-to-back that we've seen all event. Izzy just absolutely unleashing right there. And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself without seeing the replay, but oh my goodness. It was a big wave, critical section, speed, power, flow, everything. And 3 more strokes, and then she's going to stand.
Here goes Torres, backside. Pretty critical attack. 2 good turns from her. She'll ride out of that second one eventually and try and check out and get some priority back. Of course, big difference in terms of prize money between first and second. Izzy's all smiles.
Those are the awards. How sick are those?
Super cool trophies.
Made by Jason Cole from Paddle Barbados. I saw him spraying the finish coat on those the other day, and those things are absolutely... Oh, look at this wave. Take us through it. Oh, my goodness. That was so sick. And then that second turn. And then just right here, banging off the top. Maybe on replay I can see it's not going to be a 10. But it was pretty darn close. Judges equally agreed 9-5, 9-5, 9-5 for a total score of 9.5. The first female to get into the 9 club. Welcome to the 9 club. But she has a lot of accomplishments, but is still not in the club of people to beat Poinike Rioja in a heat.
And it might never happen for her.
May never happen.
All right, she's put Vania Torres in a combo right now.
Oh, my goodness. So she's won the world title. This is to claim her 12th victory to go ahead of Kai Lenny for total APP World Tour victories. And it looks to be well in her hands.
Such a well-surfed wave. The pressure on the rail was just devastating. And the section sat up sweetly for her. She absolutely gave it the treatment.
And I'm sorry to ask because I've just been asking so many things from our producer, but it would be awesome to see it one more time, and I'd love to get your opinion. How could that have been a 10? What could she have done differently? Yeah, to just, we'll watch Vanya first, and then I think we're going to go back to a replay of Izzy's 9-5. Vanya.
Look at this thing.
Oh.
It's absolute bomb.
Oh.
And she goes into that turn. She doesn't quite finish the turn off, and she just kind of waits, doesn't she, to get taken out. She's going into the recovery. Needs to be a little bit more dynamic. Just rotate a bit more out of that first maneuver. It's almost like putting the board up and just kind of seeing what happens. And she could be a little bit more authoritative there
They're smart.
Oh, man, they're just
Eating.
getting into the burgers and the beers Saturday afternoon in Barbados.
I want to go hang with them. So 9.5. How could she have gotten a 10?
Okay, first turn is absolutely on point here. That is a sick turn. Second one's decent, maybe not quite as good.
Why?
I just thought, I don't know, that kind of turn, it's impressive, but it seems like a fairly kind of stock turn, can I say? And from here on in, this is nice stuff, but, you know, there is a little bit more possibly she could have done to get it a 10. Hey, we're talking about, you know, the very tiniest of margins here for making that a perfect ride.
Maybe higher in the lip on that second turn?
Maybe, or even she could have repeated a similar sort of, you know, just from my own personal taste, a similar turn to the first turn, just maybe opened up a bit more.
Yeah.
It just does seem that is a real stock turn.
Yep.
A little kind of layback snap. It was hey, stock turn is a 9.5. It was epic, but we're talking about how could that have been a perfect 10?
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. No, I think you're spot on. You're spot on right there. And it's hard to say, hey, you should have done this, you should have done that. But I think as we try to explain to our viewers, okay, here's a 9.5. And the first 9 that we've seen on the women's side, poor Vanya, she's surfing her little heart out and had a great event, making her first final ever. And Izzy, sometimes, you know, you win the world title, you get all excited and your emotions are going and, you know, it's hard to stay focused. But we saw her still looking at her clips. She was focused on this heat, and it's showing right now.
Speaking of focus, man, absolute laser beams there from Sean Pointer. Just 1,000 yards staring it, getting his prep ready, and he looks absolutely ready to duke it out in a heavy final. Going to be really cool to see how this goes down. So the more kind of calculated approach of Sean Pointer, 2018 world champ, taken on Brazilian Leico Salazar, who has just been opening up, blazing in his heats, putting big numbers up. Loads of support online for Vania Torres. So.
Yeah, and Coco is tuning in. Coco Maggio, I don't know if you were listening or if you just tuned in, but I was talking about the barbecue we had at your house a couple of years ago when I was in Peru and helping to coach the Peruvian team in racing and surfing. And you cooked up an absolutely spectacular array of different kind of meats, and it was fantastic. It was one of those, like, you know, just eat as you go. Put a new meat on the grill, cut it up, serve it. Put a new meat on the grill, cut it up, serve it. So, Coco, you must be so proud of Vanya, just absolutely crushing it all the way through the event. I mean, unfortunately, she's going against the greatest female sup surfer ever. And Izzy is delivering 9.5. Holy macadoli. So thank you so much, Coco, for just being a cool guy. He's an actor back in Peru and just one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And we appreciate Vanya surfing on tour. Did a couple events last year, her first full year on tour. And she's a relative newcomer to the tour, which is, you know, she's got great promise, showing what she's able to make the finals now and has a lot to build off of.
So 9 minutes on the clock. And it is a combination for Torres, the Peruvian. Needs a couple of waves here. Needs a couple of 8s or better to threaten the first place gold medal position in this one. Take out the inaugural Barbados Pro. Priorities with the Colombian as well in the red. Freshly crowned a world champ. She likes the look of this opportunity. It's a great looking wave. Conditions really are just absolutely epic. She always looked in a little bit of trouble on that takeoff there, didn't she? She's quite forward on her board. The wave was getting steep on her. She didn't have too much forward momentum of her own. She'll go down on takeoff.
And sometimes it's a good reminder to realize that she is human as well and falls sometimes. So thanks, Izzy, for just, I mean, I can do that maneuver. So I feel, you know, that sense of belonging because I can do what Izzy Gomez does, fall. But I can't do what Izzy Gomez does in getting 9.5s. Oh, my goodness. Except for the 9.5 that I did get that one time with a 4 and a 5.5 combined for a total heat score of 9.5. Pretty much the only way I've been able to get a 9.5. But if truth be told, the kayak judges gave me a 10. Not deserved though, so I really don't claim that. It's like not that good of a. But I do thank the kayak contingency for allowing stand-up paddling into their events. You know, it's a new sport, so there aren't a whole lot of sup surfing events in California or in the United States. Especially, we talked about the Western Surfing Association wanting nothing to do with stand-up. On the East Coast, they do. In Hawaii, they have stand-up surfing as part of their Hawaiian Surfing Association. In Florida, they have, on the East Coast, they have surfing as part of their Eastern Surfing Association. But in California, the Western Surfing Association, and that's my check. I was going to go cash it. And they want nothing to do with stand-up paddle surfing. We're a bit too hardcore in California, hardcore shortboard. And it's unfortunate because I think great surfing is great surfing. If you're body surfing, shortboarding, longboarding, bodyboarding, sup surfing, knee boarding. George Greeno, he changed the fin game with his knee boarding at famous points in Santa Barbara. And George Greeno, one of Kelly Slater's great influences. If you read, we'll get back to the reading. Izzy Gomez having a look.
Surf mat riding?
Surf mat riding. You see that? It's actually making a comeback now. But there's a funny line in Kelly Slater's first book called Pipe Dreams. And in that book, we'll get back to that. Izzy Gomez looking for the tube.
Gomez
stalling.
Tucking in. Doesn't make it happen.
No tube on offer.
She'll go down.
Anna! What's up, Anna? Anna tries, she's one of the people behind the scenes that doesn't want any credit for the work that she does. Very similar to Mauricio, Danny. You guys work your butts off, and it's okay for us to say thank you for working so hard. We've been talking about it. There's about 16 to 18 people bringing the fans that are watching this beautiful webcast. These athletes get a chance to showcase it. I went down to get the drinks and talked to Sean Pointer's parents, and their friends back home were sending them comments that we were saying about Sean. And so Tim and Teresa Pointer were saying, great job. So thanks, Anna, for being so awesome. Thanks, Cyborg. Next time, just tell me to get the sign. I would have got it. You gotta focus. We're focused in here, clearly. Clearly. So
yeah, a lot of people have been saying that great job, everyone, but mainly the commentators.
Mainly.
I haven't really heard many shout-outs for anyone behind the scenes, and there's a good reason for that.
Mainly the commentators. That is correct. So, Pipe Dreams, Kelly Slater, he's talking about when he was working Baywatch, right? And, Baywatch, the lifeguard show, created by a real lifeguard named Greg Bonin, most watched show in the world. Not necessarily because of the lifeguarding.
Did he make a few coins out of optioning that?
A couple of coins. And had Kelly Slater, Pam Anderson in the same year. And we know what happened with that relationship. Pam Anderson seen at the Pipe House and cheering him on. And at one point, George Greeno texted him or was giving him grief about being on Baywatch. And in Kelly Slater's book, he's quite funny as a writer. And he's like, man, I felt really bad. George Greeno, one of my heroes, was bad-mouthing me about Baywatch. But what the heck was he doing watching Baywatch?
Here goes Izzy, streaking down the line.
Looking for the tube again. I love it.
Oh, Turtle. Just getting out of the way, or was it Beelman?
Beelman.
Okay. Easy to confuse the two.
Oh, 9.5s just make us giddy in here. And the combination situation makes it very tough for Vanya Torres. And you can see Izzy just kind of has that barrel look, waiting. Checks to see if the drone's recording. How was that turn?
No, I think it was a turtle. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. For sure a turtle. 100%. So, Janik Main making a pretty huge claim that Izzy's going to win easy. Well, it's 2 minutes to go, and she's comboed Banya. So if you would have said that about 15 minutes ago, then maybe it would be more validated. And Alfredo, muchos gracias para mirando. Alfredo y María Paula y Janisa y todas las personas de Peru. We had Peruvians in a couple of the featured heats here today, so well done to Peru. Unfortunately for them, the Peruvian Federation just literally dissolved over the last couple days. Probably shouldn't be talking about it, but I don't know. We're just talking about whatever we can. Ibaya Moreno, she just got sponsored by Red Bull. Now she's got Izzy's hat, I believe. She's going to be probably part of the chariot ride for Izzy. And Bant's got his shirt off, probably part of the chariot ride. Same with Shaq. So great to see the consolation finalists getting ready to help chariot Izzy, because Brandy Brady can't do it on her own. And none of the guys really want to step into the charioting game.
How'd your final go? Yeah, not bad. I got a 8-6 and a 9-5. Unbelievable.
That 8-6 was for that last wave. And Izzy Gomez that officially is the highest total heat score of the entire event.
That is redonkulous.
Redonkulous. Dave Bainey will be stoked. Oh, and Dave Bainey just tuning in. Missed most of the final if he just joined us, but hard to tell with the way that the internet's working here and my Facebook Live sometimes on, sometimes not on. We'd love for it to be a little bit more seamless, but a lot of the Wi-Fi being used up to bring you the live action. Arriba Peru! People are tuning in. Janique says that Carpentier is the best of all, and I do understand how you can have that opinion. Unfortunately, didn't make it to the final. Benoit was taking a nap the last we saw.
All right, that's going to wrap things up for the women. Congratulations, Izzy Gomez, world champ, event champ, Barbados Pro 2019 winner for the women, APP World Tour champion for 2019 as well, the Colombian. And she's put in a commanding performance in the final, pretty much out of sight.
And Joni loves redonkulous. Jody, that's just one of the many words or phrases on the list of Paulisms. And there's Bielman getting the shot right there, or Turtleman.
So there is your champ, Izzy Gomez. Let's check out the recap. It's been a good effort from Vania Torres, but she came up against a pretty much unstoppable force in the form of your world champ, Izzy Gomez.
She was not the immovable object coming against the unstoppable force. Izzy Gomez just unleashing with a 9-5 and an 8. And we were correct. That's the Chariot crew. Bant Roediger and the 2 consolation finalists. How cool is that?
Totally cool.
That's awesome.
Great camaraderie on tour. We talked about these competitive intentions and friendships parked at the shoreline. Well, they certainly reignite, and they're back on the beach. And certainly happy to congratulate the GOAT from the women's side of the sport, equaling Kai Lenny with world titles, bettering Kai Lenny with event wins with this win here in Barbados. And the beach at Soup Bowl will see its first chairing. Well, we're actually in the juniors, didn't we? We had a little bit of chairing with Grom abuse rolled into one, which we're impressed with.
That was the highlight of the event.
Izzy Gomez there, all smiles. She is chaired up the beach to the podium. And what an epic event for her to cap off a stellar year on the APP Tour.
They're not supposed to touch the sand. You got to carry them all the way up. Okay, we're going to have to work with the young Brazilian Kwan on his planks. Oh, they had to stop for the interview. Okay, they're excused. So as you look at the world rankings, Izzy Gomez with a 9,000 point lead in first place. Fiona Wild still in second place.
Leco Salazar here. Let's join live action from the men's final out in the lineup. And he'll go up through the lip. And he will steer the ship round. This is a great looking section here. A massive hit from him. That's how he likes to start heats off. And another nice turn. Just a quick application of the paddle. And he will finish off with a strong raking kick out. Some nice stuff there from Leco. One particular turn. Spanked pretty hard. Let's have another look.
Right there. Looked beautiful, but might call that a setup turn to a setup cutback. And here's the money turn. Boom. And that turn was just right in the pocket, and then follows it up with that one. And will be a great opener, maybe not into the excellent range, but for sure in the good range, possibly in the high 6s or 7s.
So that's what's happening out in the water. We've just seen Leco Salazar with a ride. Sean Pointer has yet to open his account. We'll rejoin more live final action after we hear from our brand new event champion for the women, our brand new world champion. She's standing by with Evelyn.
Please stay on the beach until the final horn is blown.
And we're back here down on the beach with Izzy Gomez, who not only has she secured today her 5th world championship with the APP World Tour, but she just won the Barbados Pro-Am in her heat against Vanya Torres. Izzy, it's a great day for you. Is there something that you're feeling that you can share with us? Are you ready to just lay it out and go have a good time back home? What's going on for you next?
Yeah, that just kind of sealed the deal for me. This has been a really good day. I think that's one of the highest heat totals I've ever had, so I'm really happy about that. And yeah, I know it's just crazy to think I've been doing this since I was 12 years old, and this kind of reminds me of when I won my first world title. I was 14, and it was in Huntington before the last event of the year, and I won the event, and that sealed my title. And it was just just to think back and just how much I've just grown and improved and learned a lot. So yeah, I'm just really happy for the whole community, and just everyone has just been so supportive over the years. And yeah, I'm just so stoked.
And we're really happy for you too, Izzy. You're such a great ambassador of this sport.
Thank you.
Back to you guys at the booth.
All right, well, loads of congratulations to that woman who's just blown our minds with performances throughout the week here, taking out the win, taking out the world title as well. Super impressive. Wow. Leco Salazar, have a look at that scoreline.
8-6-7. So I was a little bit underscoring him. That the judges liked it. I liked it as much as that, but I thought maybe they would leave a little bit of scale open. Well deserved of that 8.67, and puts a little pressure on Sean. It would be just huge for the Brazilians to have somebody from Brazil win the event. We saw how stoked everyone was when he won his semifinal, and he's been able to bounce back and open up with that 8.67. So well done, Leco Salazar. And we heard from Izzy Gomez, who talked about missing a jaws swell to compete on the APP World Tour in Barbados. And lucky for her, she came here because not only did she claim the world title, but she won the event, taking home $6,000, which helps her to fund her training in Maui for the JAWS event, a new invite to the WSL big wave event there at Piahe. So Izzy Gomez, relatively new to the big wave scene, hasn't produced some of the big wave rides that we've seen from some of the other more established big wave surfers, but has had boards for a couple years and had a couple of sessions down at Todos Santos with one of her mentors, Chuck Patterson. There's Tim and Teresa, excuse me. Sean Pointer's parents had a chance to say hello to them, and we're stoked to have them here. So Izzy talked about looking at next year and seeing what the possibilities are for her. And I think if it's broke, if it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. And what do I mean by that? I mean, you might want to come back to the APP World Tour and try and win another world title. And I'm just speculating because she talked about looking at her options for next year. I think options would be good. She's also trying to make the Olympics. So now that surfing is in the Olympics, that's why she relinquished her U.S. eligibility, because there is more of a possibility for her to make the Olympic team for for Colombia for shortboarding.
She's talking about Paris 2024.
2024. She was trying for 2020 and went to the Pan American Games, competed in shortboard and in stand-up paddling. Had an outside shot. She basically had to win the event and had a couple of great heats. She upset a competitor actually from Barbados, Chelsea Twatch. Yeah. So
former CT surfer.
Yes. So Izzy beat Chelsea, which is, Chelsea's a very established surfer from the island of Barbados now, just thinking about it. And so Izzy went into her next heat very confident, unable to win that heat and unable to gain an Olympic berth, but still chasing that Olympic dream. And why wouldn't you? Currently in the last heat of the last day of the Barbados Pro. In red, Leco Salazar. On the left, in white, Sean Pointer. In the lead, Leco Salazar. In form all event, Sean Pointer. Leco Salazar looking to, I would call it an upset, just because Sean has been posting literally in every round the highest single wave and highest heat total. But Leco has been kind of rising each heat, building off of his previous success and starting off with that 8.67. That's how you start a heat.
You surprised to see that number go that high?
Yes and no. I originally was thinking, a high 6.7, but I think if we had a chance to look at it again, you would see the critical nature of the turns. And what do you think?
I thought there was only one turn that was really critical, so it'd be interesting to see if someone does 3 of them. Where does that score go? Do you know what I mean? We talk about leaving room in the scale. 8.67 is a massive number. There's one turn that was really strong. The others, yeah, they were good. Don't know if they're excellent. Hey, the judging panel knows their onions.
Knows their onions. I love that's going on the list.
So they are making the important decisions that count. We're just speculating in here and hopefully entertaining some of you all watching online. Here's Pointer from behind a section. It's a little bit of a messy entry into this wave, and a second section will go begging as well, and that is uncharacteristic from Pointer, as he will kind of scuff his way along that wave and never really get a chance to unload.
Oh, Sean Pointer just a little bit behind that entire wave. And, super late. It looked like he was maybe looking for the tube there and then decided to try and ride it out. He was pretty much behind the gun every single moment. And there's the Brazilian contingency and Zane Sands, who lives in Hawaii, but I believe is Brazilian and possibly speaks Portuguese as well. So he's been hanging out with the Brazilian crew because not much of a Hawaiian crew. Very interestingly, now I haven't really thought about that the entire event, but Bant Rodiger and and Zane, those are the only 2 Hawaiians.
We got Lara for the women.
Lara as well, yes. But typically we're littered with Hawaiians. Oh, there's my man. I'll be there. Hold that one for me. Yep, I'm coming back. Yeah. I'll be right back.
Do you know what I'd quite like to see is how that dance goes up against Stu, one of our cameramen, in a little dance-off. Is that something we could possibly tee up?
Possibly, but Stu had the full turnaround to point. I mean, our replay guy is excellent, but I don't know. Sykes, do you think we can see a replay of that and put that up against Size Dance in one of our lulls? That would be interesting to see. But yeah, looking at this draw, just Bant was the only. Zane Sands
Pointer
and Bant Roediger.
Up the reef here on a steep and deep one. What's he got going on? Wow! Flares out the tail, blows out the fins, and lands it. That was pretty sick from him on a smaller wave. And just exploding above the lip, bringing that radical approach. And he has a little look with a nice little nod and almost a suggestion of a little hip thrust as well, as he emphasizes just how pleased he was with his work there.
I mean, that's Felipe Toledo, Italo Ferreira-esque, manufacturing a score on a smaller wave. We saw him do that in the expression session. The Facebook Live fans were wanting Sean to go to the air more, and he listened to you, and look at that. Went for the air, but then backed it up with this one. Whoa, Kerr Pikey. And finishing this off with a bang. And look at this, is the best part. Sean doesn't do that very often, but that's the way you answer back to the 867. And that's the first air. His parents, Tim and Teresa, are like, man, Sean is awesome. And I talked about how he speaks 7 different languages of surfing. He hasn't shown, this is perhaps the Tahitian or the Peru, the Spanish, or some language that he doesn't normally talk. You don't see him do those airs, and he had to throw it. He had to. That was awesome.
Can't wait to see how the judges are going to score this one. Be real interesting to see how this comes in.
What do you think?
I mean, look at the wave. It was a smaller wave, but he had a ton of speed from the takeoff, showing the flare above the lip. And a little hack on the end as well.
Oh, they're clapping. They must have heard the score before it locked in. There it is, 8.9 for Sean Pointer. Well done to manufacture that under priority.
Okay, so wow. Big scores already in this one, and he's going to go again here, Pointer. He likes the look of this. And he is full of beans after getting an excellent score for that. He'll jam a couple of hits up in the lip. And this is his backup score for sure. He's going to improve and put a bigger total up for Salazar. So after relatively uncharacteristic errors early on in this, he is back at the party. Here goes Salazar. Pretty vertical on a first turn. There's a big belt from him. And again, he will push that board up, claiming mid-ride, which isn't something you see all that much. And he will finish on the end with a vert stab, another claim.
Woo!
So there we go. Well, all right. I mentioned earlier, I thought that 867 maybe was high. And you think about room in the judging scale. Let's see how this plays out. First of all, let's check Pointer.
This is his backup, and that turn already enough points there. And just backing it up with this huge turn. Coming down right with the white water and sticking with it. Great transition into turn 3 off the bottom and snaps it off the top one more time. Finishing up in the white water section, going unstuck. And here's Leco Salazar. Little mid-face bottom turn there and goes off the top. Check turn there, but then this turn was a bang. Here's the mid-wave claim. Or perhaps, I think he was just trying to get his paddle out of his leash. I don't think that was a claim. And then here, oh, we have a heat on our hands. This is awesome.
Good vertical from the board position. Not a whole lot of top speed through those turns, though, was there? They weren't really like power turns.
Yep.
Just kind of prodding his board up and letting it come back down rather than actually smashing into the lip of the wave.
Yes, true.
So I wonder if that will cost him a little bit in terms of points. It was tricky what he did, but there were slightly awkward kind of sections. There wasn't kind of like full commitment. He just kind of put his board up at the last minute and then recovered it.
And it's hard to trick the judges. It's easy to trick us and to trick the fans, but it's very hard to trick the judges. And we'll see what happens.
8-2-3 drops in. 8-2-3. So it goes excellent again. What a way to open up.
And 767 for Sean.
Look at these totals we've got here. Look at these totals. Pointer now needing an 8-0-1. And this is an epic final. So for a wave to count from here on in, to have any effect on the scoreline, it needs to be excellent, whoever gets it. Which is a cool position to be in. So what's Pointer going to bring? Sean still hasn't had a proper good set wave that's kind of clean and opened up for him.
True.
As yet in this one, he hasn't done
Very
it.
true.
He's kind of scrapped around for this score. He went deep, found himself that little above the lip tail blow. And he has eked out a 7-8-7 on a smaller wave. Hasn't really had a legit set wave from out the back. Let's see what he does when he gets one.
And maybe here it comes. And looks like possibly a couple of waves on the horizon. Sean kind of having a brief look. And Ivan Rivera saying that this is the same final back in 2012. And you're almost correct. They met in the semifinals in 2012. So this was the world title heat back in 2012 in Location X, where Sean and Lecco met, and Lecco barely edged him out by 0.7 of a hundredth. Lecco went on to win the event over Kyle Vaz. So in that event that you're thinking of, Yvonne, Kyle Vaz was second, Lecco was first, Sean was third. Here's Sean Pointer off the bottom. This is proper set wave maybe for Sean Pointer, his first set wave that Paul was just talking about. And didn't quite have as much to offer as those smaller waves, so not going to go into his score line.
Pushed wide fast and went real soft for him. It's not going to be the 8 that he needs for first. And he's going to have to go to the back of the queue in terms of prio as well.
Oh, Jonas Lettieri tuning in. Let's see. Star eye, purple star eye emoji, heart emoji, and this is a replay of Sean. This wave was inconsequential, but we'll take you through it. Inconsequential as far as the scoreline goes. Purple eye emoji, heart emoji, followed by fire, followed by explosion, followed by star, followed by lightning bolt. That he's enjoying the heat. Jonas Lettieri is the Brazilian, and I am just gonna pull up Jonas Lettieri's Instagram so I can help you understand how awesome this guy is. Good friend of mine, and he obviously will be going for the Brazilian as a fellow Brazilian from the town of Cabo Frio in Brazil.
All right, here we go. Pointer still looking for an 8. Won't get it there. Decides not to go. He'll let that one trickle through unmolested. And almost thinking about the very next wave again. Pretty sagely deciding not offering the potential. Lecco Salazar in the driving seat at the moment. They got very similar totals, but because they're in the exit range, it means the requirement for Pointer is big. 8-0-1. He needs.
And Ryan Harris tuning in. Ryan Harris from Earth Technologies. What's up, Ryan? And this, he is a shaper and glasser, sander, makes boards, but he makes boards and uses all recycled materials. He has earthworms come in and eat the raw foam, and they poop out things. And so basically, I don't know all the science behind it, but WSL did a story on their social media talking about all of the different things that he does in his, there's a lot of waste in surfboard manufacturing, and Earth Technologies and Ryan Harris, one of the first companies in the world to become 100% eco-friendly, using all of the materials are recycled and reused. So awesome that you're tuning in, Ryan. And also Jonas Lettieri. And we look forward to coming out. Let's come out here on a trip, Ryan. I know where to go now.
Nine minutes remaining in this one. Still Salazar, the Brazilian, 2012 world champ. Here goes Pointer from under priority of Lecco. He's got a section here. There's a big hit off the top. He goes low into the bottom turn. bang above the lip, flare in the tail, a little hair flick to recovery, and a little stab in the pocket. And just kind of poke the board up and finish down on the inside with some energy. Good turn on the end. Did you see an excellent ride in there?
You put it to me. I was just going to ask you 8.01. I got to watch the replay to try and see here.
Here it comes.
So you can see right off the inside, just let the whitewater hit him in the shoulder. And that turn was pretty good. There's a turtle above the lip on that turn, but gets a little bit caught behind and into the soupy section. I'm not seeing the 8.1 on that one. How about you?
No.
No.
I'm with you there. So, good surfing, but his scoring potential possibly just limited in terms of the energy on offer by that wave. We'll see what the judges think. Salazar.
So, here's Jonas Lettieri, who I was just talking about. I was trying to find a surfing picture because he rips at surfing, but here's a racing one. And I'm not sure if you can quite tell there, but he lost his arms. He lost his arms in a accident helping his church. And he was a surfer, a really good surfer in Brazil, wanted to get back to the ocean and figured out how to make a stand-up paddle for his, he lost his arms under the elbow, and through stand-up was able to get back into surfing. And while we have a little lull, I think we might have a dancing dance-off clip here. Let's see. Okay, here's Stu. What do you guys think at home? The Stu Shuffle, we're calling it. The dogs are getting into it. And the point. Okay, and then we're going to go to the bartender dance. Oh. Yeah, the dog or Stu. Do we have the bartender dance as well? Okay, we're gonna get you guys the bartender dance, but who danced better there, the dog or Stu? What do you guys think?
6.5 to go in this final. Leco Salazar out of Brazil at the moment, still in the lead in this one. John Pointer comes up short on that last effort. Still needs 8.01. Clock will tick down a little bit. Priority crucially still with Leco Salazar at the moment. What that means is Pointer's been forced to kind of scrap around a little bit, try and grub something up on an in-between wave. How long will Salazar wait before he uses that prio? He's basically going to wait for an opportunity that either he feels will offer him a chance to improve or a chance for Pointer to get back in this. And it comes now, backhand into the bowl. Nice first hit with good projection. And then a little trim redirect turn from him, sticking close to the soup. I'll just cut back on the inside in here. Not sure he's done damage to a scoreline thus far with this one. It could just be a throwaway. It'll be a healthy throwaway. It would have been useful through most heats in the event. Of course, this is the most important heat. It's the final. And that will leave Pointer in the lineup now with first prio. Should we assume that's not an improvement on his score?
I don't think so. They're trying to fool the judges.
If they thought it was, I think there might be a little bit more energy from them.
Yeah, true. True. It would have been more than just the hand jive. So Dave Beatty, loving the Stu dog. Dave, who is better there, the dog or Stu?
So
and look at this one.
Pointer 8.01 the requirement. He likes the look of this wave. This one is going to stand up maybe a little bit wider on the reef. Some of the wide, bigger ones do have a good initial section, and then they do go flat. He might want to get himself back a little bit deeper on the top of the reef and not take off too wide. Okay, he's going to commit here. Here he goes looking for 8.01, coming down to the final stage of the heat. What a section he's got here. That's a big turn. Good hang time. Recovers well. It barrels out here. Wow, that's a massive hit. This is an absolute sick wave. That turn went a little bit wrong for him. Nevertheless, he keeps the momentum going on the inside. Another big hit out of the lip. That was a really well-surfed wave. Turns 1 and 2 were mental. Turn 3, he had to just readjust his line a little bit. Finishes strong. And we reckon he's got a great chance of getting the score here.
Oh, have a look back at Leco's wave. Airdrop it back down. That wave really just cut itself in half size-wise and didn't have as much to offer. And this wave, Sean looked at and kind of gave a little hint. Lecco had to go more for defensive strategy, and then here's Sean right behind him, just straight off the bottom. Look at how critical that wave is right there. And the landing in the whitewater was just, and then just right off the bottom again, super critical. This turns to one, a little bit funky. That's where it's kind of doubling up. But then offered this closing section for Sean, and he carries his speed into that closing maneuver. And look at this subtle claim right here. Drops the paddle, looking back. I think it's better than an 8-1.
Yeah, that was sick. That was the best wave as well. It's an absolute drainer. Rather than just a face, that thing was doubling up the whole way and sucking out. And that second turn, you see, does it in the lip, attacks the lip, rather than just doing it on the face in front of the pocket. Gets a 9.1, so he gets another 9 every heat he surfed in this event. And he goes into the lead. And now Lecco Salazar, from having a great early afternoon in Barbados, will be scratching his head and wondering how come he now requires a 9.34 for the win.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, if we look back at a eventual winners campaign to the overall win of all of the events, 31 events we've had for the men, has anyone scored a 9 in each of their heats? This would be an interesting stat to find out. And Sean Pointer just absolutely owning this event from the first heat through the final heat. That is absolutely incredible. And we are just so stoked in here. The surfing's unbelievable.
And talk about, coming from a different position as well. In his other heats, he's been kind of leading and just building up and throwing up those 9s. This one is kind of back against the ropes a bit. Needed an 8. He had a couple of waves that, made a couple of mistakes early on. Absolutely kept his head in the game. Smashed out a massive 9.
And it just shows what a great competitor he is. Lecco opened up with the 8.67. Sean needed a score. A couple of waves, didn't get it. Manufactured one score, and we were waiting for him to get a set wave. You talked about it. Got his high score on a little air, but then got a set wave and just absolutely cranked it off the bottom, off the top. And again, 9.1. 9 club in every single heat. Total heat score of 18. This is awesome.
All right, he needs to go for broke here. Salazar, 9.34. The requirement's a big wave. Surf really has ramped up for the final. And he'll swing out the back. A nice clip off the lip for him. And then this will sort of set up an inside, which never really materializes much. It's all a lot of setup. And not much dividend on the inside. He's just going to tickle this thing in here for pretty much no consequence in terms of points. He'll bring it in here. It's not going to be the 9.34 he needs. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Slightly subdued Brazilian contingent there. Good surfing on this one.
That second turn, he needed to be up in the lip again. And you think about those 2 critical turns from Sean. I mean, this doesn't even compare.
He needed to throw massive spray, basically, didn't he? He needs to do a couple of those hangers where he gets that huge rooster tail. 2 of them in a row.
Yep.
You're up there asking the question.
Yep.
This is decent, but it's not 9.34 material.
We're not looking for decent right now. We're looking for excellent. And this whole event has been excellent. We're winding it down.
He's led that heat. He's going to be disappointed, understand. 25 minutes, he led that heat. But he has given a great account of himself. I mean, look at his total as well. Losing with 16-something points on the board. Meanwhile, that man there, you can't begrudge him victory. For me, he's been the outstanding surfer. Every time he's paddled out throughout the event, he has been absolutely dominant. Feels like he's got a little bit of an extra gear compared to everybody else. We do talk about that transition in terms of kind of shortboarding and what's on the cutting edge of shortboard surfing, and that translating to paddle surfing. And the person who seems to be kind of representing that best for me, who's really kind of straddling those two worlds, is that man there, Sean Pointer.
Exactly. I think you hit it. And also, just bringing in the competitive strategy and preparation in his competition strategy. And absolutely incredible event for Sean, and a great rebound from New York. He could have came in a little bit subdued and maybe, not that stoked on his result. And you can do one of two things. You can, here he goes, big air, Sean, big air. Boom! Oh! Almost lands that just for fun after the horn. But Sean Pointer rebounds from his worst finish in the last couple years in New York didn't show up to Sunset, came to New York and finished 9th, and now, so they're already talking about the strategy right there. That's Mateos talking. There's Benzinho, Otero, Wellington, Lucas, all the Brazilians saying, hey, you ripped 16.9 total heat score.
Massive.
And that's what you want. Each surfer had an opportunity to showcase their surfing, and what a great finals day. This is absolutely – are those two going to carry Sean, Daniel Hughes and Fiona? Let's see. Nope, he's walking. He's walking. Wait, here comes not sure who that is. Izzy? That's Izzy. Yep, he's walking. Or unless Daniel's going to do it by himself. Daniel and Izzy. World champ is down there carrying Sean. Benoit, come on, man. Do some work out there. So the fellow Floridian and the Generation fellow team member Daniel Hughes charioting up the champion Sean Pointer, winning here his first event in the 2019 APP World Tour, the Barbados Pro, presented by CDC Eyewear. Well done, Izzy Gomez, co-champions there, both from Florida. So Florida owning this event here, maybe it's because they're so close.
Yeah, great job from him. Really impressive. And what a final as well. Sometimes these things can end up just kind of being one-way affairs a little bit. You get someone starting off stronger and kind of just piling points up and up. I love the way he was against the ropes there in a clutch situation, forced to come from behind. Nails out a big score. And he has nailed a great win. And he is real good value for that first place. Great job to Leiko Salazar. Really can't take anything away from his performance. His score was epic. He's really ripped all the way through. And he will be a little bit disappointed with the fact that he was leading for so long there. But he came up against someone who brought his A game in the final. Just showed us that extra notch that he can turn things up to.
And who are the first people down there to congratulate Sean? The Brazilians. The Brazilians are just absolutely awesome gentlemen and ladies in this sport. And we're so stoked to have them all on tour, coming in full force. And here's a day recap, and we'll just wind through each of these rounds. Izzy Gomez, we ran through quarters, semis, and finals. This is from our quarterfinal heat way back 7 hours ago. We started this broadcast, and Izzy Gomez has been ripping all day.
Clara Moreno, a lot at stake for her in this event. She was a defending champion, and she was good value throughout the day with strong performances, going all the way for a third place finish eventually. This woman ended up getting all the way in the final there, representing Peru, and she has found the waves at Soup Bowl to her liking.
Yep, fantastic job for Banya Torres. And Ibaya Moreno, unfortunately not making the final, but just ripping throughout the day. She loves this wave here, very similar to her home break in the Canary Islands, Fuerteventura. And here she is, Izzy Gomez. This is a semifinal matchup. And Izzy just shredding this wave to pieces and cutting back into the whitewater right there. Watch this finish right here by Izzy Gomez with that one right there. And the man of the hour, Sean Pointer. Here's from his semifinal heat. And so many different types of maneuvers from Sean Pointer. You see some of the guys and girls doing some of the same things. And Sean Pointer, the master of variety and the master of aggression. Tamil Martino from Peru with his best finish of the year in a couple of years. And here's Mateus Salazar. Just reigniting the Salazar fire. This is the best. If you look at both of the brothers, they've done Poinanki Rioja, the fan favorite, going to town. But unfortunately, he just came up against an informed Leco Salazar. Leco having his best event in several years, making the final. Tamil getting tubed. And well done to the Peruvian. Finishing off that one. Incredible event. And this is the wave that won the event, the 9.1. And just absolutely great surfing from Sean.
Let's go down and hear from that man. He's your brand new Barbados Pro Champion. He's standing by with Evelyn.
And it's a celebration down here on the beach. We have the entire Pointer clan, Sean's mom and dad, here with him to celebrate his win here at the Barbados Pro-Am. It's been just an incredible day. That was an incredible heat against Lecco Salazar, one of the best we've seen, this year for sure. Sean, this event, you're winning this event, and the way things panned out, puts you back in standings to possibly win the World Championship. You've just shown such incredible perseverance, talent, focus, ferocity. I mean, any name I can come up with. How do you do it? Like, where is your focus when you're out there? I know you and I have spoken about just taking it one heat at a time. And then when you're out there tonight with Lecco and you had, a lot on the line, how did you manage it?
Whew, yeah. It was a tough heat, Actually, I think Lecco and I had a handshake before, and we were both just like, it's been a long time. Because I think the last heat that we had together of consequence was back in 2012 in the semis in BVIs when we were vying for the world title. So I felt like it was kind of a redo of that, a little bit of redemption on my side, because of course I lost that heat with them way back in 2012. But yeah, I think it's a combination of things. Certainly it's the support here on the beach with my coach Ian Kens and the friends here, and just my team generation, and last but not least my parents here. I think they gave me encouragement out there and inspiration, and as a help by I think God and some of the waves that kind of came my way. So yeah, this one was for my parents.
Thank you, babe. You did good.
And Sean, you've been around the world. You've surfed a lot of waves, and I've heard you say that Soup Bowls has just sort of taken your breath away. Do you still feel that way? Is it still one of your favorite places on the tour now?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, especially after winning. But no, I just love this wave. I came here a month and a half ago or so after New York, and I fell in love with the culture. I fell in love with the people. I fell in love with the wave and just the environment of this entire place, and just the vibe. It's something that I'm definitely have fallen in love with, and have fallen more in love with it this trip. And yeah, I can't wait to come back down and catch it when it's really good and barreling. But I mean, it was amazing. I think these are probably some of the best waves that we've had at a tour event that I can remember, a wave that I enjoy. So yeah, amazing.
This whole week has been pretty spectacular, and now Gran Canaria is back on your horizons, right?
Yeah. That's a great wave. It's a great place. I'm not committed to it yet, but I'll just go back to the drawing board a little bit and kind of see where I am. But it's coming up quick, so I gotta figure that out quick. But I didn't win last year, and it was a really bitter second for me. I really wanted to win that one, so there's a fuel and fire there. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna soak this in and then take it as it comes. Yeah.
It's fantastic. Congratulations, Sean Pointer. Mom, do you have anything to say about this week? I know how hard it is for you to watch your son. What did you take away from it all?
Oh my goodness, I don't know how people do it. Just actually one heat at a time, exactly like Sean said, and we 25 minutes, 30-minute increments. You enjoy that time in between, and we celebrate each time that he wins. And because we're looking at the finish line, but you don't get there unless you hit those markers, So we are so happy to be here, because we're usually watching it just what y'all are doing here at home by the computer, and to be able to put our hands on to Sean and give him a big hug. God bless. We are so grateful. Yes. Thank
now
you.
We know where he gets it. Back to you guys in the booth.
What a cool cross with the whole family there.
Uh-oh. Busted. Busted with the banks. Busted with the banks.
Well,
cheers,
what a
Paul.
week it's been at the Barbados Pro. We've had an absolute blast. First things first, let's say thanks to all the locals for hosting us here. What a cool event. Barbados Tourism, C2C Eyewear. Thanks to everyone for watching at home, because without them, we wouldn't have the show.
Also, thanks to our camera crew, Bosco, Stu, Dave Nash. Thanks to Brian Beelman for being our staff photographer. All your photos, be sure and tag them. Brian Beelman, Instagram, and also the APP World Tour. Thanks to our replay guy, Sai. Thanks to our editor, Ricardo. Thanks to our graphics guy. Thanks to Christian. I can't remember Christian's name. Thanks so much, Christian, as a producer. You guys are awesome.
And thanks to us, man. Cheers.
Thanks to us.
Join us in the Canary Islands. 4th event of the tour will be coming up in December. Make sure you check out APP World Tour for all the news and info leading up to that event. Of course, follow the Instagram. Check us out on Facebook. We look forward to joining you over in the Canaries. See you guys.
Cheers.
Woo.
Come from a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. We'll search many places.